Well, good morning, good afternoon, should I say good evening, with present company included, and welcome one and all to Double Trouble EMEA for September. Relic on the mic, joined by the wonderful Kellosaurus. We got ourselves 20 plus teams ready to battle it out for a slice of a juicy prize pool.
Oh, juicy indeed. I mean, 20 teams though, what a turnout. I absolutely love to see the region supporting Unite Battle Hub, and I cannot wait to see who we have on today. I did take a peek. I must say, I was a little bit starstruck.
There are a lot of big names, not so many big team compositions per se, team rosters that you would expect to see, but honestly, that just makes the tournament more exciting for us because you're sort of like looking at people and like, well, is this actually going to be a team that works in practice? One of which we are expecting to have a lot of fun with is Baba, which is Gatlu's team, of course. And Gatlu potentially could make history today here, Kello, becoming the first person to win both NA Double Trouble and EU Double Trouble in the same month. Would be really impressive.
That would be wild, but they are going to have some fierce competition because, as I said, I'm a little bit starstruck. We do have Star Strike, who does features Sixies. So I guess two previous team members going up against head-to-head. Maybe we might see it today. I don't know. But our first match for the day, we can see it down the bottom, Relic. Maybe you might need to help me out with this pronunciation.
Linares Deportivo.
Oh.
They're actually regulars with us over Open Series on EMEA. There's obviously, for those who are not aware of the region, Spanish region, and we do have a strong Spanish contingent today, so vamos indeed. We've also got Pikachu XP share. Sounds like a decent idea maybe sometimes if you're not doing competitive ranked. We'll certainly watch with interest to see if they pull one out. We saw a Tyranitar earlier with Open Series Latam, so quite frankly, this September, anything can happen.
Look, I am always in support of a support Pikachu. So hopefully this team does end up bringing it. Like, they have to, if that is in their title, they surely have to actually pick it up, right? Otherwise, they're just baiting us all.
It's all about the movement speed, baby. It's all about the movement speed, you know? And let's actually talk about the Pokemon while we're here, because we got four that are Shadow blanket banned for the entirety of the tournament. We got ourselves the two Mewtwo's, Chandelier and Cramorant. So of course the one noticeable absence from that list now of course is Blaziken, and this is it's going to be the debut for Blaziken in Double Trouble or indeed Copa Galactica, any of our paid tournaments. I really like the Fire Chicken, Kello. I really like it. I think that it's such a unique move set. The fact that it can flip between both a sort of fast, a surging strikes, a Shifu style almost, or a much more heavy hitting attack. And okay, that Unite move isn't going to be a game changer, but it does enable a player to, in these team fights and in these solo fights, to basically continually attack. So it's a real nasty threat if you catch it in a dark alley.
Yes, I wonder if we are going to end up seeing being picked up today. I hope we at least get to see it once. As you said, it has been released, so hopefully maybe one of these players from these teams have been practicing. But as we do head into this first band phase, they are hovering over. Look, I think there is a common meta that is here. Lapras definitely at the top of them. I'd say Umbreon and Inteleon for sure will also be picked up. Are there any other Pokemon you think we're going to see a lot of today?
Or rather, let's flip the question on its head. Is there any Pokemon which we won't see a lot of today? And I very much agree with you on those choices. They are the favorites. If you don't want to deal with the offensive threat, you get Inteleon out of joint, and Linares Deportivo immediately going for it. A very aggressive start to their draft. Sometimes we see Leafeon picked up in that first slot. The majority of teams, of course, do like to form the spine of their team, and we see that with Pikachu XP share. You got a Zacian immediately on the table, got a Blissey in pocket.
Yes, a very, very scary combination together. And you know what, of course, you got to have your experience share on your Blissey, just trying to share that amongst your lane member. But on the other side, we do have a Hooper and a Slowbro being picked up this time round. Really interested to see that Umbreon hasn't actually been selected just yet. So whether Pikachu experience share will end up going for that defender, or whether they'll pick something else up.
Yeah, it's got a wide and diverse move pool, but sometimes you want to have a master of something and not necessarily a jack of all trades. quite interesting indeed to see the Snorlax though preferred over Umbreon, and I think Linares Deportivo are going to very much take that opportunity and run straight through the door. It's going to be a double evolution to be locked in alongside the Leafeon. Then will be that Umbreon, of course. A9 picked up by No Way J, again one of many returning folks, and we're going to have 3 evolutions then in total for this matchup, with Glaceon rounding out Pikachu XP share. If I looked at this lineup and I said, okay, a year ago, how would I feel about it, Kello? I'd be delighted, especially given how very much overpowered Zacian was back then. But I really, really like that front line of Linares Deportivo. The Slowbro Umbreon should be a fantastic defense to shield away any sort of threats to the Inteleon. And with Hooper, you've got fantastic rotational options.
Yes, not only the rotational options, but also the ability to actually teleport your members back home, get full HP, and then return back into the fight there. But it's obviously going to be all down to that portal placement and the timing, whether they're going to be able to pull it off, considering, you know, you do have Leafeon and Inteleon there, who are quite squishier, so they are definitely going to have to protect those members.
Snorlax is the one that stands out for me. Obviously, it's a bit of a comfort pick for a lot of people. One of the oldest Pokemon in the game, part of the initial roster, don't you know? Power Nap, a really nice sort of control suppression tool, can eat a lot of damage being taken, especially in those big team fights. And more recently, we've been seeing, and to much my delight, a lot more of the Yawn build as opposed to the Shield build. But what would you be looking at running into this composition of Linares Deportivo?
I think it's just to prevent that dive of the Leafeon. If it does end up going for that Yawn build, if it can put that Leafeon to sleep and then allow, I guess, Zacian to just do its thing along with the Alolan Ninetales. But once again, yeah, it's the aiming of it, you're really going to have to try and master it there.
Well, we're into our first game of many today. Linares Deportivo over in the purple and Pikachu XP share over in the orange. A round of 16 match. We do have some round of 32 matches ongoing too. So be sure to sit yourselves down, buckle in, and I hope that you've got your water beside you to keep hydrated, since there's going to be certainly a lot of action on the way. Watch out for this Glaceon, by the way, immediately entering the top path against this Umbreon that is yet to evolve. Lovely use of the trick here from the Hooper to not just take the Citrus Berry away from the opponents, but giving that Eevee another chance to heal up. And I mean, still on the Eevee for the moment, but they've now got some support from that central area player.
I guess that's the benefit of the evolutions going into that central area. You only need your level 4 and you have already evolved, so able to just apply that pressure earlier on. But we do have both of those central leaders going up into the top lane. Unfortunately, the Solar Blade wasn't enough, and the Leafeon ended up getting taken down along with the Umbreon. This Zacian early game is such a menace, and you can see Hooper unable to do anything against these 3 members. Is just, you know, twiddling their thumbs, waiting for them to just do their thing.
So nasty. It has been nerfed into oblivion since its debut, Zacian, but it still remains as one of the Pokemon with the highest base stats in the game. And so although the scaling is less severe than it used to be, it's so pivotal to a lot of this early success. But now that Umbreon's online, has a lot more health to try and chunk your way through. Fairy Master joining Lee Sin here in the center as we await the first set of birds. Or his Glaceon and Snorlax on the scene. The Leaf Blade, though, going to take away a lot of those Swablu. Zacian ultimately taking down, Leafeon taking down the Blissey. Leafeon taking down the Snorlax too. And Linares Deportivo running riot in the central area.
Oh, this is a really interesting play here from Linares, just pressuring this central area, making them, you know, retreat on back. They are playing quite aggressively. They do end up getting caught out in that blizzard, in that Elbush there. Zacian ends up getting mean-looked by the Umbreon in a little bit of a pickle here. Are they going to be able to make it out? Agility is able to save them and get some HP for them before going back in.
Real save the president moment, and that really is also another sort of downside to that Zacian pick is, okay, it's very powerful, but there are a lot of tools now to be able to defuse that threat before it really starts to enact a greater presence through the Sacred Sword. We're already at the 3-minute mark. That means that we're going to be seeing our first set of Reggies, and then Zacian's going to be going to town on the Regieleki, completely all on their lonesome up on top path. Meanwhile, on bottom path, we are right to focus on it because Linares Deportivo is going all in.
Oh, they went all in. They were able to get 2 KOs. Leafeon does end up going down, but it doesn't look like they're going to let up yet. They're just trying to, announce their presence here. They want to get this Reg Ice for themselves.
Regieleki is gone. It's on its way. It's a pretty short journey to the tier 1 zone that it's not going to crack. But look at Zacian going into the central area immediately, meeting the Leafeon. All the while, of course, this battle's still ongoing on the bottom path. No KOs to be picked up after that first engagement. Glacial Sage goes down from Itachi. That's going to be the shield going up from the Snorlax. Sacred Sword in the back line. They went all through the enemy central area, and they have most certainly made an impact around the other side. Reg Ice in the pockets of Pikachu XP Share.
Even with the aggression that Linares were showing, Pikachu Experience Share, they were able to come back, take the objective for themselves, and it looks like they're looking to take this tier 1 goal as well. Glaceon is scoring in the back line with a 32 dunk. They have quite the lead at 152 to 6 points right now.
Most certainly, and the level advantage is looking pretty handy as well. Glaceon and Zacian both on level 10. The highest we could say of for Linares Deportivo is that level 9 Leafeon, and aside from a couple of moments here and there, that first set of birds in the central area, of course, there's not been much more to say of Leafeon. Been really focusing on hoovering up as much XP as possible to stay on top of things, but it's the rest of the team I'm looking to. We saw that Umbreon a little bit delayed, and how about this for an invasion? That Leafeon completely and utterly isolated against 3, and what a great team call here. All 5 on the top path. Linares Deportivo can't handle it.
They can't handle it. Can we just say what a great engage this Snorlax is bringing? Being able to just pop those heavy slams, get those stuns so the rest of the team can just get these KOs. Now we do have some space open as that tier 1 pad has been broken. Another Regieleki is about to spawn in 10 seconds as well.
And let's give some shout out to Fairy Master doing a fantastic job of just sitting on that Lee Sin's Zacian and making sure that they can remain in the fight as long as possible. Linares Deportivo, they know where they're sitting at this moment in time. They need XP into the pool, and they need it fast. They give up the Regieleki, knowing full well that they'll be able to put on a full defensive show in front of their own tier 2 zone. But this is so well timed for Pikachu XP Share, Kello. That bottom Reggie might be theirs too.
Yeah, 2 objectives go to them possibly, but we do have Linares Deportivo that do have that Hooper Unite. So whether they're going to be able to pop it in time, but look at this. This Reg Ice is just getting shredded up by this Sacred Sword.
I think the Hooper Unite's getting saved for the one-time use at Rayquaza because it's not looking good, certainly. And look at Dunker. Oh, you know what? Shut up, Mr. Commentator. The Hooper is unleashed, is unbound. But was it a little bit too soon? Because that Blissey and Snorlax, upon seeing it, did a 180, ran the other way, and that Hooper has run out of its unbound form right when they get in front of goal. Just seemed like a real nasty misuse.
I guess it was more just of a warding threat there. Do not come any closer to us. I am too big to deal with. But you know what? Now that it's back in its normal form, we do have Pikachu XP Share pushing on forward. It looks like they are going to retreat. Don't want to risk going too close to that tier 2 pad. Get that healing. But look at this. Another isolation coming out. Able to eject on out and save themselves. Leafeon does end up using their Unite move. And we do have 2 KOs on the side of Pikachu Experience Share.
Silex starting to pop off, but that's a lovely warding Glacial Stage from Itachi. Losing a lot of health from the liquidation, but again, look at the amount of health recovered via the Blissey, doing a fantastic job at supporting now not just the Zacian, but by spreading the love. We got 40 seconds until Rayquaza, but we will have one more Regieleki before then. And for Linares Deportivo, a difficult decision ahead, Kello. Do they go for it? Do they try and put pressure on that top path tier 1 zone, or do they just leave it and focus fully and frontally on that Rayquaza fight?
I guess we'll have to see here as 3 members are around the top bit. We have that Inteleon and Slowbro just hanging about in that bottom path there. But Regieleki, you know what? Linares, they're not even going to bother. They're just going to leave it. Let Pikachu take it. And with that tier 2 buffer, it isn't going to be too much of a threat. You know, there might be a potential back cap. So we'll just have to wait and see, because it looks like they are going to go and handle it instead of getting positioning here.
Yeah, they need vision, but Vision's the last thing that Pikachu XP Share have on their mind. They are all out destruction, and they force the Hooper into that Unite move way early. Lovely Solar Blade. However, perhaps a little bit preemptive as everybody moves back and goes through the Hooper portal. They're going for a hundo burger here, Silex. They're not going to get it. The heavy slam denies. Really up front here is Silex with that A9. Great freezing ability. Not said too much about No AJ, sorry, but actually doing a really good job of being that support attacker that we know A9 can be. It's another attempted 100 from the Leafeon. They're going to dunk it, but it don't matter when the enemy team's full of buffs.
Yes, the enemy team was able to shred down that Rayquaza, knowing that we had Lunara zoomed on out, not even able to enter the pit. Some shields have been broken though. Snorlax does go out. Same with Zacian there, but look at this in the bottom pad. We do have some dunks going in. It is now 119 to 422. 55 seconds left on the clock. Are Lunara's Deportivo able to make a last minute push here?
The problem is that they've lost their Inteleon, they've lost their Leafeon, and they've lost their Umbreon too. I would have been a little more invested in this plan had one of those offensive threats been able to stay in the fight, but they didn't. And with just over 300 points of clearance left, you'd have to say that Pikachu XP Share should have the job done.
Yeah, look at this. We have a Slowbro thinking they might be able to get that 50, that glimmer of hope, but no, that Snorlax, it was hiding in the bush, ready to just heavy slam it and deny it. And you know what, with 50 points, it takes a while to dunk that in.
Yeah, too long. Goes to sleep, Snorlax. I wouldn't say it was a dozy game necessarily from either side. I just think it was really well controlled from Pikachu XP Share. Disappointing us initially, of course, without actually running the Pikachu with XP Share. What are you doing? But doing the right things at the right times, and ultimately it often comes down to that Ray Pit. And Linara's Deportivo, for me, Kello, falling afoul of one of the basic faux pas that you'll see out there on the ranked ladder, and bless you all for those who dare tread it. Going for a back cap when your team is noticeably behind in levels, never ends well.
No, it doesn't. It ends up being a 4v5, but even then, you can just see Pikachu XP Share soaking up all of the objectives on the map. The two Regielekis, along with the two Regice, and then finally the Rayquaza. They just had the experience lead, the point lead throughout the whole game.
And it does offer at least Linara's Deportivo a lot of options to ban away, a rarity really that we have the same Pokemon ban nowadays, since a lot of teams do tend to think almost like, oh, well, they're surely going to ban this, so maybe we should ban another Pokemon. And you look at, for me at least, Fairy Master only putting up 58k of recovery, which surprises me somewhat, but I think those numbers are somewhat skewed by the lack of damage that Linara's Deportivo were able to put down. I was really impressed with their support play.
Yeah, very, very impressed by their support play indeed. They were just able to stick by their attackers there. But even then, can you just see this Glaceon putting on a show at 91k damage? You know, they were able to lay out their glacial stage perfectly as well, able to dish out that damage. So it'll just depend on going into this next match. They do switch sides, whether there's going to end up being a double Lapras ban, or they might end up, I guess, looking at banning something else. But let's go have a look at some highlights here.
Yeah, so this is really where I'm looking at Linara's Deportivo, and this was their best part of the match. They hoovered up a lot of XP, good engagements, double KO streak for the Leafeon, not able to quite grab the Glaceon either. But things start to fall apart here on that bottom path. The Regieleki's already been taken, of course, by this point by Lucine, and they move really smartly through the enemy central area to flank successfully. Blissey ultimately gets the Regice, and it's a tier 1 zone crack before you know it. Really great work, in particular from Damco here. Super impressed with their general shield play and with their Snorlax. They are knowledgeable of what their limitations are, because the last thing that you want is a Snorlax that sells themselves short and is a little bit left wanting on the front line. You're not dealing a bunch of damage, Kello, but you can take a number of hits to an extent.
I mean, I guess that's the job of the defender, right? To take those hits, be that front line, but also get these stuns with the blocks, being able to just isolate members. I know they obviously just isolated that Umbreon, but I feel like they ended up getting a few isolations on that Leafeon as it ended up diving on in with their Unite move.
I think Silex had a good game all round, actually. I just get the impression that as soon as it was clear that they were an issue, Pikachu XP share did incredibly well to focus on that issue and nullify it as best they could. And there was certainly a desperation from Silex near the end. I don't know whether it was a team call or a Silex call, but again, to go for that Hundo Burger on the top path when it's evident already by that stage that the rest of your team isn't going to fare well in a 4v5, it's just the wrong call at the wrong time. I appreciate the boldness, but it's time to go back to the drawing board and maybe look to a different sort of plan. Because again, I think the composition, Kello, was great. Umbreon, Slowbro front line, you got the Hooper in there as well, but both times that Hooper Unite move was utilized, they were the wrong times for me. Warding, you mentioned the first time around, being forced into it the second time around in that Ray Pit. Bit more composure under pressure would do them well.
Yeah, I guess it all does come down to that timing because it is such an effective Unite move. The ability to just drag your whole team to that point wherever you do Unite, but I guess it just didn't have the same impact that it should have had. When you're in that Unbound form, able to get the stuns on the opposition, but you know what? Even when you're in that Unbound form, you can actually deal a fair bit of damage as well.
Yeah, 100%. So good news for them is they do have a second game to try and recover it. Even better news for them is should they lose this next game, they at least have the lower bracket to fall down into. Not that they would want that, of course. Where do they make the changes, Keller? Let's say that the bans come through, they can't control one of them, they can control the other. Let's analyze what the weakest part of that roster is. What do you think would be a positive change? For me, for example, I'm looking at that Inteleon didn't really have too much influence.
I think that's the thing, though. Inteleon is up there. It's up there in terms of meta. Even then, just having the liquidation as the sure hit move. Even the crit damage that it can get out. I guess it just all depends on that front line and the positioning and whether it's able to actually access it. But because you did have that Snorlax and the Blissey in the front line, it was so hard to break through and get through that Ninetales in the back line who was providing the stuns from the Blizzard and everything. It just, I guess, using their Fell Stinger maybe to position themselves a bit better to target the back line. But, that's always such a hard ask. We have the easy job. We don't actually need to do that. We just watch. So I still think the Inteleon is still a really, really strong pick. It's just being able to utilize it a little bit better.
It is a very, very strong pick. Linares Deportivo know that, so they're going to ban it away. Pikachu XP share, honestly, really smart from both teams. They've realized that they're kind of getting in each other's heads and that Linares Deportivo could steal away the Zacian. I imagine Pikachu XP share were looking to take that Inteleon instead. They're going to have to settle for the Lapras. A fascinating couple of bans. All defenders available on the table. A rarity here at Unite Battle Hub. Linares Deportivo, oh man, if they had run the Pikachu with XP share, what a troll move that would be. But no, instead they're going to stick with the double defender combo of Slowbro and Umbreon.
You know what? All three defenders being picked up first picks there. You can definitely tell it is a defender's meta. But you know what? To counter that, we do have a Blissey and a Leafeon being picked up. So it does look like Pikachu experience share. They're yoinking that away from Silex this time.
Yeah, and that's Linares' most powerful threat immediately taken off what I can only presume is their comfort pick. Helios here, I'm wondering whether there's been a slight bug. No, and actually they're going with something that I was going to suggest. They needed some healing desperately to match up to that Blissey. They're going to get it with Clefable matched up with an Shifu as well, making its first appearance tonight.
I guess that's the thing. Having a Clefable by your side instead of the Hooper, it's able to provide that constant healing as long as it's by your side. The thing is with the Hooper, the Heavy Slam was able to disrupt that. Either use the block to push him off or even the Heavy Slam. But look at this. Hello, Pikachu Experience Share living up to their name here. They do have a Pikachu, but they don't have the Experience Share just yet.
I'm judging you, dumb. Oh, they do! Yes! I love. We ask. No, you're not allowed to tease us like this. Pikachu XP Share, please. But while they're sorting out whether they actually want to live up to their name or not, let's actually focus in more on this Lunaris side, because they very much taken away their burst potential. Inteleon banned, Leafeon stolen away. So the majority of these damage points are going to come through Silex once again, this time on the Shifu. Will be interesting to see which style they end up going with. But now they've got the Swiss Army knife that is Mew, of course. They're running that cursed incense as well, which I think is such a smart move to counter that Blissey, of course, which was such a nuisance across every team fight they entered.
No, Blissey is always a nuisance in any match. Definitely one of the top supporters there. But one thing, Relic, I did actually see No Way J Balvin actually switch out that energy amp for the Experience Share.
Excellent.
So it does look like that's, the Blissey and the Pikachu are going to be the supporters of that game. Lapras ended up switching it out. So I reckon they might be looking to bring some damage to the table. And I know it's a defender, but honestly, it is such a strong Pokemon right now.
No Way Jay. Got to win the match now. You've committed. You committed to the name. You've committed to the meme. Let's see whether they can commit to the 2-0 sweep. Of course, they've switched sides. So if you've been with us since the beginning, Lunara is now over in the orange, and of course, vice versa. And the Pikachu heading down onto the bottom path. And actually, running with the Lapras is nasty. Lapras can have a really suspiciously good damage output, especially if they're running something along the lines of Perish Song, which leads into those instant KOs at a certain boundary. And hey, Pikachu is a support attacker. It's not there for the KOs necessarily, Kello.
I think just earlier on, Pikachu with that Electro Web, and then you pair it up with the Whirlpool as well. It can be such a mighty duo earlier on, but it does look like they end up playing a little bit more passively. Both of the central laners look to be taking to the top path. Once again, a Leafeon waiting here for the birds to spawn. We see it come through on the mini-map, hasn't yet evolved, waiting to see which one it is going to select, and it ends up being a Water Bear. They're diving on through with their kicks, not able to get any KO. And can we just say, that Icy Spear was able to chunk out a fair bit of damage.
Big yucky from me, and no Clefable online either to save the blushes. It's certainly looking pretty good early on for Pikachu XP Share, and if they take control of this early game, which they didn't quite do last time around, even more eyes on Lunara's Deportivo as they're backed up against the wall.
Yeah, well, for now, looking to get some experience, hopefully get that evolution, but no! We have Leafeon with a Solar Blade denying that Clefable from evolving.
It's so nasty. It's such a great objective secure. It's kind of taken that role away from its fellow evolution in Espeon as our first team fight truly evolves in front of our very eyes. A really nice formation here from Lunara's Deportivo, looking to solo away the Lapras, but here's No Way J on hand to help out. The Umbreon caught out on the top side of this central area, however, and that's a free scoring path now that Pikachu XP Share are going to traverse.
That little baby Clefable just following mum and dad down to the bottom path there has finally evolved. But look at this, an early break on the side of Pikachu Experience Share. They now have the space for this top path. Whether they're going to end up opting to be Regieleki's gamers this time or whether they're going to rotate down, we'll have to wait and see. But you can see Pikachu has gone for that Thunderbolt moveset there, looking to get that stuns. But if they can do that alongside with this Lapras, they can be such an effective duo.
For me, Kello, they need to go all in. Umbreon is still in the next block. Shifu has been closely monitored by Luisin on that Leafeon. All 5 for Pikachu XP share in position. Umbreon joins the fray. Solar Beam straight through the middle. Here's that Slowbro Surf into the Slow Beam. Uses the full heal, the Lapras, to get away really nice. And here's the Icy Wind taking down that Umbreon. The front line's been broken. Pikachu XP share running in through the front door. The Perish Song heading down to the Registeel. Dangerous risk-taking from Pikachu XP share. That could be stolen away at any moment. Will it? No, because the Solar Blade's simply too strong.
Yeah, that Solar Blade smackdown is so hard to try and out-secure it. The amount of burst damage that comes out for it, but even just the timing to get that charge. Does look like Lapras is making an attempt to dunk 29. They were successful at it, and Clefable is needing to back away, trying to get their Moonlight to heal them up, waiting for that cooldown. But you know what? They were able to break that bottom tier 1 pad, and now they're going to head away all the way to the top path to get that Regieleki.
Conclusive game plan from Pikachu XP share. Some more dunks going down for Linares Deportivo. And Fairy Master's back on hand. Here's the Lapras Express choo-choo. Razor Blades. Okay, sure, Shifu's gone out, but Umbreon's forced into the Moonlight Prance to enact their escape plan. Lovely escape button from No Way J, throwing down some more Thunderbolts and Thundercats. Oh, caught out, I should say, by the Solar Beam, but the Mew quickly pays for it from the Lapras. Here's the Glacial Stage going down once again, just snuffing this entrance into the battlefield for Linares Deportivo, forced all the way back to the tier 2 zone. There's 4 on that top path. The Pikachu's backing down to get a little bit more XP. So impressed with their mastery of Thea Sky Ruins Pikachu XP share. The rotations, Kello. Mwah!
The rotations, but it's also just the burst damage that these double evolutions are bringing to the table. You have that Solar Blade just whipping on down, but also these Icy Shards as well, being able to keep their stacks up, to keep those Icy Spears up, you know, try to get that maximum damage, but we do have a little bit of an invade here. Leafeon is in a really risky position here, trying to Razor Leaf themselves out, and they were able to make it over the wall and back to safety. All the meantime, we did have Slowbro going down to that Regieleki. Mew is the only one that has to try and defend. 4 members of Pikachu Experience Share are here to take down that Urshifu, and now they are pushing on forward, trying to see if they can take down the Clefable, and they do as well.
Lee Sin entered the coffee shop, looked the server straight in the eye, said, "I want a Frappuccino, please." They take the Frappuccino from their hands, they don't pay, they run out the shop, and then they bring back their friends to mug the rest of the store. Horrible, nasty, bully behavior, but you kind of love to see it from Pikachu XP share. They are brimming with confidence, and it shows. Why shouldn't they? Every single one of their team at level 10 or above, and Linares Deportivo, that front line, looking at the Clefable, looking at the Slowbro, it's not had anywhere near as much effect as they would have liked. The healing negligent in the face of such outrageous burst damage from Silex, sorry, not from Silex, sorry, from Lee Sin on that Leafeon, who truly is running the show.
Oh, they really are running a show, and look at this. They are going in for a sneaky back cap here, trying to get this 40, but the Clefable slap was able to stop them from getting 80 points into that tier 2 base.
It's not all over for Linares Deportivo. 100 points and change behind. 3 minutes left to go. And they don't care about that Regieleki. They're more interested about what Pikachu XP share have up their sleeves, and that's what they have up their sleeves. The Solar Beam can't protect the Urshifu, which is annihilated. Breaking out the Shedinja Doll, breaking out the Mystical Mirage. The Mew barely keeping afloat in an ocean, a tirade of damage, of attacks. The Mew at least takes out the Glaceon, so some of that threat is nullified, but the Lapras breaks through the Slowbro, and this is just all eating up time. That Regieleki, which could have been a potential objective game changer for Linares Deportivo, it slips away.
Yeah, a very interesting play there from Pikachu Pikachu XP share to go and attempt that tier 2 pad push. You know, Linares Deportivo, they did end up getting baited out of that Slowbro Unite, so they're not going to have it on hand as soon as Rayquaza does spawn along with this Mew. So they do have to go and farm up whatever wild Pokemon is left on their side. There isn't very much though, so whether they'll end up getting it in time, we still have Pikachu and Leafeon along with Lapras still missing their Unite moves. Pikachu has just ticked on over, so that is going to come in very handy if they're able to get those stuns.
So the 2-minute timer has arrived. Shifu looking for a back cap, an over dunk, a shrubbery sneak, whatever it might be. They got to do it fast because that Leafeon's been found actually. Great use of the solar beam from Ampy. No, it's not going to be a 54 score in the end for Shifu, which would have broken the zone, would have given them a little bit more leeway on that top path. But now everyone has been found out. The Leafeon's been caught out. The Moonlight's going to at least retrieve some of that XP, but watch out for Lee Sin. Watch out for the Shifu, who finds No Way J in a bit of no man's land. They've unleashed their Unite move, but they've got to get out of dodge. Moonlight Prance eats up a number of those shields. It's a fly for Clefable, not even able to get any damage out of it. Solar Beam fires into the crowd. No KO's found.
No KO is found, but we have exhausted some Unite moves. You have Lapras here using the Lapras Express to get in with the flank. The Shedinja was able to save that Mew. Also popping that Mystical Mirage as well, trying to get those hits with those Electro Balls. But look at this, we have a KO. Umbreon is down. That is their front line, their tank. They still have that Slowbro up, but we do have a Shifu trying to kick and punch with all of their might, trying to find some breathing room.
With more time elapsed, though, comes less chance to get the Rayquaza. Linares have got to rip, and they got to do it now with 2 players down. It's 4v3. Not good odds. Certainly not good odds when you're down to just the 1. It's Shifu first versus the world, and the world has won.
The world is won. They have collapsed. 10 seconds left on the clock. That was going to be their only chance. But you know what? With most of their members down, I feel like with a Rayquaza shield in hand, if Shifu was able to take it, there just wouldn't have been enough time to go and dunk. So you know what? It was a valiant effort from that Shifu. But unfortunately, that is going to be game 186-71.
Less score. Same story. Linares Deportivo barely had a say in this story, or sorry, in this narrative, I should say. Pikachu XP share, actually, I would argue, had a better game all round. It might not have been as good a scoreline, but straight from the first minute, they were on it, they were scoring, they were finding their flanks successfully too. Once again, picking up every Reggie available with the sole exception of that second Regieleki, of which neither side got it, which is never a bad thing if you're the leading team. Thoroughly impressed. And with 3 players picking up 70k damage or more, including that Pikachu with EXP share, Kello, you got to say that's a pretty decent day at the office.
Oh, decent day indeed. I mean, it just goes to show Pikachu XP share is actually working out for them. So whether we'll end up seeing it further on down the track, maybe they have named their team after No Way J here because they are such a superstar. But you know what? We have to say Linares, they did try to put up quite a fight. Unfortunately, I just don't think the Urshifu was able to break through that front line, especially the healing from that Blissey. But let's go have a look at some highlights.
Yeah, I think the Mew as well really struggled to do as much damage as it really needed to. One of the most surprising stats for me there was Hectorus, 95k healing. So the healing was there, it just still wasn't enough. Or perhaps let's turn it on its head. At a time where KOs were sought out, were needed to win team fights, to win those 1v1s, Linares Deportivo did not have the tools to make that a reality. And here we see Pikachu XP share starting to show a lot of confidence, so confident that they go onto the Reggie Steel, they start to break down the health bar, even knowing that Linares Deportivo players are still there and present. But minor mistakes like this, the auto attack, for example, missing that Lapras, 329, line. Hectorus soloed out, great communication from Pikachu XP Share. And that really is something that other teams around them now are going to have to watch out for. This team across both games has demonstrated a marvelous ability to remain on the same page if we continue on with those book puns, to all go all in on one tier, to go all in on a central area push. Okay, it leaves their flanks open, but it really forces their opponents to think, are we going to risk a split push? Linares Deportivo certainly didn't bite.
That's the thing. You cannot read a book by its cover. Pikachu XP share, is sometimes questionable. Some people, they really fight for it. Some others are like, no, don't run that. But you know what? As I said, it has really worked out for them alongside this team composition. Just having that Leafeon in the back line with those solar blades hammering on down. Did you just see the chunk damage on that Slowbro there? And that is supposed to be a really tanky tank, but couldn't take the hits.
It's such smart play, though. A good Pikachu makes a big difference. And it's something like this where they unleash the Thunderstorm. And because they have that jump, they actually jump straight into the Speed Berry, which gives them that escape from the Shifu. It's smart. That's the best way I can describe Pikachu XP Share. Smart team. And as I say, in and amongst a field of teams which haven't played together a lot, a lot of pickup rosters wherever you look, that's going to bode pretty well for them. You can tell that these folks have practiced, and a 2-0 sweep, I think, is just reward for the effort and for the style that they showed here in our first series of the day. But that's just it, Callow. It is our first series of the day. A long journey ahead of us as we try to seek out who's going to become the next champion of EMEA Double Trouble. We started at the round of 16. We're going to be moving into the quarterfinals next. No ideas yet as to who we're going to be checking out immediately, but what I can tell you is that if this is the first series, then I'm very excited to see the quality of gameplay on show for everything that's upcoming.
I'm really excited as well. These teams, they're only just warming up. We're only just warming up as well. So we'll have to wait and see where Pikachu Experience Share, whether they're going to make it on through with that 2-0 streak, or whether they'll end up meeting their match and getting taken down into that lower bracket.
I was going to say, after hyping them up so much, it would very much be the caster curse to see them drop immediately into the low bracket. We hope not for their sakes, but to find out the answer to that and many more questions abound, be sure to remain here at Unite Battle Hub. Follow if you haven't already, and we'll see you after this short break. Welcome back, friends, to the Unite Battle Hub Double Trouble for EMEA. September, Relic and Kello on the mic, and we're going to be diving into the quarterfinals with Starstrike and TEP's Abusers. We promise it's just a joke. TEP's fine. He's having a great time. He's made it to this stage of the competition, but Kello, Starstrike, has some star-studded talent amongst them.
Yes, this is definitely one of the teams I did have my eye on when I was looking at that bracket. Did mention it was Sixes from Nouns that is on that roster. So we'll have to see how they go, I guess, with this team, these players and everything like that. But I think they have quite the lineup here.
They really do. Sixes is a really interesting case study, isn't he? Because at the start of the year of Unite Season 2, of course, the Championship Series, part of Woof Woof. And I remember casting that February finals and thinking, gosh, Woof Woof are kind of, they're good. I'm glad that they made it to this stage, but are they really top 4? And then they were. And again, so impressive were they that when Redmore decides to leave Nouns Esports, it's Sixes, the captain of Woof Woof, who's picked up and brought on board. Now, obviously, we know how that story ended, sadly in tears for everybody. What?
I have to stop you there. What? They have had a roster change from when they signed up earlier on. Looks like they've made a bit of a switch around here. He's not on there anymore. You've just bamboozled me.
What? Where was Sixes?
I even wrote it down in my notebook and everything.
Where's Sixes?
No, he's not on there anymore. So maybe it looks like they have made a switcheroo here. But on the side of Starstrike, we do have Zazuro, we have Nachos, Denarocky, Black Roach, and Zante. So yeah.
Are we getting mixed up between, like, what did you think I was talking about Sixes history? I was talking about Sixes personal history.
Yeah, but they're not there. So they were on that team. I wrote it down in my notes.
Yes.
Something like that. I mean, they're actually not on there anymore when I've looked at their profile. So.
Oh, you know what? So they must have had a sub step in. That's unfortunate. That is unfortunate because I was really looking forward to Sixes. I see what you mean now. Hey, so Starstrike, no star-studded. No, I'm kidding. Of course, they're also very talented players, of course. And maybe the spirit of Sixes will be helping them on. But actually, to be fair, we can look at that from a TEP's Abuser side of things and say, well, we no longer have to worry about Sixes anymore. That's sometimes the sort of placebo effect that can give the team a lift to go on to greater things like, oh, wait, we do really have a good chance of winning this now.
Well, I don't know. As I said, it still looks like quite a strong team, but TEP's Abusers, you do have TEP's on there, of course. So that's the thing. Even though they're on their team, I don't know. I feel like they're going to be probably more protecting than abusing them. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see whether they're going to be used for bait or something along the lines. But we do have Charlie King, Quagoni, NB James, and Winter Unite on that team.
Yeah, so NB James, certainly the one that I've had the most time commentating. Great British player. Part of, speaking of UEC a year ago now, which is roughly when we got our affiliate, which is incredible to think that it was that long ago. Emmy James was a part of that roster. Now, unfortunately, the United Kingdom did not do so well in Unite European Cup 2022, but it doesn't stop the fact that he's a really smart, strong player, generally going towards defenders, supporters, maybe dipping into the all-rounders if they so fancy. I'm not sure how his synergy with this squad works out. If he's got the most experience, they might want to feel, hey, let's put him onto the attacker, safe pair of hands. But actually, let's talk about bans and the general meta, since we saw something quite interesting last series where Inteleon and Zacian were taken off the board. Prior to this point, it's been mostly defenders and supporters that get those bans, but are we starting to see a shift in mentalities? There are a lot more to think about on the ban side of things.
I guess it depends on who's on the team and who they think would be the bigger threat. It depends on whether these players have experience matching into each other, whether on the ranked board, but even whether they've scrimmed against each other. It's just knowing about the history. But if they're going in blind, I think going with those blanket bans, Lapras, we know, is super duper strong. Inteleon, can be quite that threat. Zacian, I think that's the thing. I don't know whether it really warrants a ban as much. It can be handled a lot easier than it used to be. But I think it really depends on who's actually playing it.
The Relic of 6 months ago would have been like, excuse me, Kello, what are you? Zacian? You don't have to worry about banning it. Excuse me? Heresy.
I mean, yes and no. I don't know. I feel like, as I said, it's a lot easier to handle now. It's still really, really strong though, because TF's abusers, they think it's really strong. They're going to go and ban it anyway. So maybe I'm wrong. You know what? Maybe I'm delirious here.
You and me both. You and me both. Well, there's certainly nothing delirious about the Lapras ban. That much is for certain. One of the strongest defenders in the game. You'll have your arguments whether it's that or Umbreon or Slowbro, but either way, it does mean that it's another aggressive start to this draft from TF's abusers, who are going to lock down that Inteleon with the Slick Spoon, Wise, and Spec glasses in tow. Seemingly, Slowbro is going to be favored for Star Strike. Oh, yeah, Machamp would have been a bit of a wild card. They decided to stick safe with the Urshifu. Still a favorite amongst all-rounder mains.
It makes sense. I think the ability to pick up the 2 different movesets, either going for that Dark Bear moveset or the Water Bear, whether they are going to go, they do have Strike in their name. Maybe they're looking for some rapid strikes, eh?
Hey.
Sorry.
I will always appreciate a bit of punditry. Hey, look, I was right. NB James is going to go for a support. It's Blissey backing up the Umbreon. Could they go for a Wish Umbreon? That would be so disgusting to have to deal with that. But Star Strike got a bit of consistency with their Venusaur. Might look towards the Petal Dance. You got Sazero on that Eldegoss as well, providing some much needed shielding. And TF's abusers, we actually had TF stepping into chat. They don't want to be on stream. Well, sorry, you are. We're excited to see you, and we're excited to see how this team is ultimately rounded off with. It's going to be a Buzzwole locked in by Winter, Quagoni, Snorlax. Now, that was a blank slate before they locked it in. I'm just hoping that that's not a glitch. We saw Snorlax with success earlier, though, Kello, so maybe it's all part of the master plan.
Could be all part of the master plan. It's still quite a strong defender. They have that front line there. Blissey, Umbreon, Snorlax. But even having that Buzzwole in the front line to get those stuns, this will work out really well with the Inteleon as long as it is well protected. But depending on what this Urshifu does go, whether it's able to get in the back line through that wall and take down the Inteleon, that is definitely going to have to be the task at hand for them.
Buzzwole is underrated still. Such a great counter to Urshifu. Urshifu, if left to its own devices, without stuns, without knockups, can run riot. As I say, it's one of the most popular all-rounders for a good reason, but when you get that Buzzwole with a grip on something, whether it's through Leech Life, whether it's through Superpower, the amount of damage output just from that initial slam down, or the amount of health recovery that you can achieve through Leech Life, it's way, way better than people give it credit for. That said, you're absolutely spot on. It requires that close quarters nuance to be able to achieve the best results, and that comes down to its team around it ensuring that it's enabled effectively. Otherwise, it can get very isolated very quickly, and any sort of range threat, like maybe a Venusaur with Solar Beam, that provides a nice opportunity to get a free KO sometimes.
I think it's just the ability for this team to stick together and be that wrecking ball. But here we go. Game 1 of TF's abusers, who are on the purple side, Star Strike on the orange side. It does look like we are going to have Gossifleur go and take that red buff earlier on to provide those additional slows.
Lovely to see Zante choosing the correct Venusaur Holoware, that beautiful Sunshine Holoware that remains one of my personal favorites in the game. Early evolution, that's going to be a favorite of Blackroach. Lovely use of the eject button to avoid the solar beam, but NB James is being slowed by Sazuro's passive on the Gossifleur, gets back in time. Blissey eats a chunk of that Solar Blade, but the tier 1 shielding for the moment, Kello, is enough to defer it.
Enough to defer it, but you know what, they are having to give up some experience points here as that Solar Blade from the Leafeon is just getting those last hits. We still have that Chansey that needs to find that level 4 in order to be more effective for this Buzzwole.
Where's the dip? Because they got Nacho's Star Strike, and they got a solo striker, Shifu, too. That's going to be a third evolution on this top path with the Elder Gods, a quick 180, and it's not looking good for them. On bottom path, TF's Abusers getting a little bit more joy, but that's mostly because their central area player has joined them there. A rotation down for Star Strike. They've decided that tier 1, it's not really worth it, but that Leafeon's going to get caught out pretty quick, surrounded in its entirety by the Buzzwole and by the Drizzile. They managed to escape just about, but they've had to go the long way around here. A nice invasion attempt, Kello, but ultimately unsuccessful.
At least they weren't able to give up that KO. You don't want to give up that experience that a level 6 Leafeon earlier on in this game gives. So able to make a quick dash away. We do have the birds about to spawn here. Some members are circling around. Umbreon diving on D, getting chipped away here and just taking these hits. But you know what? With 4 members there, there's not much that an Umbreon can do. Half HP that Buzzwole was reduced to from that Soul Blade. Once again, just the burst damage this Pokemon can bring.
NB James, I mistakenly said they were going on to the Blissey. It was a quick change to the Buzzwole, but no change is going to stop Star Strike from earning the first zone of this series. 86-10, the early scores on the doors, and NB James, along with Winter, being pushed back completely. Star Strike wanting more. They get a 3 from the Leafeon, looking to stack. Shifu gets out of there. Eldegoss helps out too. That EXP share doing a lot of heavy lifting in the level up department. Meanwhile, on bottom path, Kelly, TF's Abusers, they've got a couple of scores here and there, 14 in total. Lovely snipe shot from TF's. You didn't want us to see you? I'm delighted we saw that. Brilliant work.
Yes, that was brilliant, but whether they're going to be able to keep it up as 3 members of Star Strike are marching on forward. We do have a basement Reggie that has spawned. It is a Reg Ice this time around.
And they're going for the split push. Leafeon, much like the Zacian that we saw previously between Linares and Pikachu XP share, they're going to get the Regieleki. They're going to get the Reg Ice. Star Strike go from strength to strength, and they've got to decide what they want to do now. That Umbreon has gone back to base. They're going to be the sole defender of that Regieleki on the tier 2 zone. Meanwhile, Star Strike's Leafeon, we're going to come all the way around to the bottom path. No, they're actually going to focus in on that Umbreon. Really smart play. Emerald 2-step as we check out the picture-in-picture as the ASV pops off on bottom path. Ultimately, Leafeon's got to disengage, go back in. Shifu gets a KO on the Inteleon. Solar Beam through the Buzzwole. Brilliant work here from Star Strike. Will they get the 40? No, heavy slam from Quagoni and the Yawn on both that and the Eldegoss. Really strong defensive plays here from the team in purple.
Yeah, able to just deny those dunks from going on in. They did have a little too much there. Umbreon is still trying to tackle down that Regieleki. But you know what? We do have a Venusaur and an Urshifu at a hefty level 10 along with this Leafeon. And look at this Regieleki. Still not taken down. Umbreon's hard work has come to an end as it ended up getting finally wiped out by that Leafeon.
Big shout out, of course, to our wonderful production team here today. We got ourselves Pythian on the Observer, bringing you all the pretty pictures. We've got Jara of Jam and HC Pijin Vinny bringing you all of the production, bringing you the stream in its entirety. But that is a defense destroyed in its entirety. Fantastic call from Star Strike to bring reinforcements up to Leafeon. That was a kick in the armor as Nachos almost pays for it with a snipe shot from the Inteleon. TF's Abusers, though, a little too late to react, Kello. They were always, it was almost like a drip in of reinforcements. They weren't there like Star Strike were, with 5 players on hand, dealing loads of damage. That top path obliterated before the halfway mark.
Yeah, this is going to leave TF's abusers in a really dangerous position earlier on, especially with another Regieleki that is about to spawn. But first up, we do have to take care of this Regirock as most of these members are down here. But look at this, Leafy going in and getting 17 dug into that home base. Not a care, putting all of the trust in their members to handle this basement Reggie.
I don't think I've seen a more useless Super Swole slam there from the Buzzwole. Did little to nothing against the Slowbro. And Leafeon, fresh from scoring that aforementioned 17, drops in with the Emerald two-step, 2 KO streak, Regirock in the POC, 269, 308. That's going to be a 37-point overdunk through the Slowbro. That is a 310-point lead going into the 4-minute mark to go. Even with a Rayquaza, that is a tall order for TF's abusers to try and live up to.
Oh, yes, as long as they're able to keep up this momentum here. We always know there are those comeback mechanics, the Rayquaza and everything like that. But you know what? If they're able to get in enough dunks, even with, you know, a Rayquaza steal, they may have that score lead. But we are going in for another brawl here. The Buzzwole is trying to find a hit on this Slowbro, but it is able to take that damage. 3 members of Star Strike are down. Is this TF's abusers' chance to make a comeback? They want to get themselves a Regieleki, because that is a team wipe, and now they are going to look at breaking this tier 1 pad 2 KO streak for that Snorlax as well.
Not maniacal, just purely methodical. What a beautifully executed team fight. Straight down from the Moonlight Prance into Snipe Shot Alley. TF's abusers are back in play. 134, not as much score as they would have liked. A lot of them carrying heavy Aos energy, but at least they've dropped a lot of it. And that's a huge shot in the arm going into the final 2.5 minutes, Kello.
That's the thing, looking at the levels right now, you have Buzzwole and Inteleon that were able to catch up. They managed to reach that level 13, which is so important for these Pokemon to have those plus movements on hand before going into that final stretch, just trying to soak up whatever wild Pokemon is left, because it does look like that mini-map is quite barren right now.
I have received intel, and it's not of the Leon kind. Thank you very much to Charlie for informing me that Sixes is among us, and it's not Sussy at all. Yeah, it's Black Roach, actually, so it's the Leafeon. Sixes is indeed on the battlefield, but not involved in that Registeel pickup. That's such a useful buff heading into Rayquaza. For those who are unaware, of course, attack and special attack buff gives them a huge advantage, especially when they engage so proactively, like their Solar Beam almost taking down Quagoni. Are they looking for the rip? They most certainly are. Inteleon is picking away at the top bot. Oh my goodness, the Birds in anger. Solar Beam. The Swole Slam, though, closes down MB James. It's all Sixes. It's all being undone. The plan of TF's abusers. Just the Umbreon left, but they're not long for this world.
No, not at all. That was going to have to be their comeback mechanic there, but with 4 members still out of the match, it does look like TF's abusers, they are going to pop in a surrender, knowing that once those Hundo Burgers rain on through, there is going to be no chance for them to catch on up.
So that's an early win for Star Strike, but perhaps not an unexpected win. Now that we know that Sixes is among us. To be fair, actually, I'm not entirely sure of how stringent the rules are. You'd think I would know, being as integral to Unite Battle Hub as I would. But there certainly has been some discussion about identifying players. And so, you know, we want to make sure that we understand that it's Sixes. We do know that it's Sixes now. So I very much hope for their sake that they are identifiable on Community Gaming, of course, our wonderful partners at Community Gaming hosting the tournament bracket on their system. As long as they're identifiable as Sixes there through our moderation methods, then should be okay. Otherwise, might be something to consider as we continue on with this series. But having to continue on with this series anyway, Kello, is TF's abusers, who had some moments. Fantastic team fight, the full team ace, wonderful. But that was just kind of it, a flash of brilliant in the 10 minutes.
Now, that's the thing. We had Zante in the back line with those beautiful solar beams to just pick off and chip away at that damage. But even Nachos, the Urshifu, being able to up at that front line. But you know what? The thing is, looking at this team composition moving forward, Tiep's abusers, they didn't really have any range besides relying on the Inteleon snipe shot. You know, with snipe shot, it's either hit or it's a miss. And you could see Starstrike, obviously, you know, being able to dodge those snipe shots a lot of the time, or even being able to take that hits. We have Slowbro here tanking 67k damage. They're probably gonna have to make some mix rounds. Thankfully, it is only the first round, Relic.
It is only the first round, and I think that TEPS did really well to get back into the game overall. I think they were really struggling early on, but look, I realize he's probably asleep, sound asleep in bed, you know, wonderful baby boy that he is. Zoinks would be judging TEPS very heavily. Snipe shot not favored amongst the caster crowd. I don't mind it, but one does have to ask, if you're looking to be a sniper, why didn't you go for the Venusaur Solar Beam? Why didn't you wait and go for Desi, which can offer up that damage on a more consistent basis? Snipe shot, a great execution tool, not great when you're having to eat through the health pool immediately as your team's best source of out-and-out damage. That really showed, I feel, in the team fights especially.
It definitely does take a lot of skill, but even a lot of patience to charge up that move to get the maximum damage. But here we go. You can just see TEPS unprotected here, being taken out immediately by Starstrike, giving them enough space to go and get some, try and get some dunks here. But Snorlax with the yawn, you know, they were able to put him to sleep and defend that goal.
Most certainly. We do have news, by the way, that Sixes is 95% safe, just doing some final checks, but seems like everything is good and above board on that one, as this wonderful push on the top path was above board. This, of course, coming off the back of Starstrike switching their focus, helping out that Leafeon on the top path, as it turns out, Sixes, and just being in great, but basically being on the same wavelength with each other. TEP's abusers, I think, can be really personified by being the reactors more than being proactive. Starstrike weren't controlling the game so much, Kello, as they were directing it.
Yeah, and I guess that's the thing, being able to get those objectives as well, knowing when to take these fights. I know they ended up getting team wiped here at this moment, and this was, you know, very pivotal for TEPS abusers because they were able to get that experience and I guess bridge that gap in levels. But I guess it all unfolded here during that final stretch where they ended up getting just taken down, picked off, and TEPS left unattended. It is just no match for the onslaught of these three members of Starstrike while the rest go and do the Rayquaza.
Most certainly. Well, what a roller coaster ride this series has been thus far, from thinking, Sixie's brilliant, to, Sixie's is at to pull out, to, well, guess he's here now. And that might be really demoralizing for TF's abusers. I don't think they should be totally demoralized because, again, that ace, for me, is such a highlight moment. That shows that when everybody is working on the same objective, they can do great things. That was a brilliant engage from each and every one of those players. But we need to see more of it. And I think going into game 2, Kello, we need to see it earlier. Starstrike need to be put on the back foot. They need to be unsettled. Otherwise, I can see game 2 very much going the same way as game number 1.
Yeah, well, as I said, I feel like having that full melee characters there, they just didn't really have that reach. You have the Solar Blade, but then you also have the Solar Beam from the backline, and Eldegoss along with Slowbro. Like, there's just so much range on the side of Starstrike there. They just couldn't handle it. So we'll have to see, I guess, what switcheroos come on out. Obviously, I'm not a player. I'm not part of the team. I'm just a caster. You know, these are just my observations. Whether they actually take it on board, that's, you know, up to them. But I guess just that's what I think might need to happen.
Well, we already highlighted Buzzwole's flaws. You need to close the gap, and they weren't able to do that. Again, that's great credit to Starstrike that they were able, Starstrike, I should say, for being able to keep it away and to be able to nullify a lot of its potential. But now, if you are looking to stay in that realm of all-rounders, what do you go for? Or do you continue to try and build around the Buzzwole? Maybe Zacian does become a choice again, if it's, of course, put onto the table, banned for our first game. Gosh, dare I embarrass myself with the Charizard suggestion? Dare I embarrass myself? Because you got Flamethrower, you can close the gap with Fire Punch. Seismic Slam is fantastic for dealing an initial amount of damage to one of the weaker targets, but then all-round fantastic suppression and faster speed, so it can close down. I'm just throwing it out there. I really like Charizard. Give me this, chat. I'm sorry.
Oh, a Charizard fan. I mean, it is a favorite in the Pokemon world, but I don't know whether it's that popular as a pick in Pokemon Unite.
Not. It's horrible.
The problem with Charizard is it's a late scaler there. We have Buzzwole, who doesn't need to evolve at all. It is strong early game as long as it's able to get those stacks, but that's the thing. Charizard, it can fall behind. It can end up getting denied that level 9. It can get starved. So, yeah, its Unite move, amazing. Once you get it, especially if you end up having Energy Amp on it as well, able to just pop out those Seismic Slams time and time again. But it's actually getting to that point first, which is always the hardest part.
And that's why you're the brains in this duo, Miss Kello. Into our second ban phase then, and seems to me like TF's abusers are quite unified in their game plan. They don't want to see a Lapras, and it appears that Starstrike, although they've been meandering here and there, will be placing Zacian on the bench as well. So the same bans heading in to game number 2. Now, what difference will we see in the draft, if any?
Well, whether we're going to end up seeing some yoinks happening, there you go, Zante picking up that Inteleon earlier on. So TF's abusers, they won't have it on hand. But it'll be interesting to see whether Starstrike will end up opting for that liquidation, or whether they're going to go for the snipe shot build like TF's abusers did previously. But Urshifu, Blissey, 2 very great picks for TF's abusers here.
Oh, Hooper. I don't like the idea of Sixies and Co being given a Hooper. Probably no more than TF's abusers, who I think they'll be happy with the Blissey. They'll be happy to take away the Leafeon as well. I imagine TF's will enjoy a strong game on that, especially as the preferred Inteleon has been removed from the pool. But Trevenant, now that is an interesting choice. Never mind. Machamp takes the biscuit.
Oh, okay. You know what? I actually like this a lot better as an all-rounder in comparison to Buzzwole. It has a little bit more mobility, the dive that Dynamic Punch can provide, or whether it ends up going that submission to just chase down those enemies and flip them. We'll have to wait and see. But you know what? Trevenant as a defender, I have really been loving it my brain. I love to see it in competitive scene because of the crowd control that it provides. Horn leech to keep up that sustain and displace members, whether they're able to pull it off. But even then, Wood Hammer is such I love seeing it, just bonking them on their head, doing its business. Whether they're going to be able to pull it off, though, it could work really well for this team, but it all depends, obviously, on their positioning and so many other factors. But I don't know. I think much better choice here, having that Mew as well for that additional range that they were missing last time.
You can see the game plan. You've got that suppression from Trevenant. Bring them together, bonk them in a team fight, maybe throw them into the Shadow Realm, throw down a Phantom Forest, debuffs galore, and then wowzers, you've got Leafeon, burst damage. If we're going solo Striker Shifu, burst damage. If we're going Solar Beam Mew, hey, guess what, folks? Burst damage. But much like with that first game, everything needs to line up perfectly. And I'm hoping that TF's abusers can meet that expectation. They got to have confidence to pull it off, though, and that's something that they were lacking in the early parts of the last 10 minutes that we saw from them.
Yes. Will the stars align for them? And are they going to be able to get that burst damage? It depends because we know these players, their experience, they know not to just sit in a single spot or get caught out. They're constantly, moving around, trying to weave and dodge and keep these members on the toes. But something that is catching me totally unaware right now, Machop into the central area? What do you think about this relic?
Well, I think it was between the Eevee, so the Espeon Eevee, and the Machop, because even though there are two evolutions to try and get through, Sobble's actually a really strong lane Pokemon with that water gun and with the eyes, of course, debuffing. But Espeon's got a pretty quick Evo. They can achieve it in lane, and Sixies is already on it, steals away another Diggersby. The Chansey just has to sit and watch all the while. Machop is already onto Machoke. I think this was the perfect call from Star Strike to start things off.
But it's whether they're going to be able to keep those momentum, keep these two Pokemon at bay as their baby form, because they do have the attack weight on hand. So they are going to look for some KOs, but Urshifu is here to assist them. A perfectly placed Hooper Portal to send back that Machoke and get full HP as these birds do spawn.
Oh, the Psyshock. Not so long ago was it that Espeon was the best objective secure in the game, overlooked now by Leafeon as it falls into the hyperspace hole, sent back to base, but not the one they were hoping to achieve. It's 4-0, little scores to speak of, but early KOs in favor of Star Strike, and Sixies looking as powerful as we would expect on one of his favorite Pokemon.
Looks like they're going for the slow game here. I know a few members are going to be stacking that attack weight, but just trying to play passively here, trying to gain their experience from wild Pokemon instead of actually getting those dunks in. But shortly, we do have those birds that are going to spawn in that mill area. It looks like we are going to converge and try and secure them for themselves. Some burst damage does come out. Urshifu ends up getting knocked out instantly with that burst damage.
Hate to see it for Chari King as well. Complete swing and a miss on the Solar Beam. Majority of that XP going towards Star Strike, who are already looking very scary. 7 from the Machoke, 1 away, I should say, from Machamp. Inteleon online with that level 7, dives into the fray and does really well to jump over the wall to avoid TF's. Another swing and a miss for the Solar Beam. And that's going to be playing on King's mind here. If they're not able to find KOs soon, then desperation starts to become more and more prevalent. That Urshifu's gone down like a sack of spuds again, Kello. Star Strike have a #1 enemy.
Yeah, the Inteleon liquidation. Now, the benefit is this is a sure hit move, unlike the snipe shot. So once it's locked down onto its opponent, it's just going to keep on rapid firing on through. Regirock is already being chipped away, but Slowbro was the one to get the secure for Star Strike, getting sent back home. And whether they're going to end up making a push, as only 2 members of TF's abusers are here to defend.
And that's such a shame because the Solar Beam was well timed on that occasion, and still no luck went the way of King. And that's such a nice place for Star Strike to find themselves in now, because they've got time to rotate up onto the top path. But TF's abusers are taking this opportunity and running with it. They catch out the Inteleon as they start to rotate up to the top path now. Star Strike have not begun the Regieleki push, but TF's abusers now quite eager to push onto the tier 1 zone. The issue being is that they've got that Hooper in town, and the Psyshock is probably going to get no, it's not going to get MB James, never mind. The Psychic Solero in response does eventually take down the Leafeon, who despite the Emerald 2-step, unable to get the KO that they were looking for. TF's abuser so close, Kello, so many times to making the right decision at the right time and finding the results that they desire, but Star Strike simply too many nat 20s currently rolling in their favor. But never mind, there's the Solar Beam success at last.
Yeah, so this is what we love to see from EMEA. The Solar Beam steals from a distance. But you know what? 3 members of Star Strike, they're able to shred down this Regieleki, so it doesn't really bother them at all. Hasn't wasted a lot of time with that push at all or anything like that. And you know what? With a Hooper Portal, they're able to just go from top to bottom within a second.
Oh, that's so sad. It's so sad. The one objective they get, and it is gone almost immediately. And Starstrike on the offensive, yet again, looking towards this bottom path, leaving Hooper on top path. Such a smart play. He can join the assault at any time, whilst also providing protection to that upper zone. They switch places with Espeon. There's the Phantom Forest. There's the Solar Beam. This really nice from TF's Abusers. Hooper down. It's just the Machamp left. Surely got that Unite move to utilize. Unleashes it, but misses. Oh, no, he doesn't miss, actually. They do wait a little bit, a slight delay, but the tier 1 zone has been lost. And Ashifu's, oh, no, went for the KO. A little too greedy, perhaps.
Look at that. Solar Beam coming in clutch, wiping out that Machamp. You know what? It was such a great barrage blow, but unfortunately, TF's Abusers, they were just a little bit too chunky to actually get any KOs there. Hooper Portal does end up being laid on down, has gathered the team up here. Regirock is left at half HP. Zante making sure to just focus on it as the Slowbro is focusing on zoning.
Oh, Solar Beam, they're still going to get it. Wow, it's the Blissey of all things to grab the Regirock. Slowly but surely, Kello. You can hear the gears turning, the table is flipping around, and TF's Abusers finding more and more things to be happy about. Charlie King, after a really difficult early game, finding more and more life from that Solar Beam, and Starstrike recognize this. They're immediately after the Regieleki, whereas before they were happy to leave it. Quagani goes in with the Wood Hammer. Ow! Wow! Talk about timing!
That is such good timing from the Woodhammer. And this is what I was saying. I love seeing Trevenant on the field in the competitive scene. But all the meantime, in the bottom path, we do have Inteleon going on down. Tier 1 has been also wiped on the side of TF's Abusers. So going to create a little bit more space, but also provide some comeback experience for their side. But looking at the levels, they're pretty close right now. Even in points, 181 to 112. This is a much closer game than that first one.
And the level games show it as well, Kello. Level 13 for the Urshifu, 12 for the Mew, 11s across the rest of the board for TF's Abusers. You got that Machamp on level 13, the Inteleon and Espeon on 12s, but then you also look at that Hooper. That's actually the lowest level Pokemon in the lobby as it stands, with only, just shy of 70 points on the table between the two. It's an open game. And Rayquaza really could be the decider, and this is the most crucial moment now for TF's Abusers. What an opportunity to force a game 3, but they simply have to show some tactical prowess and, as previously mentioned, that grace under pressure.
Well, does look like we have Urshifu positioning themselves up in that bush, as we can see on that little cam, waiting for the time to tick on over, making sure to get eyes on the rest of Starstrike, going in for the attempt, but no, they end up getting denied and caught out and wiped out instantly. That is a 20-second cooldown. TF's Abusers, they are left with only 4 members. Rayquaza is getting poked at here by the Espeon, and the liquidation of the Inteleon with Rings Unbound does end up coming on out to just provide some additional stuns. But look at this. We have Blissey going in with a Bliss assistance to save that Leafeon that was Slow Beam. But Machamp does end up going down. Some Unite moves are being popped out. A great flash there coming from the Leafeon to save itself. Rayquaza hasn't been finished though, as they are just brawling it out instead.
Whoa, but they're going for the top path. Do they have somebody who's going to be able to jump to that bottom? Yes, they will. They're going to have the defensive ability to defend. Will they get the 100 dunk in? Oh, no, they won't. The Hooper Hyperspace Hole comes in clutch. No Hundo Burger for you. 1 minute left on the table.
Yes, using that hyperspace hole, because when it does end up reaching that plus movement, it gives you that little bit of a speed boost there when you come in close proximity. No. So perfect timing there, but Hooper is going to attempt a backstep here, just trying to broaden the gap even further. But 3 members of TF's Abusers are down, 281 to 112, and look at that, another dunk goes in. The gap is even further, with 3 members still down for TF's TF's abusers now 4. It's only the Urshifu that is going to make a grand attempt at soloing the Rayquaza, but you know what? All by itself against really 6 members on the field. It stands no chance there.
I hate to say it, Kello, but TF's abusers really, really fumbled the bag. Let this be yet another reminder, as if you needed it, chat. Back caps rarely work. Completely unnecessary attempt at a Hundo Burger on a tier 1 zone, no less, when your opponents can reach you as fast as possible. And they did, not once, but twice, with NB James's attempt to lock down 100 and take the points lead, when really, Kello, they had to back themselves in the central area. There was a moment there, let us not forget, what was it, like 4 versus 4 or something, where they had a good chance of taking down 2, 3, and by that point, Starstrike would have collapsed.
I guess that's a thing that you have to toss up. Do you have enough power to actually win the team fight, or do you go with the back caps? Both steals on the Regieleki for TF's abusers, gaining that momentum. As we said, this is a lot better game than the first round we saw. They were much closer in points, but in levels. But as you said, they fumbled the bag at the end there at the Rayquaza with those back caps. I'm not really sure. I think we need to look at some highlights here to see what ended up going down during that round.
Yeah, because I don't think that Starstrike had a particularly striking game. I think they were honestly quite underwhelming, mostly down to how well TF's abusers were playing. Their strategy was brilliant. The Trevenant pick inspired, and the calls were the right ones. Even someone like Chari King, who really struggled in the early game, kept plugging away. He was doing the right things. He just wasn't seeing the results. But then the form, the luck turned for him, all starting with a snipe away of this particular Regieleki. You'll see it now. He's lurking, and grabs it a little bit too early. Goes 6s on the side shot. They actually pick up a second Regieleki, of course, through the Trevenant. So they set themselves up well, Kello. The foundations were there. The levels were relatively even. Just the wrong tactical call at the most pivotal of moments.
Oh, and this barrage blow from the Machamp. Obviously, that tier 1 goal was already destroyed. Able to get the hits. There was a trade-off there, being able to get the Urshifu. But you know what? That's the thing. Starstrike, because of that, they were able to get themselves that Regirock. Here we go, Trevenant. This the moment, steal. Once again, getting in with another steal with that wood hammer. Just the impeccable timing. What a land.
He's going to be feeling Quagony after that one, most certainly. And we joined the team fight a little bit late with this replay. Shifu, again, TFs. I know it was most likely a team call. It was the plan all along. But if you're going to go for a shrubbery sneak, for an overdunk, for a back, well, whatever you want to call it, if you're going to go for that strategy on a tier 1 zone, the rest of the team has to be ready to follow whoever is baited out to prevent that score from going in, because then at least the team is stretched and you're thinking, okay, they're not set up properly, they're preparing for a central area battle, and now that entire game plan is out the window. You've got to prey on the chaos, and they didn't do that. It was very readable as a play. It was very comfortable as a play for Starstrike to deal with. But I do think that Starstrike are going to be feeling a little bit relieved, because without that error in judgment, Kello, there was a serious chance that we could have been talking about game 3, as we are unfortunately not now.
No, and I guess it's just all about playing your cards correctly. Starstrike, just having that knowledge of, the plays that can come out, I guess that's where the experience comes down to, and being able to read your opponents, as you said. It was kind of readable, but I think, as you said, not only just one attempt from the Urshifu, but even Leafeon going and making that second attempt. I guess because they ended up getting picked off, there wasn't really any choice there. But you know what? Starstrike, they do make it on through, continuing through that winner's bracket. TF's abusers are going to be sent down to the loser's bracket. It isn't over for them just yet, because it is the double trouble.
Most certainly, but they do have best of ones to deal with down there, so gotta win it or they are fully out of the competition and win multiple of those games in a row. But you got one more series for myself and Kello before we hand over the reins, and that's going to be a semi-final here in Double Trouble EMEA. We'll see you then after this break. Hello, friends. Welcome back. Hope you've got a bit more brain juice than I do, because there I was saying, semi-finals next. No, we actually gave you 2 round of 16 matches. Aren't we generous? Relic and Kello. Of course, we got Pith and Jam and HC on production. And now we are at the quarterfinals. There's no lies here. But we are looking for Zorro, Kello, Galnagunner, and Naya, 2 of the big Scandinavian EU players, ready and primed.
Oh, so looking for Zorro. Are they looking for that masked man there with the sword, or is it a Zorro rock that they might be looking for? The illusion might end up coming out into play here. Otherwise, I'm not too familiar with these 2 teams, to be honest. So I'm really excited to see what they bring to the table.
Yeah, so as I mentioned, Galnagun and Naya, they're both pretty well known within the EU scene. I wouldn't say like top of the cream of the crop necessarily, but they're always 2 players that can really make a difference. Nayat's on the attacker role, Galnagunner tending to go more towards support. For their opponents in Ledaf 9, I'm kind of with you. A little less knowledgeable about these folks. Dark DDX, Giampi, Leognaus, Brutal Hunter, and Ri Giocoso. I hope I have pronounced all of those names correctly. You might have been able to pick up a largely Italian team there. But are there strategies going to be succinct? That doesn't work. Never mind. I just hope that they put up a good fight, though, because they've done really well, honestly, to get to this stage of the competition.
Exactly, making it on through those 2 rounds and now, into that quarterfinal there. But it's all about keeping that momentum. You do not want to find yourself in that lower bracket. As we mentioned, it's only a best of 1 down there. That is a really scary place. So it depends, though. We might not know a lot about these 2 teams here, but whether they know each other well, or whether this is going to be their first time encountering each other on Thea Sky Ruins.
Yeah, it's to be fair, you get so much of that in these bubble tournaments. Again, there's a lot of top quality caliber within a lot of these teams, but again, there's a lot of teams who are coming together for the first time. Some of these teams where it's literally just pickups. They want a shot at the $150 prize pool. $100 for first, by the way, $50 for second, and it's like, okay, well, they look around the room, who have I got to play with? And that's where a lot of the fun comes. I'm disappointed in myself. Italian cities. Why did I go for Sicily? I could have said they're roaming around the battlefield. I hope their strategies are Venice. It's Venice, I know. I'm sorry, Italians. But yeah, I think with a lot of these Italian squads, they rely on synergy and knowledge of each other more than they do their out-and-out stars. I mean, goodness, that's exactly how Team Italy won the Unite European Cup 1 year ago. I'm referencing a lot, of course. I wonder whether it's coming back soon. But they were a fantastic team who just, you could tell, very much like actually looking at Pikachu XP Share, looking at Star Strike, all on the same page, all reading from the same hymn book, cliche bingo, etc. I'm really excited to see what they can do in the face of 2 of the more experienced, well-known names within EMEA.
I guess that's the thing. You cannot let those names be a threat to you. In the end, they are, they might be known, they, have those names. I feel like there's certain names in the community that ring in. It's just like, it gives you that vibe of, oh my gosh, I am going up against this player. But you can't let that pressure get to you. Maybe just turn the names off in the game, and then you don't actually see it hovering above, and then that way it's not, going to bring those vibes there. But as I said, whether they know each other or not, and whether they know these play styles, because that's the thing, it all comes down to that draft. Knowing, if you know your opponents, then you know that you can target each other with those picks and with those bans as well, or whether you just, I guess, stick with your comfort zone and play what you're most comfortable with, rather than playing mind games.
The example I always love to give in these sorts of scenarios is the World Championships of 2023, an event that you will know very well indeed, Kello. Underestimate your opponents at your own peril. EU can tell you lots of stories as to why that ain't a good idea. And in draft, yeah, I think, especially at this stage of the competition, more than anything, you're not just looking for your comfort picks, you're also looking to surprise your opponents. There was a brilliant bit of self-analysis from Slash, looking at not just his own team's performances across the 2 World Championships in UCS, but looking at why, in particular, EU struggled. And one of the quotes that sticks out to me was regarding, at the time, Black Hand's Cinderace, and the fact that Nouns had not prepared for that sufficiently. It's where I look to another fire type in Blaziken, where we've seen it here and there popping up, but it's not actually had that much competitive play, given that the 2-week moratorium has only just come to an end. So for those who have practiced with Blaziken, for those who have practiced against that particular Pokemon, there could be a lot of ground to be gained, honestly.
I guess it depends on whether these teams have practice, whether they do perform those scrims or anything like that. I know from personal experience going into ranked, I feel like it's 1 in 50 that I'll actually have a Blaziken on my team or even on the opposite team. You definitely do not see it often. So these players might not be exposed to that regardless of that moratorium. But you know what? We do have a little bit of deja vu here, Relic. We have a Zacian and a Lapras ban.
3rd time tonight, and that's just on stream. 2 very popular ban picks. And Looking for Zoro have weighed in with their argument for best defender. It's going to be Slowbro on the board first. Ledafnine, I hope that's how you pronounce it. It could be Ledafnine, perhaps. They're going to open up their draft with a Hooper and an Inteleon. No surprises thus far.
No, and I don't think we're going to see any surprises for these next 2 picks either. We have an Urshifu and Blissey being picked up by Looking for Zoro. No Zoro arc just yet, though.
Galmagunner on his preferred Blissey. Again, no surprises. Dark DDX hovering this Mamoswine. Curse Bangle goes back to the Umbreon. That would seem the smarter choice. Giampi locks into the Mew. Again, I certainly hope that's not a glitch of any sort, but you might just have been on auto select. That certainly bodes well in regards to comfortability. And Naya, as previously mentioned, definitely an out-and-out damage dealer. Speedsters or attackers is their realm, and Leafeon with attack weight certainly suits them nicely. Venusaur running out the roster for Looking for Zoro.
Ooh, I'm really liking this roster for Looking for Zoro, but let's see what is going to tie Ledafnine and whether they're going to, what they're going to select, a Blastoise possibility here. We do see that Slick Spoon along with those stacking specs as well. So they're looking to do some damage, whether they'll end up switching it out with another member on their team as they do get these final preparations underway.
I like Blastoise. I think that's a good pick. Pretty decent in the early game. It's obviously the mid to late game where it really comes into its own. Hydro Typhoon, fantastic for team fights, and actually does a lot more damage than perhaps one might give it credit for. I think there's a lot more flexibility in the moveset as well than people would give it credit for. You look at like Water Spout and Rapid Spin, that's kind of been the go-to, but similar to Blastoise, a lot of room has been found to improve upon, say, the Yawn build with Snorlax, and in Blastoise's case, Surf and Hydro Pump. That can keep Pokemon unable to act for a good 1 to 2 seconds, which again just builds into this sort of character profile as a Pokemon that can almost like freeze, in a way, opponents from doing much and enable the rest of the squad to pick up a couple of KOs.
I guess, yeah, it all comes down to that crowd control. You need to have effective crowd control on your side in order for your damage dealers to get those hits. You know, Mew in the backline with those solar beams, as long as they're frozen on the spot there, they're able to get their hits. Be interesting to see whether this Inteleon will end up going for that Snipe Shot build or whether it'll go for that trusty liquidation. Only time will tell, but, you know, it's all going to come down to this early game for this Blastoise. Does need to get those stacks on the special attack specs up and running.
Mileage, a good word to go into this game with. Mileage on movesets. Mileage, how long is it going to be before Pokemon find that final Evo? Mileage, how far into the competition can both of these two teams go? They're at the quarterfinals. A potential semi-final berth awaits with Ledafnine in the orange and Looking for Zoro in the purple.
Well, that's the thing. These teams, they have covered a lot of mileage so far, but they're only at that halfway mark. Still a lot of mileage to cover. But we do have a Hooper using their X speed to make a quick escape, get a little tasty snack thanks to its move there.
Immediately onto the Leafeon. Loses out on the Digger speed, though. A little bit presumptuous, and Brutal Hunter will enjoy, especially the boost through the EXP share that Legonaush is going to be bringing to the table, but that Leaf Bait comes crashing down. 50% of both respective health bars gone in a matter of seconds. The Blissey Evo, well timed, and here comes Bend with the Urshifu ready to launch a surprise attack.
So it's interesting though, there's that surprise attack instantly wiping out that Hooper, leaving this Squirtle unattended without a buddy by its side. But even then, looking for Zoro send their central area up into a top path, we have the opposite going from Ledaf9. They're able to get in some dunks, putting the pressure on this Ivysaur. Did end up getting hit by that boosted auto, but thankfully was able to get some shielding and some healing from that tier 2 pad.
Adrazile only 2 levels away from Inteleon Town. And Bend sees an Aaron Hooper in danger in strife, and they've made him pay. Looking to go after the Drizzle now, running away, trying to act all Spider-Man, but it's no pizza time for you. 2 KOs, another stack for the Urshifu. Solar Beam eats into the Slowbro, auto attack eats into the Slowbro. The Mean Look locks him down, and at least they've gotten a KO for their troubles.
They got a KO, but look at this. This Urshifu not only was able to get attack weight stack up, but it was also able to grab the blue buff as it ended up going back. We do have a Drizzle that's still looking for that level 7 here. Urshifu ends up getting locked down by that Mean Look, but it does end up expiring and not able to finish it off. Instead, we have Hooper being finished off.
Great call for reinforcements. Nayat with the perfect flank, dealing lots of damage. KOs in the favor of neither side, honestly. Is looking for Zoro, who's starting to build themselves back up into a bit of form, taking the points lead in tow. 10 seconds until our first set of Reggies. And of course, with that rotational ability of Hooper, Leaf Daf9 can move down with assuredness, although they've not moved down with assuredness, Kello. In fact, they've done the complete opposite trajectory.
No, it does look like Ledaf9, they're Regieleki gamers. They want to take these things for themselves, but Leafeon is here. A big threat. Tries to attempt with that Solar Blade, but you know what? 5 members there. They weren't able to get the secure. They are wiped down. Regieleki is knocking on that doorstep of the tier 1 pad as Slowbro and Blissey come in for some support. Able to teleport back home. Ledaf9 coming back at full HP. We do have the Water Spout online. They are trying to spin to win, get some KOs. Blissey has taken down, but look at this. Urshifu, super duper low, able to grab a berry and make it on out. And Regieleki walks on through. We do have quite a hefty overcap there of 37 on that top base.
Those Hooper hyperspace portals, so well timed, and credit to the team as well, using them at the right time, expending as much health as possible within those team fights before being forced to retreat or heading back into the fray. Of course, there's a really nice punish on this bottom path via the Ivysaur now turned Venusaur. So the scores have, again, evened out slightly, although it's Ledaf9 with the overall advantage. Lovely spot on Dark there with the Solar Beam, not finding the KO just yet. They're not that powerful, but at level 10, we're straying into that territory, Kello.
Well, that's the thing. Ledaf9, they may have the points lead currently, but look at these levels. We have 3 level 10s on the side of looking for Zoro. They have their Unite moves here. Looks like they are going in for a dive. The Hooper portal does end up getting laid out, but nobody ends up coming on through. Instead, it gets destroyed by looking for Zoro, and now they have... Oh, wait, no, never mind. They don't have the point lead. It was 204 even for a moment there, but Ledaf9 able to take that lead within a second.
Like 2 prime boxers, these 2 teams. They're swinging, they're swaying, they're looking for the sucker punch. Right hook into left hook. eye for an eye as things stand. Daphne with the slender points advantage. And look how the priorities have changed. Now with all tier 1 zones off the table, looking for Zoro prioritizing that Regieleki. And they do have a presence on this bottom path, but it's not as strong as Daphne. And Daphne have to be careful to manage the situation now. They're pushing Slowbro and Venusaur back. They've mean-looked that Venusaur into place. That Solar Beam's not going to be able to reach the Regice, and that's great work from Daphne in general. That Mew does secure it, but they've also left that tier 2 wide open. The Regieleki has hit, and the points lead is back in the hands of the purple team.
Yeah, but with only 2 members of Looking for Zoro there, they weren't able to successfully break it. It does look like they are trying to retreat on back here.
Very nice.
Leafeon ends up getting caught out in that mean look just to delay them from doing anything at all for a moment.
Huge battle buddy moment there for Giocoso, looking in the middle. The Naya had only eyes for Giampi, and they do it once again, forcing out the Mystical Mirage, finds the Inteleon, and indeed the Hooper. This is a great push. 3 versus 1, just Umbreon on their own, joined now by the Blastoise running in with the Rapid Spin. It's an auto attack from the Mew, Solar Blade down on Brutal Hunter, and it's all just sort of come to a petering end as Looking for Zoro realize we ain't going to get much out of this one.
No, and you know what? With a lot of wild Pokemon that have just spawned on the map, you do have those Indeedys on the side. I mean, both tier 1 goals have been destroyed on either side, so lots of experience to be gained, but also to get back these Unite moves. It is coming up to that 3-minute mark, so, you know, any further players are, you know, going to possibly use that Blastoise might, but you know what? They probably just want to save it for the time being for that Rayquaza spawn.
Yeah, it's better to not use it and just spawn in a little early if a team fight goes against you than to use it and ultimately lose it for the most important part of any Pokemon Unite game. We do have a 3rd set of Regis on the way, however, and it seems like the split push method is going to go the way of Daphne and indeed Look of Azora. I thought they were maybe going to prioritize that bottom Regi again, and Umbreon, my goodness, they got the mean look off, and somehow it didn't work. A little bit baffled by that one, Kello, and it's even worse for Daphne because it seems like both Regis are going to be heading their way.
Yeah, it was unfortunate because that Hooper's portal was there for them to send them back home. But the cooldown was just a little bit too long. But look at this. We have Looking for Zoro. Not securing themselves 1 objective, but 2 objectives going into this final stretch. The pressure is on in that tier 2 pad. They are going to have to deal with it. But we have Mew that is just merely dodged that Solar Beam from that Venusaur.
We don't have wards in Pokemon Unite, but it's great warding from Chew with the Solar Beam, utilizing that move beautifully with the really quick recharge time, by the way. Really nice itemization on this Venusaur, and at level 13, you can't get too close. It might be a grass type, but it's hot, hot, hot. Slender points lead for Looking for Zoro, and Daphne, they're going to set up shop on this top side. Meanwhile, Looking for Zoro, looking for the back cap. They're going to get the back cap, but now is the time for the orange team to strike.
Well, this is a really risky move here for Looking for Zoro because Leafeon is out of the fray, but it does look like they're coming in for a flank. But all the meantime, we had Rayquaza being shredded on down, and with all the Pokemon to get the secure, it ends up being the Slowbro. But you know what? We have Daphne. They're not letting up just yet. We have Inteleon hiding into the bush. We have Venusaur getting a 3 KO streak. Slowbro able to get their dunks in 507 to 233. And you know what? Dunks are going in the home base. That point lead is growing even further right now.
And they just don't have the offensive output to be able to ward away almost this team that's still got shielding via Chew and via Gal the Gunner. That's more points in for the Venusaur, and that really is a mountain too tall to hike for Daphne. Looking for Zoro, big gamble, but they rolled well, and they ultimately had the right people in the right place to secure the Ray in a tricky situation.
I guess that's the thing. Sometimes those gambles do pay off. You just don't know. It ended up working out for them. Slowbro securing it. You know what? They're just battling it out, padding those stats in the last 10 seconds, hoping to get some more KOs here. But we already know that looking for Zoro, they have quite that lead.
The theory I can understand, Kello. The theory I can understand because especially when you're going after a tier 2 as opposed to some of the tier 1 back caps that some players attempted earlier on in the day, there's not much that you can do as an opposing side player unless you just so happen to be in the area. That 100 is going in. There's nothing to stop it. And Nayat knows it as well. They know as soon as they lock in that animation that they've given away their position. And so it forces the Daphne into a tricky situation. They've either got to let it happen or they got to take the obvious course of action, which is we're now 5v4. We're at a numerical advantage. Unfortunately for them, that numerical advantage did not provide them with any KOs before Nayat rejoined the scene of the crime. So it was nasty for Daphne to have to lose that way after such a tightly knit contest. But looking for Zoro, played their chips beautifully.
I guess this is the thing. These two teams, they've made it this far in the competition, and you can see why. It was so close. I know at one moment they were tied points. I mean, it was only for a split second, really. But even then, looking at these stats, Chu on the Venusaur, 92k damage, as you said, at the end there. Those solar beams that were coming out from it, the cooldown was so reduced. It was just solar beam after solar beam after solar beam.
I'm really intelligent play. Again, just even the simple things, even the spring cleaning, if you will, of checking out the various bits of shrubbery with a solar beam to try and, if not get a KO, just by virtue of doing it, forcing people out of defensive positions, out of good positions to start that Ray fight. A brilliant game of Unite, honestly, a brilliant game. Couple of mistakes here and there, but nothing that really cost either side. Here, for example, you had a really nice invade, really great proactivity from Bend on that Shifu. Gets rewarded not just with the blue buff, but with the KO and plenty of stacks. Leaf Daphne, if I was to criticize them for anything, Kello, it would probably be just lacking more offense. They have the Inteleon, okay, Muse all right, but where else is your damage going to come from?
I guess that's the thing. Looking for Zoro, they were able to match that. But even the defenses that they were putting up, the Slowbro and the Blissey just taking that damage. That's the thing. It was a really, really close game between the two of them. In the end, we had both of those tier 1 pads destroyed as well. So there was so much space on the map for either side. No real advantage going into that final stretch. So I guess, as I said, no surprise that these two teams have made it this far in the competition, but only one can come out on top and make it through the winners bracket.
I struggle for words in a way because the game kind of explained itself. Both some very tactically astute sides. Both sides knew exactly what they wanted to do, and you do have to count Daphne as unfortunate in this Ray fight. It's anybody's guess as to who's going to get the final hit. It just so happens to be the Skull Bro putting down a little bit of burn that probably ticks over that final HP, but so easily it could have gone the other way. Daphne were at a numerical disadvantage at that point, but get the Ray buff in tow, and all of a sudden that numerical disadvantage doesn't matter so much because you've got the offensive output that you were looking for throughout the entire game.
I guess that's the risk you take when you go and decide to flip the Rayquaza. There is that potential for steal because looking for Zoro, they weren't wiped out. They were all there. And it's just, yeah, as you said, unfortunate for Daphne. But you know what? It's not over. That's only round 1, Relic. We still have a round 2, so possibly a potential for a comeback and a round 3 situation, which we haven't actually seen on broadcast today just yet.
It has been Sweep City indeed. Whether we have Sweep City again, though, I agree with you. Totally up for debate because the last thing that Daphne need to do now is panic and change around the entire furniture setup. They have really, really good players in their midst. It's kind of half what I was expecting. You can tell they're all in comms. You can tell they're having a good time. Most importantly, we can all see that they were just out and out unlucky with that Ray Pit fight. So, do they change much? Maybe. I would hope not, though, because I think on another day, they're the ones that take the overall game lead. And Zacian as an opening pick, spicy, Kello, spicy.
Definitely spicy. Being let through, Lapra's being banned, no surprises there, but Slowbro is an interesting ban to go for because it does leave open Blissey, Urshifu, but then you still have Umbreon that has the potential to be picked up here. Depending on what Ladaf9 go in for their second picks, it's a Trevenant and it looks like to be an Inteleon as well. So far, I guess, you know, really strong characters. No big surprises here or anything like this.
Looking for Zoro. They're going to steal away that Blastoise. They fancy a bit of the Blastoise action. I think Lidafnina are happy enough with the Trevenant. Slightly different approach to the suppression, to the crowd control. But again, I want to see what this roster is rounded out by. Eldegoss is an interesting one. Shielding. Do they have that offensive spike? Oh, yes, they do. Sharp as you like. It's Glaceon to round things off. That is far more bold.
Yeah, they're looking for this burst damage here. I think they're a little bit more squishier side. Eldegoss can only tank so much damage in comparison to a Blissey, but hello, Mr. Mime, I feel like this is a supporter that we rarely see. It is very niche amongst the players.
Bruv, is that you? Is that you, bruv? Turn back the clock to when Mr. Mime was meta. Seems so long ago. That is a left field choice. It's almost like it's a bit of a Scooby-Doo episode where looking for Zoro's roster looks scarily like what Lidafnine were dealing with in game 1, where okay, you got a Shifu, you got a Mew, but I mean, Lidafnine have got Inteleon and Glaceon. If that Trevenant and Eldegoss are living up to the billing and protecting those two, with Zacian in there as well, with the Sacred Sword and the slows, that to me has a lot more of a ceiling. Sorry, a lot less of a ceiling that you got, more of a ceiling that you could. There's a lot more potential to come from that squad, I feel, than what we're seeing from looking for Zoro.
I mean, look, Mr. Mime players can always surprise you. We don't know what they bring to the table, but I think Chu leaving the Venusaur behind instead of going for that Mew. I know they played a really incredible Venusaur. Obviously, Mew still has that Solar Beam on hand, but it also has those other moves to utilize as well. So definitely going to keep my eye out because they have that cursed incense on them as well to reduce that healing if you know, that self-sustain that Trevenant has, but even the Pollen Puff from Eldegoss, if it does end up opting for that Pollen Puff, which I assume because they do need some healing on their side.
It's a really good point you bring up, Kello, actually. Why didn't they pick the Venusaur? More to the point, why didn't they pick the Slowbro? It baffles me slightly. I am intrigued more than I am convinced by looking for Zoro. But hey, if you're comfortable with what you're picking, then who am I to judge? I am but humble caster. I try to speak the words and give the audience as much information as I possibly can. It's 0-0. It's the first minute gone. And Lidafnine, as things stand, just looking to get those early Evos online. They've already got it with the Glaceon.
We did say at the beginning of the broadcast to keep your opponents on your toes. So maybe that's what they are doing just now. But we do have a Glaceon and an Urshifu from the central lane opting to go to that top path to try and get an ambush here. Urshifu not even having a care about those birds, instead diving on that Gossifleur, who can't really do much for the time being, just battling it against each other, possibly looking for some KOs. But no, no KOs just yet, no dunks just yet. A minute and 30 has already passed. This is surprising.
Chat, you'll have to forgive me. Relic is not at the races today. It's Slowbro, of course, one of the two bans along with Lapras. So, of course, like if Zoro can't choose Slowbro, it's banned away. But still, Mr. Mime, an interesting choice when you could have looked towards, I don't know, Snorlax, Umbreon, which is conspicuous by its absence. Also conspicuous the fact that there has been 0 score for either side now. In 2 minutes, the stackers are starving.
Oh, Glaceon diving into that bush, but awaits an Urshifu that is ready to kick and hunt. But you know what? An eye for an eye. Both the Glaceon and the Urshifu end up getting taken down. You have that Zacian just putting the pressure on the Blissey, able to grab itself a Speed Berry and back away. Oh no, they're not backing away. They want to see if they can get any last hits. But hello, the burst damage that's coming from that Solar Beam to contest those birds. Finally, we have some points on the board, Relic.
Is it Valentine's Day? Because I choose Chew for today's MVP. Such patience, such calm, knows exactly when to unleash the Solar Beam. A favored move, it seems. Really nicely played. And again, more XP into the pocket. Level 7 already for a Pokemon that requires that overscaling to really put pressure on some of the double Evos that it's going up against in the form of Inteleon. You look at Glaceon as well, really scary when it's in a similar position. I'm so impressed with that player as Mr. Mime eats a snipe shot. And Reg Ice has come to join the fun.
Yeah, but it's going to be a matter of time of who's going to try and make the first hit. It looks like Trevenant is going to anger that beast, get it to join this fight here. But this snipe shot Inteleon is chipping away. Not a lot of damage is coming out from it. Glacial Stage has been set, trying to look for some KOs. Urshifu ended up diving on dip. But you know what? Even with Urshifu down, it was able to take the Trevenant along with it.
No, but it's really bad because Gal and Gunner used their Bliss Assistance. And it was that microsecond where Urshifu went down, but the Unite move was still utilized. So the knockup came through, but the shielding wasn't enough to save it. That's a waste. Not an intentional waste by any means. It was the right time. But brilliant work from Ladaphnine. Bit of luck in their favor, okay. But now they're making their own luck as they push onto this tier 1 zone.
Oh, so much just happened within that mere second. Does look like Ladaphnine were able to secure themselves a Reg Ice there, trying to contest these birds. Sorry, we're not in the old map here. My goodness.
Long time ago. Some people still do call them the bees, and trust me, I do miss them sometimes. I wonder whether the future of Unite has perhaps map picks and bans in its future. No third map, of course, on the horizon as of yet, but that Regieleki, the horizon has been met. It's already reached that goal zone, and looking for Zoro are sort of weighing up their options here. The 34 would be enough to break it, and they've got to settle for it. No, they don't! Oh, mathematics in motion! 27 goes down from the Urshifu, 33-point overdunk, and they're going after more.
Look, at the moment, Ladaphnine, they have a big donut on their side. 0 points have been gone in, but Mr. Mime is able to dunk in a further 17 into that bottom path, and now it's 205 lead.
As the rather hilarious Will Ferrell would most certainly state, that escalated quickly. Looking for Zoro might have lost the Reg Ice. But in this proverbial battle, it looks like they've won a little bit more of the war. Another 6 in for Gal the Gunner, very deep in enemy territory. Here goes Eldegoss and Zacian and Trevenant. That's a lost cause, Nayat. And they understand turning their back and securing a little bit more EXP, but they're on the hunt, Ladaphnine. Look at this top path push again, going after the Blastoise. They are not able to secure it down with neither the Surf nor the Hydro Pump, taken down themselves via the Sacred Sword. Chew enters the fray. It's now 3v4 as Gal the Gunner's back on the scene. Lovely flank here from Bend, utilizing more of that healing juice, the Eldegoss. Mystical Mirage giving a little bit of an invulnerability screen here. Snipe shot from left town. In comes the X-Speed. Mr. Mime blocks the Trevenant. Lovely use of the barrier. And ultimately, Ladaphnine are sent back to their side of the field.
But that's the thing. We were a bit questionable at the beginning about this, Mr. Mime. But you know what? These walls, these confusions, they are actually timing these really well here. But looking for Zoro, they are looking for some KOs here as they are pressuring through to their central area. Looking to just back on up, just provide a little bit more presence here because we do have a basement Reggie that is yet to be secured.
Mark the time of day. The Daphne have got their first points on the board via Glaceon, who immediately turns around and attacks the Regieleki. They know full well that that Regirock is lost. But it's actually pretty good timing if you're Ladaphnine, because there's not going to be a third Regieleki. They might still lose the Regieleki still through the Hydro Typhoon. No, the Sacred Sword going to sweep things up. But yeah, that Regirock buff, Kello, is going to dissipate before the Rayquaza fight. So actually, all things considered, although looking for Zoro had to secure it for their own safety of mind, Ladaphnine are going into that Ray Pit now, not having to worry about any particular buffs that their opponents will have in tow.
No, don't have to worry about that. But even then, at least looking for Zoro, they get that global experience. You know, we do have a level 12 Urshifu on the side. Funnily enough, while Ladaphnine 9, they're behind in points, they actually have the level lead currently with a level 13 Zacian.
Yeah, they've player managed really nicely, and every opportunity they have taken where they are losing points, they are gaining level. Again, really nice work here just to shield Giocoso. We're so close to Ray that at this point, even one lone KO could lead to looking for Zoro really attacking and going for the overall series win. A reminder that they are on match point, of course. You can take a look at the bottom of your screen. The pips indicate all. Every zone available, Kello, for Ladaphnine to score upon. Will they get the chance to?
Well, that's the thing. They have those tiers up. So, yeah, Ladaphnine do have that potential, but it's also the ability to kite Ladaphnine back to those pads and use that shielding for them. But at the moment, they're just circling around, getting some pokes in with that snipe shot, along with that solar beam from the Mew as well, seeing who can chip away the most damage, get some hits. There we go. A solar beam has landed, but thankfully, they have an Eldegoss with a pollen puff to just regenerate that health.
Oh, Ben is very patient, waiting to strike. They've actually ended up leaving their positional advantage. Oh, Glacial Stage, requiring a bit of a soft boil there, Ben. Oh, lovely Sacred Sword. The Mr. Mime is down. Cotton Cloud Crash, I should say, popped out. Mystical Mirage surely to follow in tow. Inteleon soloed. Oh, Eldegoss goes down too. What about the Hydro Typhoon? Knocks up Giocoso. The purple team's getting truly dismantled. It's just as they shin up, and they're not going to be able to stop Bend from a hundo dunk unless, wow, reaching out. What a denial.
Holy moly, using that agility to stop that hundo from going in right at the last second. That's the thing. We do have Ladaphnine who are behind. Zacian is aware of this. With less than 30 seconds left to go, they're going to try and shred the Rayquaza, but no. We have looking for Zoro back here to fight. We have the Eldegoss going down. Mr. Mime using their showtime there to try and get some stuns. Hornleech coming on through. Urshifu is down. 13 seconds left on the clock. Even if they end up winning this fight, they do not have enough time to go and get some dugs, nor slay the dragon.
If Regirock went against looking for Zoro in terms of timing, then Mr. Mime's exit from the initial fray worked beautifully. They still had their Unite move. They saw what what Zacian was bringing to the table, and they were just like, hey, let's not do that, shall we? Throws out the showtime and gets his team across the line. Rayquaza looking around. He gets to live for another day, as do looking for Zoro in the upper bracket.
Oh, no round 3 situations here today, Relic. But look at this lead that looking for Zoro had. We do have some trade-offs. Each of the teams able to secure themselves a Regieleki, but also a basement Reggie as well. But it's just the point lead earlier on. You've reached the halfway. It wasn't until that, towards that halfway mark past that Ladaphnine were able to get some dunks. And that does mean they are starved of any stacking items if they had any.
Yeah, it's part of the fun of Unite, isn't it? Most people will call it a MOBA. For us in the know of UCS, we call it a team battler. And I think that there is enough justification within that sort of definition to say, yeah, it's different, because with MOBAs, you're looking to get to an enemy tower and to then take it down. You don't have to reach the home zone in Pokemon Unite. You just got to score more than your opponents. And the fact that Lidafnin were given one opportunity to do that, or that they made one opportunity for themselves, and even then, it was the Glaceon who was so far away from the battle that they might as well have been in a different postcode. That says a lot to me about how strong Looking for Zoro were on the defense and the offensive press.
Yeah, you can just see this highlights here. This is where it all unfolded. Unite moves came on out. Inteleon going down, Eldegoss going down. It just kind of unfolded here, didn't it? And I know we ended up having that attempt from the Urshifu to try and get that Hundo, but Zacian being able to deny it right at that last second. Here it is, the Blastoise using that Surf, but Zacian right on the mission to get that hit. That was such a great stop.
It was a great call to pick up the Zacian straight out the gates. Unfortunately, again, the team fights just never really settled for Lidafnin. It didn't really matter what they did. Looking for Zoro always had an answer. And I love the counter pick for Nyat onto the Blastoise. I think that Blastoise did so much heavy lifting. The Mr. Mime, left field as it might have been, did a lot of really heavy lifting with its barriers just to break up those team fights. That's kind of really it for Lidafnin. They never got going because they were never allowed to leave the stalls.
Yeah, and there you go. Team wipe. It's all over right at that last second. Looking for Zoro, continuing through that winner's bracket, but it isn't over for Lidafnin. There is still a chance for a comeback if they can make their way through that loser's bracket.
It's getting pretty stacked, the losers bracket, but our semifinals are pretty stacked as well. We got Star Strike versus War Squad, obviously looking for Zoro moving through into the other semifinal. Will they be facing Gutloo's Bubbo, or will they be facing Piplup Bubble Beam? Well, we're going to find out after the break, folks. Unfortunately, we won't be there with you. Kello has to go to bed. I've got to eat something today, but thankfully we got two fine gents to take over for us. It's the dynamic duo themselves. It's Zero and Draku. They'll be joining you after this.
prepare for trouble
and make it double.
Welcome everybody. My name is Kellosaurus, and over there is Relic. Wait, production. I'm not Kellosaurus. That's what.
So
Okay, we're not cool enough to be either of those. So welcome back, everybody. My name is Drake Usan, and my partner over there today is none other than Zero in on Alex. We are coming bright and early here from United States, California. How you doing, Zero?
Oh, well, so I should not try to do an accent. That was horrible. I didn't even know what I was doing right there. It's too early for this.
Relic, do not listen to this.
Don't listen to us, okay? We're both from California. But like Drake said, I am super excited. I mean, it's always a great time here at the United Battle Hub, but even more so when it's you and me, because it's mostly a lot of battling going on. And I'm not talking about the matches. It's usually between me and you.
Yeah, lots of battling, lots of singing, but more importantly, lots of Pokemon Unite. If you are just joining us today, we are going to be bringing you games from the EMEA region, and we're actually towards the end of the tournament today. We're going to be taking a look at the semifinal rounds, the lower half, the lower bracket, and then we're also bringing you the grand finals, where these teams are battling off for the penultimate prize money of 150 big dollarinos.
You know, that's dinner money. That's chicken nuggies money. That is a lot of money that could go for any team. But of course, you know, we are in the off season of Pokemon Unite. So this is not only a great time to be able to get that practice in, maybe find some new teammates, maybe trying to come up with new compositions. As more Pokemon come out, things are always being mixed up. I mean, Zacian being one of those Pokemon that for the longest time, we just never wanted to see it in competitive play. But after some nerfs, it's finally entering the fray and has already made a couple appearances here at the Unite Battle Hub.
Not only are we talking about chicken nuggies, but there's also a character that has just been released that is kind of along those same lines. We do have Blaziken, of course, joining the fray. We don't know how much these players or these teams plan on applying the karate chicken flying spicy bird, but here we are. Maybe.
Maybe. You know what? Don't overheat the chicken, you know what I'm saying?
Really? Zero, it is 9 a.m. and you're already pulling out the puns.
Actually, it's 9:12 in the morning. So if we wanted to get a little technical, you're 12 minutes over the expected time that you were talking about.
Okay, sorry, I didn't bring my watch here. Jesus. But anyway, we're going to be bringing you once again the semi-final round between Piplup Bubblebeam and the team that we just saw in the last series, which is Look for Zoro. The Penguins and the Pirates, definitely one of these teams are going to be looking for that One Piece, and if the One Piece is here today, it is that, once again, $150 prize pool. But yeah.
So you're telling me, you're confirming right here on the Unite Battle Hub that the One Piece is real? And
the One Piece is real.
It is in fact real, and they are actually finding it, and one team might actually find it, and they will be the Pirate King.
Yeah. King of the Pirates is definitely going to be one of these teams. Hey, they might even be crowned an Empoleon King of the Penguins as well. Piplup Bubblebeam, maybe. I mean, if we're going off of some of these teams, right? So Look for Zoro. So obviously they have something to do with pirates, maybe a Cinderace, but they also have Zoro, which is a lot of swords. So they might have a Zacian, they might have an Aegislash. I would say if there's anything, these two teams definitely need to, one, play a character with Bubblebeam, because obviously Bubblebeam is in their name. Lapras!
Lapras,
hello. Talk a little about Lapras, the best defender possibly in the game. Probably one of the most banned defenders. I believe it was also the most banned defender off in Worlds as well. Lapras, I mean, they're gonna make an appearance today, Zero. What do you think?
Lapras is got to be one of those Pokemon that it's just automatically becomes a bannable Pokemon. It's one of the premier defenders that we have right now. Not only because it can be so tanky, has a lot of survivability, but when you're comboing it with Parasong and Ice Beam, you get a little bit extra movement with Ice Beam. You can freeze, you do a good amount of damage, and Parasong being one of those moves that you can get an automatic KO in, it is just a tank. It is a juggernaut, and that's why it's one of those premier defenders. And whether they allow Lapras, a lot of people have called Lapras kind of like a free win button almost because of what it brings to the table. On top of all of that, I mean, who doesn't like to ride on a Lapras Express, being able to just crash that wave into an enemy team, combine it with CC, that's almost an automatic knockout. when you do.
Yeah,
with Lapras.
Lapras's toolkit is absolutely incredible. I believe there was a video made by someone from the EMEA region. I believe Chris Heroes had a video of him playing Lapras, and he united something like 8 times in a single
That's
game.
insane.
This game is only 10 minutes long.
Yet somehow they were able to use that Unite move. They were going on a one-way trip around the world, and the around the world being Thea Sky Ruins. You think it's not as big as it is, but no, this Lapras was going everywhere, upside down and inside out. Rayquaza, move over. There's a new sheriff in town, and that's Lapras, because they are making this place their home. But I mean, when you're talking about premier defenders, we're talking about Lapras, Umbreon, Slowbro. Once again, just Slowbro always seems to come back majorly in the meta when there's like a Pokemon that just needs to be slowed down a little bit. It's one of those Pokemon that just kind of in the back pocket is always and has been in history a good defender to bring. Whether when we saw a buff to Scald versus Surf, both moves are completely viable, and it's a front runner for being one of the best tanks in the game.
Yeah, on top of that as well, I think Slowbro, the way that Slowbro works, it feels like Slowbro is an an Omega pick for your team whenever there's a character that is absolutely unbalanced. Obviously, Mewtwo's are not in this game, but let's say, for example, like a Zacian gets fed really early on. Who is going to be the hero that saves your day? I mean, if you can't ban it out, you might as well ban it out with a Slow Beam, because, that Slowbro has one of the best Unite moves in the game.
I mean, absolutely. Like you were saying, you allow that Zacian just kind of snowball. You need to put that baby on ice, you got to be careful, because if not, you're going to end up calling that Zacian Miley Cyrus, because it's going to be coming in like a wrecking ball. And just like that, your team might be toast. What? No? 2 puns within the first 5 minutes of us being here? Too early?
Production, get me out of here. I'd rather, where's Relic? Can we call in Relic, please? All these puns.
I am Relic. You're Kello.
Oh, I'm Kello. So I'm.
Yeah. So yeah. How can I help you?
I think I'd love to have some Vegemite this morning. For breakfast, maybe a little bit of toast as well.
Oh. Okay. Well, you can bring that up to what's that? Digital Bacon will be in charge of that.
Bacon? Oh my gosh, I would love some bacon this morning. Wait. So, I had this conversation with a friend, right? So they're from Canada. And I was like, so if Americans call bacon Canadian bacon, if you go to Canada, do you ask for Canadian bacon, or do you just ask for bacon? Bacon.
Or, do you ask, or is there American bacon?
I don't know. Possibly. I would love some bacon. Casper, you want some bacon? What do you think?
These are the questions that keep me up late at night, when I can't fall asleep and I wonder to myself, man, I really wish I could be slow beamed right now to bed. But, it's those questions that haunt me to this day. That being said, though, what are some Pokemon that you're excited to see? For me personally today, I have been enjoying Inteleon a lot, especially when you've been using the Fell Stinger combo with Liquidation. I just feel like the Spectacular Spider-Man. What is some Pokemon that you would love to see for the rest of this kind of little run here?
Well, I mean, if there is a character that I really love, clearly you can't see it off camera here, but I'm gonna grab one of my newest plushies.
Oh, they're adorable.
The smallest of round boys, the best all-rounder in the game, by the way. I don't care what anybody says. This is the best all-rounder early game because of how round little boy is. It might become an attacker late game, but from levels 1 to 4, or actually 1 to 6, really. I think Dartrick is.
Dartrick's more oval.
Did you just oval eyes an owl? See, I'm sick of him. He's sick of me. I'm just gonna go back to sleep, everybody. It's 9 a.m.
We're not playing Pokemon Unite. We're playing Pokemon Sleep, and Draku is the pro player in this competition, apparently.
Oh wait, if we're playing Pokemon Sleep, that means you get to feed me, right?
Yes. Crap. No one said I was your caretaker.
I would love some bacon, number one. The bacon you consume, maybe not our producer, but I mean, heyo.
Hey, you can be a cannibal. I wouldn't stop you.
Yeah. So some bacon would be great. Some coffee. I really like Phil's. Have you ever been to Phil's in California? Favorite coffee brands out there. Some Sinistea would be fantastic.
Oh, a little Synesty, that would be really nice too. I mean, these teams are scorching hot right now, especially for looking for Zoro, who I do believe has actually gone undefeated today. And that's what we're talking about, man. A juggernaut of a team. You know, when you look at a team like Piplup Bubble Beam, you look at it, they've only actually lost one set, which was their previous set with Babo up against them. So looking for Zoro is looking for another clean sweep. The question is, can they be slowed down by a Bubble Beam? Can they be slowed down by anything? And more importantly, can they really in fact find Zoro? They're not actually looking for the One Piece, they're actually looking for Zoro. Zoro went missing and now they have to move over. Where's Waldo? Where's Zoro at?
I mean, Zoro does have that ability. What is that ability called again? Once again, you can change into something else. Oh yeah, you know, changing into another Pokemon. Maybe not looking for a Zoro, but looking for a Zoroark. You know, illusion. There we go.
I had to carry the 5 and divide by 2.
Obviously, like, my brain is in a little bit of disillusion at the moment here, being pretty early in the morning. But hey, we're here.
I mean, what else is gonna wake you up in the morning? You know, they say the best part of waking up is Folgers in your cup. No, have you tried Pokemon Unite in your cup? Because honestly, whether it be a win or rage-inducing to a Mewtwo, something is definitely gonna be waking me up. Whether that be a good thing, but just make sure you wake me up before you go. Because don't leave me hanging like a yo-yo, Meowscarada. Rhyme.
You know, you may say that, but I think it's definitely a wake me up when September ends. Or hey, do you remember the 21st of September? 0.
Well, Draco, very interestingly enough, over here, this is a cellular device, and that of which today is September 30th here in California.
It is. Wow.
So I should be waking you up very soon, as September is in fact ending, and I will never forget the 21st night of September, because we totally danced together in the pale moonlight together while mystically looking into each other's eyes.
Pale moonlight together, you mean like the Moonlight Festival that could potentially be going on in our counterparts over at Scarlet and Violet? Have you played Scarlet and Violet and seen the little Clefables doing their little dance to the moon?
Whoa, that's Clefableist, because they're Clefairies that are doing.
Okay, there are also Clefables there too.
Wow,
okay.
Draco, I knew you were a fairyist. I knew it. You hate all the fairies. I knew it all along. And just like we're getting into this draft phase, Piplup Bubble Beam looking for Zoro, but they have not found him yet. But they did find a ban in, like we predicted, Lapras.
Looks like we're going with the Urshifu ban on the side of Piplup Bubble Beam, and then, like we said before, Lapras, dominant defender. So there's a lot they can actually choose here. They can either go the attacker route, but they're actually going to go with maybe more conservative right here. Let's see. They're going to be bringing out the 0007. I mean, that is in their name. Inteleon, first pick on the side of Piplup Bubble Beam.
It's a very interesting pick. I feel like, and this is the real distinction between different regions, you know, like we've seen in NA, they automatically jump to the first available defender, being either Slowbro or Umbreon, but no, they decide to go for a little bit of a ranged attacker in Inteleon, and just like that, looking for Zoro. They have found the sword in the doggo boy, known as Zacian, and they have their own counter pick of a Slowbro.
You know, I gotta say that too. You know, Zoro's like signature thing is that he has like 3 swords, right? He has a sword on each of his hands. Obviously, Zacian doesn't have hands or thumbs really, so definitely on brand here with the sword in the mouth.
Nah, it's okay. He doesn't need thumbs. It's okay. That blade alone in that mouth has caused many a pain. Piplup Bubble Beam, though, deciding to opt for the other still premier defender. When you're looking at that trio effect, that's kind of the beauty of this thing, because if you do decide to ban out the top 2 premier defenders, you still always have a third option, and whether it be in that rotation. Blastoise still coming back into the meta for EU or EMEA, being able to just do so much damage still. It has a lot. It has found its way into the meta again. But looking at these team compositions, I like the amount of range Piplup Bubble Beam has, while it Look for Zoro definitely has a lot more melee based in that burst of having Leafeon and Zacian being able to get right up in front of your face, do tons of damage, and me, of course, going to provide a little bit of that backline damage.
Yeah, really interesting draft by both of these teams, right? The relationships that we're going to be looking for here obviously are going to be the physical attackers on the side of Zoro's team going up against the ranged attackers on the side of Bubble Beam's team, right? It's all going to be about the Leafeon and the Zacian. Can they find the backline in that Inteleon and the Glaceon on Piplup's team? And better yet, can Nikos and Keep Running, can they protect that backline from these two attackers?
That's going to be the name of the game. Can we get in front and be the front line? Take all the damage that we can. That way our back line can get it, especially Inteleon. Inteleon's one of those Pokemon, if you catch that out, unless it has its correct positioning and Fell Stinger and maybe an eject button, it's going to be hard to get out of there. But Zacian having agility, especially when you boost it up, can really chase down and do a lot of damage. So you got to be careful. Got to protect the president. The president might be a secret agent, and secret agent 007 Inteleon.
Yeah, when we're taking a look at these drafts, looking at the item sets here, it gives you a little bit of information as to, predicting what these players are going to do with their characters in the move sets that they're going to run here. So taking a look at Piplup's team, they have, again, that Umbreon and the Blastoise with the XP shares. Oh, actually, no, they're going to be going with a more attack-oriented Blastoise. It does not have the XP share. It's going to be sharing that lane with the Blissey. But let's head into game number 1 between Piplup, Bubble Beam, looking for Zoro. This is the semi-finals round. Winner of the set, moving on to grands.
Love seeing it. Glaceon entering the central area. No split central area for this buddy, old pal, but Zacian gonna try to do everything that they can to slow this Blastoise down. This Blastoise is gonna be a more attack-oriented. They want to get their stacks out, eject button out of there. Leafeon showing up a little bit early, slamming down a Leaf Blade, and just like that, there's an early engagement. Zacian's looking for KO, but the Solar Blade from Leafeon able to connect, get that knockout, and it looks like looking for Zoro is looking for more.
Man, that Blastoise, it may be a turtle, but it was definitely looking like a fly there. The Leafeon with that Solar Blade. Fly, Swan, anything that it can. They're also going to take that neutral farm as well, and it looks like early lead already going over to the side of Zoro.
Looking so good right now. Good evolution, good engagement early on. Blastoise was only able to get one measly little stack in. Zacian's already trying to get that Intrepid Sword. Gonna do some damage to this Glaceon, being able to push them back a little bit. Squirtle's in a little bit of danger as they are met with the power of the sun. Call them Sunny D, because that Solar Blade was a lot of damage, and they're looking to engage a little bit more. Clefable doing a lot of damage. Zacian getting in very deep with the Sacred Sword, able to connect and confirm the knockout onto Glaceon. This Zacian is just starting to ball up. I told you, start calling it Miley Cyrus, because they're coming in like a wrecking ball.
I don't know. These swords looking real sharp here. They got all the blades in the top lane. They got the blade from the Zacian. They got the blade from the Leafeon. I mean, hey, Zoro might have 3 swords here for one person, but there's definitely a couple of blades here on the side of looking for Zoro. Heading into the central area. Both teams now looking for a big fight here. E-Ball is going to find its way onto the Drizzile. 007, Bubble 07, heading back to the Pokeball.
That poor Drizzile, all they wanted was to sit in the room, play some Green Day, and like they said, they said, wake me up when this Zacian leaves, because Zacian has just been running a tear, and these Solar Blades combined with Leaf Blade, Nyat is on a roll. They're already level 8. Regis have not come up, and they are already have their Emerald 2-step to bring out their Unite move and create an amazing engage. Glaceon and Inteleon over here just trying to manage, only have scored very little bit. This poor little Umbreon just trying to escape from any real danger.
All right, 7:10 on the clock here. We're going to get our first set of objectives here. And once again, take a look at this, Zero. Zoro's team applying tons of pressure onto that top T1 goal zone. Zacian's going to hang out in the top lane, maybe get some more additional farm, trying to get to that level 9, or more importantly, just stopping this Blastoise from becoming a full-fledged turtle. Heading down into the bottom lane. It is a 4v2 situation here. That Emerald 2-step, unfortunately, missing their mark there. They're going to be able to get the KO anyway with that Leaf Blade, but here comes a Glacial Sage. Now going out the other way, Leafeon caught on an island of its own is going to eat an omelet for breakfast.
Omelets are served, and out of nowhere, Piplup Bubble Beam is bringing out the drench. When it rains, it pours, and Piplup needs to get this Regice. They need to be able to get this EXP in. Slowbro's just kind of lurking, trying to do as much as they can. Big ol' Surf come out, and they're able to get the confirmation. Looking for Zoro. They're looking for more than one piece. They're looking for a steal, but Piplup Bubble Beam not not going to go down easily. Big Solar Blade coming out, trying to defend this as much as they can. Zacian just going to work on the Regieleki on their own to gain a little bit of advantage, and looking for Zoro, able to not only connect on the Inteleon, knock it out, but more importantly, able to defend their goal zone.
Take a look at this. Zacian able to take the Regieleki in the top lane there. You were talking about Green Day, but definitely walking down the boulevard of broken goal zones is that Regieleki. It should be defended quite easily with the War Turtle in the second tier. But here we go. We got a nice oppression going here into the jungle. Lots of swords coming down once again. This Blissey is going to find the tough end of these swords from these characters.
These are double dual wielding sword, and it shows. They are showing why they're looking for Zoro. They're trying to show him, hey, you might be the master of swords, but guess what? We have dual blades here, and we're doing a lot. Blaster finally able to become live. This means they're going to be able to produce a lot more damage. Really just still trying to find those stacks so they can become a juggernaut of their own, because right now, Zacian being level 11 along with their duo counter partner in the blades of Leafeon are just the strongest Pokemon, and if you let them get away, this could be a lot of damage. Clefable in a little bit of trouble. They say follow me if you do not want to stay alive, because Zacian is lurking within the wings.
There we go, 212 to 64 here. Pretty significant lead on the side of looking for Zoro, but it looks like Piplup Bubble Team, they are trying to look for a fight here. They want to apply some pressure onto this bottom T1 goal zone, but the defense on the side of Zoro looking even better as well. Like Zero, like you were saying, level 12 and level 11 are your bladed wielders here, and trying to get some more going into the jungle on Piplup's side here. They are looking to push the tempo here. We got two Unite moves popping on the side of Piplup Bubble Beam, able to get the KO onto the Leafeon, and Zacian now has to go over to the right side with its tail beneath its legs.
Zacian was just kind of lurking like the big bad wolf. Well, there's a new sheriff in town in Piplup Bubble Beam. They're trying to converge onto this Regice. Regice being stolen away earlier thanks to Slowbro throwing out a surf, even though it is mean. The Slow Beam onto the Blastoise, able to confirm onto Zacian being sent to the pound. Here comes Clefable and Leafeon. Regice living on a sliver of health left.
Oh my gosh.
And they are able to confirm it. Slow Pro is the actual Pirate King with the straw hat and another KO. Call it a triple. Santa Maria. Leafeon has gotten the Quadra. They are living in Thea Sky Ruins, and we are just admiring it.
Leafeon harnessing the power of the sun, able to get 4 KOs there, and it looks like the Clefable just caught on their own in the Moonlight Festival. That is that tier 2 goal zone. 3 minutes left on the clock. Once again, 212 to 64. Pretty significant lead now on the side of Zoro, not just in points, but also in levels as well. More importantly, though, they still have the tier 1 goal zones, which is gonna allow the other team, to get a lot of experience on their side of the map.
You guys start looking at the map now and realize we need to find our win condition. It's where Piplup Bubble Beam really needs to decide what is really valuable here. They need to be able to find who is their target. Leafeon being level 14 is definitely going to have a big old red target on its back. We might see a little bit of an early engagement here. They're trying to poke them out. You do not want to overcommit, and they made them punish. Umbreon stayed to the party a little bit too long, and now this Regieleki is making its way downtown. As looking for Zoro, they're looking for placement to be able to jump onto Piplup Bubble Beam.
There we go. We have a rotation down to the bottom T2 goal zone on the side of Zoro, but with the defense comes Nicholas with their Umbreon, and also with that Inteleon as well. Clefable is going to be going down here. Not too big of a deal. Obviously, that is your supporter. Slowbro also going to be caught out as well by that mean look, but it's going to forget all of that with that amnesia. And here we go. Final stretch now, 215 to 64. Piplup Bubble Beam definitely needs this Rayquaza.
They are looking for it, but guess who else is looking? Zacian. They are charging up that Intrepid Sword, making as much damage as they can. They finally found their mark. Slowbro going in with the Slowbro. Big Emerald 2-step doing some damage. Bliss Assistance trying to keep everybody alive. Hydro Typhoon putting plenty of work. They found their knockout. Glaceon able to get 2 KO. Piplup Bubble Beam being able to turn this around. They're converging all the damage. Mewsile about to be caught out next. They're trying to protect them though with the Mew ult, trying to keep them alive. Now the attention is being brought on. The dual blades have been knocked out. If Piplup Bubble Beam is going to be able to make a play, play, it's going to be able to be right now. Slowbro has been kind of the king of being able to steal objectives away. Blastoise, though, just putting them, but drowning them. And all that's left is a Clefable and a Dream. And Pipple Bubble Beam able to secure the Ray. It's Duckett's time, baby.
Yeah, Leafeon and Zacian going down there. Incredibly unfortunate. Looks like that Leafeon is going to be taken out once again. And what do we say? It is Hundo Burger time here in the morning in California. Lots of points raining down here on the side of Piplup. 538 to 215. This is now becoming a 3x game. And it looks like on the side of Zoro, they need to find that one piece and keep searching again.
Looking for Zoro, just gonna concede to this match, saying, hey, let's redo this, go on to game 2, baby. This is not our party. And so unfortunate for Zoro, because the team had everything going for them. It seemed like everything was going their way, but when you get caught out early, it can hurt. Galnagunner being on the Clefable was caught out a little bit early, which allowed Piplup Bubblegum to kind of swing the momentum a little bit in their direction. They were able to take advantage of what they were given onto the field, and from there they just said, hey, you know what, it is our time to converge. The time to strike is right now. And unfortunately for looking for Zoro, they're looking for a game 2.
Even more importantly, though, you know, we obviously saw the score lead going over to the side of Zoro's team, but they had broken Piplup's tier 1 and both their tier 1 goal zones on the top and the bottom lane. This allows them to get that comeback experience that they need. So despite being down by a significant margin in terms of the points, the levels were right there, and able to get KOs onto their Leafeon and onto their Zacian was so significant in the Rayquaza fight. Allow them to get that rip. It was a little bit of a slower takedown on the Rayquaza, but nonetheless, able to get the Rayquaza, very significant going into the latter minute of the game.
I love seeing it. You know, kind of the hidden gem of this all. We talked about Zacian and Leafeon so much that Chew being on the Mew did the most damage for those team. Those solar beams were so pivotal in being able to do the damage that they needed to get it off. Nikos was an amazing run, but even early on, we saw that looking for Zoro just had everything going for them. They were able to converge these KOs, and this early, you know, flank coming from Leafeon really tested the time, and it really felt like they were setting the precedence for the entirety of this game.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what you expect here in this top lane. Leafeon does get their power spike at that level 4. You know, Glaceon also gets that as well, but Leafeon definitely the best evolution to get their level 4 with access to extremely powerful moves like the Solar Blade, like the Razor Leaf that they get access to. And here's one of the big hero plays of the early parts of the game. That's Slowbro putting the team on their back, saying adieu with their Straw Hat, able to get that confirm on that Reggie in the bottom lane.
They were trying to be Luffy, and they stretched out their waves really far. They were able to converge. Even looking at the halfway mark, looking for Zoro, the entirety of their team was able to flank so cleanly into the central area of Piplup Bubble Beam, and it just felt like this was gonna be an absolute wrecking ball of a match. They were able to defend. They were able to hold things down. Points in every direction. Here's where things started to really shift around, though, as it really felt that Piplup Bubble Beam finally had their late game Blastoise put in a lot of work for them.
Yeah, as soon as that Blastoise entered the field, it definitely felt like the dynamic on the field changed in favor of Piplup Bubble Beam. You know, obviously they were down in points, but the levels here actually started to go in the way of Piplup. All right, they had their Indeedis, and they got a couple of KOs here in the bottom lane. I believe this objective still does go to Zoro, but still were able to get a good amount of experience going over to their side anyway.
Catch Up EXP was the name of the game as they were able to take down Zacian. And again, you're talking about a team that for the longest was able to just decimate. This is the wrecking ball moment of getting a quadra. You just don't walk away from that thinking, oh man, this game, we're so behind. You're thinking you're in the driver's seat. Clefable was able to come back, but right here, when they're able to pinpoint the Slowbro, yes, it gets the slow beam up, but guess what? Blastoise, if you look behind, big big Hydro Typhoon, catches 3 enemies, and from here, Glaceon is just away, being able to just perfectly leash them away and kite them in such a beautiful way that once you take out the 2 swords, you're left with 3 pink beauties. But what are they able to do in Rip? You lost your big heavy hitters in Zacian and Leafeon, which allowed Piplup Bubble Beam to come in with a skewer.
You know, I gotta say though, Zoro's game plan going into the pit looked really well. They got the slow beam onto the Inteleon. You know, the Inteleon did get the Bliss assistance to help them stay alive, but I think what I'm more surprised is that the health bar of this Inteleon able to take not only a slow beam from the Slowbro, but they also took some of the residual damage, the AoE damage that comes from a Leafeon Unite move as well. So in terms of game plan, Zoro did exactly what they wanted. They just couldn't lock in the KOs that they needed.
I think their plan was honestly perfect. I think everything went right in the terms of what they needed. It just really felt that the moment Clefable, and don't get me wrong, Clefable was able to come back, but it's that shift in power now. You're talking about momentum, which I know whether it be in sports, whether it be here, a lot of people tend to forget that these are humans, and momentum is a huge factor, even in Pokemon Unite. That little opening can mean a lot, because now you get a little bit of extra EXP by knocking out the Clefable, and more importantly, you're now feeling like, hey, we can do this if we plan things out correctly. And Glaceon did it perfectly. Karma was able to just get away, use those icy winds strategically. Inteleon did have to pay the price, but honestly, when one man goes down and the rest of the team picks you up for a victory, that loss or that KO doesn't feel so bad anymore.
You know, going into game number 2 here, I think Zoro's game plan, if they do decide to go with a heavy dive composition with the Zacian and the Leafeon, or, you know, with any of the other dive characters that you can select from, you know, I don't think your adjustment going into game number 2 needs to be, you know, significant. I think you need to definitely lock it down a little bit more going into the Rayquaza fight. But you had the lead both in score and a little bit in terms of a level lead, but they did really well. They just got to lock it in towards the very end.
Honestly, I agree. I think their team was actually magnificent, but see, a lot of the times, and we see this all the time, greed can be detriment to you. You start feeling, hey, you almost start feeling like you're invincible as a team, and you're thinking, well, yeah, we can live in their Centroia. Even though we know Ray's 15, 20 seconds away, we could still be in the Central area and do that. But unfortunately, sometimes teams do get caught out, and it just becomes a domino effect. What is this beautiful giant wall of Titans starts getting chipped away left and right, and next thing you know, you're kind of left in the rubble thinking, what happened? What went wrong? It's nothing that went wrong. It's just a small mistake that kind of snowballed into a loss.
Yeah, they weren't able to get the KOs that they needed to. They couldn't KO the Inteleon, and because of that, they had to trade their Leafeon. I wasn't sure exactly how the Zacian went down, but Leafeon definitely tried to go for the KO into a pit of maybe, you know, 2 or 3 enemy opponents, one of them being locked down by a slow beam. Just wasn't able to get the KOs that were most significant in the Rayquaza fight. And so thinking about game number 2, you know, their game plan went really well. You know, I don't think there's necessarily a character that they need to ban or a character that they need to work around. Zoro will have pick number 1. So I think something like a Slowbro first ban, and then picking up something like a Leafeon, or maybe even the Lapras, because Lapras does have really strong dive as well. If you do like going that dive route with your team, Lapras would be a really good first pick if it's not banned out by Piplup Bubble Beam.
I mean, you got to think that Lapras is going to be target number 1, but you're right. You know, many a times you see that like a Pokemon just kind of gets automatically banned because they have been problematic, and no Pokemon individual was kind of problematic. It's not really a targeted pick this time around. You know, you could argue that Zacian did a lot, but honestly, by the end of it, Zacian was just kind of thrown to the wind. Honestly, it wasn't that big of a problem. No Pokemon really excelled in a way like we've seen other Pokemon. You know, they say they're looking for Zoro, maybe they're looking for Zoroark, and that has been many a times, especially over in NA. We've seen what they have been able to do on Zoroark. Now talking now in EU and EMEA, you start realizing what really could be the problem, or do we just kind of stick with what we know and say, hey, you know what, let's stick to what we know. We did really well. There's no reason we need to switch up too much, and hopefully they can decide on what they want to get rid of. And it looks like the dog might be put into the kennel early on, Draku.
Yeah, it looks like it's gonna be sent to the pound, definitely on the side of Zoro. So I mean, they're gonna be banning out the Zacian #1 here, and you know, potentially I think they were looking for Lapras's first pick, but you know, Bubble Beam is not gonna let that happen. Their name might be Bubble Beam here, but definitely gonna be putting the Lapras on ice here for game number 2. Slowbro is going to be selected for their first pick for Zoro's team. They might be first pick, but they're probably gonna forget about it anyway.
Little amnesia to the brain. No, with that being said, Pipple Bubble Beam gonna go back to what they know. They want that Bubble 07 cool slick guy just leaning on himself. And Urshifu was banned actually last time in the last game. Urshifu now gonna be an all-rounder, as seeing like, hey, Zacian's an all-rounder. Well, guess what? We'll counter pick by taking away a little Leafeon. They want to go back onto that and use it for their gain. Looking for Zoro, so good on the Leafeon in game number 1. They say, hey, we got to stick to it game number 2.
Yeah, definitely two very different draft styles here for both of these teams. Zoro looking a little more conservative, grabbing that Slowbro and the Blissey first picks, whereas Bubble Beam going for a more aggressive side here. Nico's picking up that Inteleon and, of course, the Urshifu on Kabuki's side. But we're also having another character as well that has a lot of targets to latch onto. That is this Comfey. Karma is going to be picking up one of the popular support picks in the game here, and they do have quite a number of targets to latch onto.
I mean, it looks like they're going to a little bit of a luau. Then that luau could be a winner's party here. They're trying to move on. They're trying to wrap this up and call it a day. They're trying to put looking for Zoro to bed, and this little Comfey might be a message to send them out. But like you said, Draku, Comfey being able to latch itself onto Umbreon to just survive even more, and Gudra and Urshifu, this is going to allow a lot of sustainability. And if Urshifu can get that ball rolling, it can do a lot of damage. Looking over at looking for Zoro squad, Chew gonna be on the Pikachu themselves. Just really a Pokemon that's re-entered the meta a little bit over here in EU, because they're able to do with that curse incense, being able to just eliminate HP recovery, whether it be because of one of the pads in the towers or just being able to not allow the healing from Comfey to do its job, kind of shuts it down in a little bit. And once again, they're gonna have Blastoise this time around, so hopefully they can utilize it. Bend over Mewtwo is going to be able to run and hopefully run away with that Blastoise.
Yeah, really exciting draft for both of these teams. They're picking up some characters that have not seen the spotlight in quite some time here. Obviously, Pikachu got some much needed, but I wouldn't say much needed buffs, but definitely got some buffs in the most recent patch, having some cooldown reduction on some of its moves. And we're also seeing the Gudra as well. You know, Gudra, or I guess the defender category, is a really saturated category, right? You know, Gudra is one of those characters, is not as strong as, say, Lapras, Slowbro, or Umbreon, but it could definitely work as, you know, an all-rounder, more of an all-rounder pick with that Comfey. You know, you're not really running the healing items, but you do have a supreme healer in the form of that Comfey. But here we go. Game number 2. Winner of this is going to be moving on to the finals. Bubble Beam up 1-0, going up against Zoro.
Zoro actually has finally dropped their first game. They've kind of gone undefeated this entire time, and Gudra just got to slide on over. Gooey being able to survive, and even Goomy in the early game is able to survive quite a bit, but they might be looking to take a little bit of pain. Here comes Comfey to latch itself on, bend over Mewtwo using these water guns so strategically, but even then, Goomy is able to stay alive, get their stack in, and not get the early knockout.
Yeah, trying to get a stack for themselves here. You know, that Gudra's name is Keep Running here. You know, you might not be swimming, but the song this Gudra sing is just keep running, just keep running, just keep running, trying to get to that top tier 1 goal zone. And here we go with Urshifu. The king has a Santa hat on, but on top of that hat is a lei as well. He's going to go for this gank here. Leafeon got to be really careful in the backline. Very squishy, able to get a lot of the Swablu's in the central area with that Solar Blade once again being selected.
Surging strikes going in, able to get at least a knockout easily onto the Squirtle. Here comes a good old dunk. Oh no, Gumi's gonna find a little bit of trouble. They need to find a Hookie Lao. They got the lay all up on them, and now they're trying to escape. Here comes some surging strikes. Here comes a big old Solar Blade. Solar Blade gonna whiff, not gonna do as much damage. Leafeon just trying to find a way to stay alive. They are zooming around and able to finally find their way, but now they're in big trouble.
Yeah, this Urshifu might have the Santa hat on, but definitely looking like the Grinch there for that Leafeon player. Good chunk of experience going over to the right side. Urshifu now hitting that level 6 is going to be also able to get all of the farm in the central area as well. All right, trying to start a siege onto this bottom T1 gold zone. They're not going to be able to get anything out of it. Umbreon able to defend that bottom tier 1 gold zone.
Doing a real good job. Gumi still, though, just kind of living in the top lane. And this time, Bend Over Mewtwo having the War Turtle already up. This is looking like a different game. Piplup Bubblebeam was on the last game. Even though they came out the winners, they definitely had their Blastoise in the later game. And Zoro is just looking to try to get it up early and often as possible to have it do the damage that they need. Have a little bit of a split push here, a little bit of engage. Sliggoo finally made its way uptown, and they're able to stay alive, survive a lot better, knowing that Comfey and the Dragon Pulse is going to be able to keep them nice and healthy.
I gotta say, this Gudra is gonna be incredibly difficult to take down. All right, you have now access to your Dragon Pulse, which gives you your primary source of healing, but you also got a Comfey attached to you as well. Umbreon gonna be going down in the bottom lane. Pretty significant amount of points being scored on that bottom T1 gold zone. 80 points on Piplup's side. Only 3 points are left on Looking for Zoro's team. And here we go. Regice has formed in the bottom area of the map here. A Unite move. A Flowing Fist now being popped by this Urshifu. Able to get a KO onto the Pikachu. Slowbro is going to be following suit as well. And here comes the siege onto the gold zone. Look at that. Emerald 2-step do literally negative damage here and trying now to get away. Waiting for the secure here. Just missing their mark. And the Comfey is going to secure that Regice for themselves.
I'm sorry, did you say that, you know, we thought that Inteleon and Sobble had the best secure? No, that is Comfey. They have the best secure in the game. They're not going to actually opt to break this tier. Instead, they're going to go into the central area and try to invade a little bit. Meanwhile, Bend Over Mewtwo going to drop in a big old 30 amount of Aeos into that bucket. And now this Urshifu able to just kind of steal away a buff, and they're going to be going away. Man, they really are Santa Claus once you see them. And now they're gone, and now they're trying to do a little bit of trying to score, but looking for Zoro. Gonna try to counteract that as this Urshifu is going absolutely nowhere, but it's staying alive. Call the Bee Gees, and unfortunately that concert is over.
Yeah, lots of Unite moves and a lot of resources to take down the Urshifu Comfey pairing. All right, we got another Emerald 2-steps there. Looks like the Solar Blade just missing their mark. The Bubble 07 is going to go ahead and pop that bubble, use that Unite move to defend their tier 1 gold zone. That Slowbro going to pick up the keep running off of the ground, but unfortunately going to be trading their life for it as well. All right, both teams now getting KOs for themselves. Some good amount of experience, but it's really just back and forth between the two teams.
Back and forth, and here comes Pikachu trying to drop some electricity onto the playing field, and just like that, 2 knockouts as this is Sewer Spy Vision Bubble 07 man, and Inteleon is looking for more. They are just throwing out liquidation after liquidation, but Zoro not going to be able to give up this tier. They want to make a stand here. There's a little bit of a shift in power here as Piplup Bubblebeam does have a higher score, but Zoro not going to allow. They're now finally kind of finding their own. Again, Blastoise has been a little bit of a difference maker for both teams. Once that Blastoise becomes online, it really feels like the game state kind of shifts a little bit, in at least in terms of momentum.
95 points separates these two teams. 163 to 68. Bubblebeam's team is going to take this Regice off the map pretty convincingly as well. Zoro looking for that Regice is going to find nothing in the bottom lane, but here we go. Starting the siege onto the tier 1 gold zone. Inteleon doing a really good job at using that acrobatics to parkour away from that Emerald 2-step. But a KO onto the Urshifu, and here comes a slow beam as well. And here comes the siege onto this bottom T1 gold zone. This T1 gold zone is looking like Winterfell right now because the walls are looking like they're falling here. But if there's someone to hold down the stark difference, that is this Umbreon. But it's going to be lifted up once again by the Slowbro, and it looks like Zoro's team backing out with their tails beneath their legs back to the left side.
Unfortunately for Zoro, unable to converge. When you're looking at that in that little pocket, you think, hey, well, this is our time to shine. But no, Umbreon able to stay alive. And unfortunately for Zoro, they were not able to break. They are trying. It feels like there's just this power struggle where they're trying to at least break one tower, because it becomes a little bit easier if they end up stealing Ray. They just want to break something. And then here comes Leafeon. They are just taking a full liquidation, but both teams just kind of in a little bit of a stalemate. Nobody able to break anybody's walls. We saw Pipple Bulbing try to invade into Zoro. We saw that they tried to break the tier 1, unable to do so on the top pad. Now here comes Urshifu. Surging Strikes coming out. They're trying to slam on their liquidation. They want that little bit, and here comes, interestingly enough, Slowbro is actually not running Amnesia. This is not a forgetful little Slowbro.
This is a terrifying wall to go up against. This is the wall of Piplup here. They got a Gudra, they got an Umbreon supported with a Comfey, and literally the Comfey has free reign on anybody to latch itself onto. You know, Urshifu is one of the more obvious picks here, but a Gudra with a Comfey, that thing is not going down, Zero.
It is not going to go down any easier, and that's what these two teams are bringing. It really feels like two walls, and now the point difference is diminishing. You went from like having a 90-point difference to about a solid 23-point difference. This is going to be very close. You have two giant defenders and a Comfey, but guess what? Pikachu does have the ability with its Curse Incense to do a lot of diminishing damage, and this Gudra's gonna get caught out, and that's not gonna be good. That is one of the premier defenders the Pipple Bubblebeam has. Looking for Zoro, needs to make a play now.
Here we go. The Regieleki did go into that tier 2 goal zone, but Zoro really just used that as bait to get the Gudra out there. And take a look at this. Bubblebeam is still waiting on their second defender to rejoin the field. Our Zoro did not make anything out of it. Lots of Unite moves coming out from the Evolutions here, but the Evolutions, actually both Evolutions are down here. Zero, Umbreon goes down, Leafeon goes down, and it is a 4v4 fight here in the middle.
A 4v4 being big, but losing Leafeon isn't as detrimental as losing Umbreon. Umbreon already going to be back up. Zoro needs to find an opening here, but now Pipple Bubblebeam is trying to converge. Azure Spy Vision is coming out. Crits are being held out, and this Blastoise and Urshifu are just taking the forefront. Urshifu doing everything that they can to stay alive, but there goes Urshifu. There goes Comfey. Purple Bubblebeam, though, trying to keep the conversion on. Here comes Leafeon. Emerald's two-step, unable to do much at all. Right now, Pipple Bubblebeam is holding things down. Blastoise and a Blissey and a Dream, though. This is it, and Blissey is the last savior. Pipple Bubblebeam is in the lead, but not by very much. This Blissey's just gonna concede and say, you can take me out. Here comes Slowbro. This is it, as Rayquaza is being dwindled away, and I don't think Slowbro is gonna have enough time. And Pipple Bubblebeam might be picking up their brooms as they are taking a sweep against looking for Zoro.
Yeah, unfortunately, looking for Zoro, they do have that straw hat flag on their ship. It unfortunately looks like they are going to be raising the white flag here in game number 2. Piplup now moving on in this tournament, one step closer of finding their own One Piece. They're able to pull out the broom here to sweep the deck of looking for Zoro.
Looking for Zoro, more like looking for a run back in losers bracket, because they're not done just yet, so they need to still be in this. But man, oh man, this just felt like back and forth. Pipple Bubblebeam did have the advantage throughout the entirety of the game, but Zoro, it always felt like they were in the mid of things. Even looking at the 7-minute mark, it felt like they were just so close yet so far. And Gudra just doing so much work, and Inteleon, again, we talked about how important this was for these Mons. Inteleon being behind enemy lines, being able to have Nikos and keep running in front of them to take all that damage, and that way Inteleon was able to pop its Azure Spy Vision, stay alive a lot longer, and do a lot of damage. Karma did a lot, though. You gotta admit, Karma and Kabuki kind of took the forefront of like what looked like 2 or 3 Unite moves, as it looked like Bend Over Mewtwo was throwing out a Hydro Typhoon, you had Pikachu, and there was a Bliss Assistant. It just felt like nothing could take down Karma and Kabuki together.
Yeah, I gotta give a big shout out to this Gudra though, like we were saying here, trying to get some neutral farm on the left side of the map here, but once again, just keep running, just keep running. That Comfey is gonna keep you nice and healthy and safe, and once you make it back to your goal zone, you can start pushing back the other way here. But really, this Gudra had its way the entire game. It had that Comfey lay on top of them, and here we go, we're seeing one of the first big experience shifts in the game. This is again that Leafeon being caught out in the jungle, trying to go, I don't know if it was an invade or more just using the jungle as a way to escape. Unfortunately, he's going to be kidnapped by the Sansa Urshifu.
Poor little Leafeon was just kind of caught out. They weren't able to do much. And here we were talking about how like the Emerald Two-Step basically did nothing as Karma was just able to stay alive. And Comfey, being the true hero, setting down that Regice. You know, Regice might be very powerful, but no match for Comfey.
Yeah, we can see for most of this game, you know, there was a lot of back and forth fights here, but look at all the resources they have to devote to taking down just a single one of the hosts of this Comfey. They used the slow beam, they used the Hydro Typhoon. They literally needed to devote everything to take down anything the Comfey was latched onto. And take a look at here, we got the Inteleon. Get out of my swamp is this Inteleon. Uses that Azure Night Vision, defending their T1 goal zone. I believe they also get a KO here onto the Slowbro before making the siege back the other way once again.
They were just relentless. This is where things halfway through, you really felt like Pipple Bubblebeam was trying to make a name for themselves and try to push back, but both of these teams just did a remarkable job in being able to defend their towers. Nobody wanted to be able to give it up just that early. Even with Inteleon here and Urshifu, it just felt like Zoro refused to kind of like give up and let everything go away to them. Even here, this was a big moment. We're looking for Zoro really just brought the pain, and it really felt like this was their moment. Things were set up, Pikachu trying to do as much as they could, and you're thinking here, Gudra's down, Unite moves are expended, now is the time to score. But just like in a dark star in the night, Umbreon came to defend and survive.
You know, we've been talking about the kind of the two defenders and Urshifu on the side of Piplup Bubblebeam, but I do also want to give a shout out to this Inteleon as well. It's just a superb draft from top to bottom. Really, you have a really strong front line, you have a good supporter to support that front line, but you also have arguably one of the best attackers in the game, that is that Inteleon, dishing out tons of DPS with that liquidation and then getting those resets for the liquidation with your acrobatics, and also getting your diamonds as well for the more critical hits.
Doing so much damage. You essentially really had a full front line because Urshifu was just kind of unstoppable right here. Look how it takes the slow beam. It's gonna take damage from the Hydro Typhoon and the Bliss Assistance and the slow beam. They took 3 Unite moves just to take down Urshifu and Comfey. And if that's not a front line, I don't know what is, because that's what really allowed Piplup Bubblebeam to just kind of soak up 3 Unite moves onto Urshifu and Comfey, and the rest of the team was just kind of able to clean up. Kind of notably, we didn't even talk about it, Gudra was able to convert 3 knockouts on that play to begin with.
I mean, take a look at this, right? Your front line is just doing what it's supposed to be doing, and Inteleon is doing what it's supposed to be doing as well. It's just focusing on objectives, focusing on doing a ton of damage throughout the game. I don't believe it was the damage leader of the game, but if there is something that is the most protected, it's definitely going to be that Inteleon.
Oh yeah, Ryotari, amazing job on the Inteleon. And you're right, when you're looking at the draft pick, Gudra and Umbreon are typically your frontline defenders, right? But like I said, Urshifu with the Comfey, now you have a frontline who has sustainability, it has a shield when it uses liquidation, and we saw it took 3 Unite moves to be able to take it down, which then the frontline said, well, you did a lot of hard work for us, I guess we'll pick up the slack. And Inteleon just had nowhere to be seen in that fight. Urshifu, Gudra, and Umbreon took the full force that Looking for Zoro brought, and Inteleon got to chill back, sip on a little bit martini, shaken, not stirred for Bubble 07.
shaking and baking, really. But both of these teams, or one of these teams, is going to be moving on to our upper winners side. They are going to be facing against Star Strike, who has won their set and has moved on as well. All right, well, as true to all double troubles, looking for Zoro is going to be looking for at least a couple more wins as they are heading down to the loser side. They are going to be in now a best of one side of the bracket, so one more Rayquaza, and unfortunately One Piece is going to be sinking for you if you're not able to get that win. But we are going to be going off to a break. Do not go anywhere here at Unite Battle Hub. We will see you in a little bit.
Welcome back to the Unite Battle Hub Double Trouble. I be one of your hosts, Zero in on Alex. And you know, when you talk about the definition of double and trouble, you bring me up first, but more importantly, you bring up my casting partner over here, Draku-san, because when you put us together, you only get trouble. And
Only
double
trouble indeed. Double trouble indeed. I gotta say, some trouble that was brewing up in the last game, definitely a double trouble, was Piplup Bubble Beam able to get a nice 2-0 victory with that Comfy and the Gudra, mind you. You know, anytime there is a Comfy, you gotta say prepare for trouble and definitely make a double with those two.
Well, not only did they have double and trouble, but they had the bubble as well, with Inteleon being the bubble 07. So double trouble boil in the bubble of Inteleon. And unfortunately, they were forced to face that. And here we go. Piplup Bubble Beam are now in winners finals. They are one step closer to grand finals. That being said, though, Star Strike is right on their coattails right now, and they are looking to try to secure their spot. As we look back into the bracket, they've kind of only lost one set, which was against War Squad, which is what kind of the team they sent to losers to get here. So both of these teams have had that that kind of run here. And Piplup Bubble Beam, you know, same thing. They have just only dropped one game against Baba, which was 2 rounds ago, and they just kind of clean swept Zoro.
Yeah, getting into the latter half of this tourney now. We are now in the winners finals. So whoever wins this is going to be moving on to one of the finals. You know, one of them is definitely going to be moving on to the grand finals. The other one heading down to the losers bracket, where they're going to be fighting for their tournament life in the losers finals. And once again, if you're just joining us, these teams are fighting over a $150 prize pool. $150? Yeah, $100 going to first place, $50 going to that second place prize here. But you were saying some, you know, double trouble bubble on the side of Bubble Beam. Not only do they have, you know, the bubbles coming out of 007, but you also have the double bubble with the Gudra. The Gumi does have bubble.
It does. Well. It does hubble bubble double bubble bubble. Hubble bubble bubble gum. Is that what we're talking about? I mean, Gudra does look kind of sticky, but that being said, yeah, like I really liked kind of their team composition. It was just so excellently put together, and I loved every waking moment of it. Inteleon really was that kind of protect the president style Pokemon, being able to stay behind and just kind of relax, not being able to worry too much. You know, those Azure Spore, like to think that even their Azure like Spy Vision was able to kind of defend a tier 1 because they were able to stay behind, push teammates off. It's gonna be like, that's not usually what you see out of Inteleon. Usually they try to dive onto Inteleon, but Inteleon was behind into the flex zone, being able to protect that tier 1 in the top path. So it's up to see, can they perform a miracle again? Can they run it back? Can they set it up in winners grand finals? Can they, you know, they sent Zoro to losers, so it's their time to find. They're looking for prize money. They're not looking for Zoro. They're looking for prize money because they are Piplup Bubble Beam.
Hey, you know, one of these teams definitely looking for their One Piece. You know, most people think that the world's greatest treasure might be in the ocean somewhere, but Star Strike, I think they're looking to the stars to strike true in the hearts of their enemies. We have not seen them on a stream yet, but they've obviously went through quite a journey to get here into the winners finals. If you want to take a look again at what the tournament life was for both of these teams and all the players as well, take a look at the brackets, exclamation point bracket, to see the community gaming list. But here we go, Zero, off and away into the winners finals. Piplup Bubble Beam on purple side, Star Strike over on orange side.
So what you're telling me is One Piece is actually not the greatest treasure, being the friends we made along the way? I thought that was the whole point of the One Piece. No, am I wrong on that? Well, Lapras is once again going to be thrown into the ban, and Urshifu not allowed to come to this party as Star Strike is opting to ban it out. Lapras just does not get to have any fun over here because they know how powerful it can be.
Yeah, striking down the Urshifu, very much pun intended here. Xanthi is going to be picking up 007, Bubble 07 once again. Inteleon first pick, really solid first pick, but this also leaves the way for some prime supporters and a defender as well, as it looks like Piplup is looking at what they've done before, picking up that Zacian and also picking up that Slowbro too.
Slowbro has just been so good to them, and to see that, you know, the tree Trevenant, you know, when you still talk about that Umbreon is still up for grabs and they decide to go with Trevenant, interesting pick. And Hoopa is always such a good teammate to have. Definitely some different compositions being thrown out here, and I love to see the variety. You know, you got to think sometimes that element of surprise of not facing off against the Trevenant or Hoopa in a while really can benefit a team. Now Piplup Bulbabeam going to go back to something else they're comfortable with. They have their supporter in Blissey and more backline damage from Mew, who Mew has been able to poke out a lot of damage.
Could we potentially be seeing an all-pink team here on the side of Piplup Bubblebeam? I mean, Zacian has, I don't know if you can call that pink, but it's kind of like a reddish pink in the side.
The little ribbons. I say, why the hell not? Why not? Why not? I say, why the heck not? I think
we see this Mewtwo X here being potentially selected here on the side of Pip. You know, if I saw a Mewtwo X whose name said "keep running," I would absolutely keep running.
I'm gonna keep on running, just run in, and I mean that's kind of what Leafeon does, right? But keep running away because they will find you, whether it be with an eject button, Leaf Blade combo, and then slam down the Solar Blade, or they might put on their boots and then just take you to an Emerald two-step. And either way, you're gonna need to keep running away from keep running because they have shown that they can do a lot of damage, but they're gonna be handing it off to Karma. It feels very much like they're gonna go back to a little bit of a dual blade action here. They might be learning from Zoro a little bit and said, hey, you know what, that double blade composition kind of was spicy. We need to bring our own version to the party.
Yeah, definitely flipping it on its head here. So they had in the last set, they went up against a Zacian and a Leafeon. You know, their team had those attackers. I believe they had a Glaceon and Inteleon on their team in that first game in the last series, but they're flipping it around this time. They're going to be pulling out the dive characters in that Leafeon and also in that Zacian as well, trying to flip it on its head and see if they can pull it off as well.
And then so far, it seems that they have been able to pull off a lot, but again, learning compositions, trying things out for their own. For all we know, they might be really used to this double blade kind of composition, and so far I've been a huge fan of what they've been able to pull off. But hey, Black Roach was actually able to pick up on the Delphox, and Delphox has also been very powerful with the Curse Incense, as their Unite move was already reducing healing, and now you kind of stack onto it. But here we go, winners finals, Star Strike, Piplup, Bubblebeam. Only one of these guys, one of these teams will be heading into the grand line known as grand finals.
All right, the attackers heading down into the bottom lane, level 4 evolutions in the central area with that Delphox and with the Leafeon in the top lane, once again sending up that Blastoise as Star Strike.
Blastoise can be one of those Pokemon that is very, very strong if they're able to get ahead on time. But Zacian gonna go already in the deep engage. They might be in a little bit of trouble though as they find their way into a hit. And here comes the Leaf Solar Blade from Karma to say, hey, back off, my dog. Do not touch. He is not for petting. And they're able to get out. Interestingly enough, Hoopa just does so much damage into the early game in the top path.
Yeah, it is incredibly difficult to out-secure a Solar Blade Leafeon once it does hit that level 4, especially early game characters like, say, you know, a Blastoise or a Braixen. It doesn't have that securing ability like a Leafeon. Not only do you have secures, but if you're also able to get the AoE damage onto the enemy team as well as securing some of those farms, is going to be so hard to deal with.
It's going to be very difficult to deal with. And now here comes Zacian trying to be a little bit too aggressive, though. Not even level 5, though. Does not have a lot of AOs to its name. It might be looking for pain. Again, you do not want to engage too deep. When you do, you know, the thing about Zacian is the key to Zacian is AOS management. Being able to have enough to proc your Intrepid Sword is going to be very pivotal. And in this case, Zacian was not even level 5, so they didn't even have their Sacred Sword yet. Meanwhile, Leafeon to look for a little bit of a central area farm as they're trying to take it away from Bryson. Meanwhile, though, here comes a bigger push, a little bit bigger of engage. Zacian now does have Sacred Sword, but unfortunately, Blissey was kind of just frontlining it all of their own, and Blissey taken down. Unfortunately, Zacian just trying to get enough AOs. Might have been a little bit of a miscue from Piplup Bubblebeam.
Yeah, you know, War Turtle definitely is not one of the best secures in the game, but they're actually holding on their own against a Zacian, which has really strong early game pressure. All right, didn't see how much of the farm went over to either side here, but we do now have a level 7 Inteleon on the field pretty early on as well. So looks like on the side of Starstrike, things looking really well.
Looking really good. Now they're able to get a couple of scores in. Zacian, again, not being one of those Pokemon that normally you see scores a ton because they want to reserve as much AOS as they can to proc their Intrepid Sword. Teams are just kind of playing a little bit more slower pace, and it does seem that Inteleon is going to be a snipe shot set. No liquidation. They are a secret agent sniper, and they want to make themselves known as they do have a little bit of a bellhop kind of look to them with their Hollowware, and a big snipe shot does catch Mew on the back tail.
You know, you might say he's a bellhop, but I definitely think he looks like more of a marching band character to me.
You're my marching band.
Okay. Definitely playing the trumpet here, trying to get a secure onto the Regirock, now being brought down to 50% already. Snipe shot, trying to find an angle. It can't be body blocked here. That's exactly what the Slowbro is doing. Easy confirmed there from the Leafeon to get that with the Solar Blade. You don't have really good secure on the side of Starstrike. You have the Snipe shot, but like we were saying, can be body blocked, and it's a little bit difficult to get the shot off if you don't have a good pathway.
You gotta have that pathway, and Slowbro was just kind of eating them up, you know, as the water type defender here. And Zacian trying to look, where do I go from here? They might well try to engage here, but no, they're actually gonna back off, come back in, and all this EXP is gonna go into the way of Starstrike. This Zacian, unfortunately, unable to converge onto this, and here comes the Phantom Fireworks, though, as they try to siege this. Slowbro looking like they're in a little bit of pain. They're not gonna be able to recover as much, as a lot of damage comes in. Trevenant able to get the pick off, and just like that, Starstrike able to defend their tower with ease.
A pretty conservative start here for both of these teams. Obviously, one of them scoring just a little bit more than the other team, but again, not a significant lead for Piplup Bubblebeam. 92-14. Let's take a look at the field state. Still waiting for this War Turtle to become a Blastoise at level 9 here. Nice surf. So we are going for the more, crowd control oriented Blastoise. Try to get them out of that hyperspace hole with that egg bomb. So we do have the tech there. Our 5:30 on the clock here. Our Blastoise needs one more bit of farm to tick in. We got a little bit of a split push going on. There is a Regieleki in the top lane. Now going to be started here by Piplup Bubblebeam. Let's see. Oh, nice snipe shot, but unfortunately, Delphox going to be going down an Emerald 2-step.
Oh man, that was just such a good engagement. Being able to just kind of look out in the bush right there, able to just find out their picks and be able to use that Leaf Blade Emerald 2-step combo. As luckily Mew able to secure the Regieleki from a Solar Beam from afar. Leafeon doing the utmost work. Karma is a pain in the behind this Leafeon, trying to do everything that they can though to kind of commit to these plays. Slowbro in a little bit of trouble, but Slowbro just gonna forget of any of the pain. Regice has spawned into the bottom path, and I think Zacian and the rest of the crew are heading down there. Intrepid Sword in the mouth.
There we go. Snowball is starting to form here on the side of Piplup Bubblebeam now. 166-44. Here we go. We got the weaves of Hoopa starting to get the rest of the team down to the bottom lane. It looks like the Fanciful Fireworks actually able to get the objective in the bottom lane, but they're actually going to start wanting some more here. All right, they got two characters down. Zacian in the dog pound. Same thing with Blissey, but here we go. Do we have some more pressure going into this T1 goal zone? The only one left alive is this Mew and this Leafeon sitting in the bush.
Leafeon trying to just stay alive and survive, but yeah, the premier defenders are not here, and Starstrike quite literally needs to strike now, though. Unfortunately, they're not going to be able to converge. It really felt like that Slowbro was just kind of wasting their time. They resorted to so many resources to try to take it out instead of trying to converge onto the tower, and now that might have been a misplay, but a big Hydro Typhoon going to be able to catch 4 members in this tree, and this Blastoise are just working so well together some defender power, even though Blastoise can be a little bit more of an attacker, and the fanciful fireworks are coming out again. Might not be the 4th of July, as that snipe shot just is able to pick off onto the Blissey, and now Starstrike gonna be able to finish off the jump, but unfortunately math could have been a little bit better, as Blastoise div had 40. They could have scored that and then scored the 50, but unfortunately they're gonna have to break even and say, hey, you know what, we just want this tower off of the field.
213 now to 94, about a little more than 100-point lead for Piplup Bubble Beam. But I mean, take a look at the levels, right? The levels are about, I would say, at equilibrium. 2 level 13s on either side here. Obviously, Delphox now getting access to both of its plus abilities, having lots of cooldown reduction with a blue buff that it should be getting in the next 40 seconds or so. Are both teams now looking at Regieleki? They're going to go ahead and ignore it and opt for the team fight here. Kind of a late unite move from the Delphox. Delphox most likely has the energy amplifier. They want to try to push this goal zone, but here comes the Leafeon if they have something to say about it as well. Ooh, here comes the Solar Beam, missing their mark, but I don't think they're going to be able to get anything going here, Zero.
Starstrike really just trying to get anything that they can, and Piplup for Bubble Beam though, unable. I really thought that Mew Solar Beam was going to be able to secure it, and right now Starstrike looking a little bit better than they did in the first half, and they might be trying to converge this Regieleki for a little bit of advantage, as it does. Wow, narrowly does go in. I don't think Starstrike is going to commit a little too much. They do see it, and it can be very tempting, but you got to imagine Piplup Bubble Beam is trying to plan to see if anyone. Exhaustion, keep running is the name of the game here. This Slowbro, the Slowbro just stops the Blastoise from trying to surf in. I mean, you got to give it to them. It was a valiant effort, just caught up with the Slow Beam, but that does mean Delphox and Inteleon are going to be a little bit more safe knowing that that's not on the field anymore.
Yeah, Blastoise ran into a Slowbro in the bush there. All right, huge team fight in the middle as well. All right, looks like the Delphox trying to hang on as best as they can. They're sitting at about 5%. Hoopa is also being brought down there. Oh no, Blissey's going to be sent to the hospital real quickly here. Our Mirage on the field by the Mew, now starting to pay attention to this Rayquaza marching band member trying to pull out the snipe shot. Going down into the Mew. That's a huge shot going from the Inteleon, able to get the KO there. And now it looks like Piplup Bubble Beam, they're starting to come back on the map now, Zero. I don't think they can get anything going out of it.
That's going to look very unfortunate for Starstrike. That was their time to shine. They had like 3 to 4 members down, and now they're just trying to converge onto the Zacian. Unable to move. That is a 30-second cooldown that they're not going to be coming to this party, this fiesta. They are not invited. Blissey's just kind of lurking around. Ray already looking at about 20-25%. They're very whittling it away, but luckily a big ol' Hydro Typhoon combined with Delphox able to get the secure. Starstrike shines very brightly here tonight as the rain of Eos is being poured on. Pour some sugar on me, pour some Eos on Thea Sky Ruins for Starstrike.
Yeah, lots of points raining in here. Another 200 points, and I think this is going to be GG go next. Piplup Bubble Beam with most of their team on the right side. They got a tier 1 to work with, but with very little AOs and still shields on the side of Starstrike, they have found their shooting star.
They have taken game 1 in a best of 3, and Starstrike quite literally leaving Piplup Bubble Beam kind of starstruck, kind of like a deer caught in the headlights, as everything was going their way. That early engagement onto the Blastoise, though, able to prevent it from scoring. Being caught by a Slow Beam just was not enough, though, because it looks like Starstrike was able to recover from that little snag there. Being able to eliminate that Slow Beam early on really did help them, though, because that allowed Delphox and Inteleon to just kind of run rampant, and we can see right there at that Ray fight at the 9-minute mark, Slowbro did not have Slow Beam, which allowed Delphox and Inteleon to just kind of roam free like absolute terrors onto the map.
You know, I definitely thought it was a toss-up in the middle as well. You know, you did have the Hydro Typhoon, which was perfectly timed to get the Rayquaza, but of course the Delphox we saw getting the confirmation anyway. I think the biggest, you know, I don't know if it was a mistake, but it's a hard play to make, was, you know, the Regieleki going into that tier 1 goal zone, and then the Slowbro using their Slow Beam incredibly early. You know, I think they had a lead. They had about 100-point lead. So really that Blastoise getting that goal or that score onto the T1 goal zone would bring the score to parity, but it wouldn't bring them to be under Star Strike in terms of points. So
I mean,
I don't know if that Slowbro's play there onto the Blastoise was really the right thing to do.
especially when you talk about like the whole team was kind of up there, right? You know, I do feel like if anything, you could have exhausted the Hydro Typhoon, because that's what Blastoise would have needed to do to be able to just even survive in that battle. And I think then we would be looking at a completely post-game screen. We would be seeing a completely set of teams going at it. You know, we would see that, you know what, Piplup Bulbapeem might have been the winners. But you're right, again, Inteleon, Delphox able to just kind of run freely as they wanted to, and all because Slowbeam was kind of burned a little bit easy, and on a Blastoise of all things could have been a little bit better.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw it there. Blastoise getting stuck on the wall with the surf there. Unfortunate mishap there by the Blastoise player. Didn't really matter much anyway going into the latter half of the game, but just something that's funny to point out every so often here. But I mean, take a look at this, 166 to 44. We can see the lead going over to the side of Piplup Bubble Beam. I believe this objective, yeah, goes over to Star Strike, able to get a couple of KOs here as well. They start the siege onto this T1 goal zone, but the defend on Piplup's side was also really strong as well. They lose their Slowbro here, but their Mew and their Leafeon actually do a superb job at defending this tier 1 goal zone.
They did such a good job defending this all on their own. You know, you really thought Star Strike was going to make a little bit of a move here, and this kind of would have played later on as Blastoise was trying to score 40 of their own. Unfortunately, though, the defense of Piplup Bubble Beam just did not let anybody in to the party, and Star Strike just kind of had to look around and say, you know what, we got to cut our losses, get the EXP that we can, and maybe we'll fight another day.
I mean, take a look at this. This is one of the coolest plays of the game. Hydro Typhoon hitting 4 characters. Unfortunately, they can't get anything going out of it because what they had to the side of them was just a Trevenant. But, you know, hitting a Unite move onto 4 characters is always a cool thing to watch.
I mean, being able to catch that many at least did open the floodgates to make a little bit of an engagement. This is kind of where we saw a little bit of a mishap where it felt like, you know what, with that much space in between and characters knocked out, you could have made a really big play. And this right here, these last like minute and a half before Ray really kind of dictated the rest of the match, because this is the moment that we've been kind of like, you know, raking on right here, where Piplup Bubble Beam had their Leafeon down and Star Strike decided, hey, you know what, we could rip this. This could be ours. And the fact that this Regieleki even went in with 3 Pokemon here at the helm, but Trevenant was determined to make it happen, and just in the nick of time crashes in, and it quite literally, little did we know, was the setup, as Nachos here tries to surf in there and gets completely caught out.
So here we go. You know, this, I think that was the play of, I don't know. It's hard to say play of the game because it's almost like the mistake of the game right there. So, I mean, take a look at the score here, right? 114 to 213 right here. A 100 would bring Star Strike up by 1 singular point, but that means you lose a Slow Beam. Our Slow Beam is quite possibly the best Unite move in the game here. And now look at this, you know, 3 characters down, 4 characters down on the side of Piplup Bubble Beam. I think this is where we see the Snipe Shot come out of here. The Mew, yeah, Snipe Shot is able to get the KO on the Mew, and then going the other way, getting the flip here on Star Strike, able to get the win.
Honestly, Star Strike, you start looking at this and the fact that the Delphox was able to survive all that damage. Now you're talking about a slow beam Delphox that does not make it out alive. They're knocked out and you're able to snowball from there. So in the sense, yeah, it could have been a misplay, or maybe just, you know, again, hindsight is always going to be 2020, right? But in that instance, you have to realize the Pokemon that are available. Who is your target? Who is your objective? Who is the Mon you need to take out? You know, when you're a Leafeon, you try to look at, okay, who am I gonna go after? Any squishies, those are gonna be mine. Same thing with like Slowbro. Who is the Mon that we need to secure a lockdown? Usually it's an all-arounder of some kind, or a Pokemon that's just kind of snowballed absolutely out of control. And Star Strike took advantage of that, and they were able to come out victors.
Yeah, it's definitely hard, you know, to make that kind of distinction. You know, we can say those types of things here as the casters because we have, you know, that eagle, that bird's eye view, and then we have now the replay to really talk about what happened there. But in the moment there, that Slowbro had like few seconds to decide on whether they want to keep this 100-point lead or, you know, use your Slow Beam. And it's definitely a really difficult distinction to make here, but you know, it's still a really close game. Like we were saying for the set before, I don't think either of these teams need to make a significant adjustment here. Our Star Strike ahead now 1-0. Piplup, Bubble Beam on the verge of being knocked down to the loser side. And once again, Inteleon being first pick for one of these teams.
I mean, I'm telling you, again, when you talk about premier defenders and it goes to Star Strike, they're going to be able to pick up that Slowbro. And a quick little update as we were looking at the bracket really quick as game 2 is getting set up. Looking for Zoro might not be finding One Piece today as they have been officially knocked out here for Double Trouble against a team known as, and wait for it, ABCDEFGHIJK, or as I like to say,
Oh, more like, we can just call them Alphabet Soup is what we'll call them.
Can I have alphabet soup with you? Ooh, woo.
Producers, it is too early. All right, we are just finishing out the draft here for Piplup, Bubble Beam, and Star Strike. I would say these teams looking really identical to what we saw before. Are obviously, you know, Inteleon being picked up on the side of Piplup, Bubble Beam this time. Star Strike was able to pick it up before. But in terms of composition, I think it's really just being flipped on its head here. You know, Zacian was on Piplup before. Now Black Roach on Star Strike is picking up the Zacian. I think these teams have identified who the meta options are here, as we do see a Dodrio being picked up here. Dodge,
Love it.
duck, dip, dive, and Dodrio, I think is how the phrase goes, right?
Well, you know, the old phrase, and very old phrase, used to be if you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball. And here are the 5 Ds of Pokemon Unite: dip, duck, dash,
There's a dash.
depression, and Dodrio. In that order. In that order. Or maybe depression last. I don't know.
All right, here. You know, I don't think there's, you know, any outstanding or really interesting picks here. I think the most interesting pick here is going to be that Dodrio. One character that we haven't seen today, though, is the Eldegoss pick here. You know, Eldegoss is kind of taking a backseat to some of the other supporters. You know, Blissey, obviously, the best supporter in the game at the moment. Hoopa is also another really strong form of heal and also pressure with its ADC damage, with its basic attacks. But, you know, Eldegoss was definitely one of the best supporters in year 1, and it's still being one of the most consistent supporters here now in year 3, 2 years later. It has really good heals, it has a really good Unite move, and it also does have really good pressure if you do give it that red buff with the auto attacks.
Honestly, the fact that Eldegoss still remains very prominent, it's one of the almost forgotten-ish, like at least in ranked, right? Because you see the Clefables and the Blissies and the Hoopas all over the place, but Eldegoss still has a place. It, like you said, it can heal, it can create shields. Leaf Tornado's fallen out of favor, but even then it's auto attacks with like you said, the red buff and an X attack. You know, now you're talking about a whole completely different mon. On top of that, it does carry the muscle band, so it's going to be doing a lot of damage while also supporting its team with the EXP share.
Yeah, I don't know if I saw. Did you see an X attack on this Eldegoss? Is that what you saw?
Oh, I saw it originally, but I do think now they ended up switching over to eject. But I did see it at first, and you know they were gonna go for all the damage that they could, but eject button gonna be a little bit more, at least in terms of the power plays to save this mon. As Zacian is looking like they are trying to do as much as they can, and they're gonna get pushed back by a water gun.
Are they basically flip-flop here? You know, in terms of the characters in the top lane, right? The Zacian used to be on Piplup, and the the Squirtle used to be on Star Strike. So flip-flop in the top lane, so as we've seen all the time, attackers in the bottom lane. But this time, Leafeon, the speedsters are heading down into the bottom lane. All right, here comes Dodrio, a little bit of a slower clear. Needs to get the full level 5. I mean, take a look at this. The Leafeon has only taken a single buff and the Xatu. All right, they are going to be at a small level differential, but, you know, you do get that level 4 evolution and you get the power spike to get that other ability as well.
You know what really hurts more than all these horrible puns is the fact that Dodrio only has 1 hat. But with 1 hat, they are maybe just trying to secure things away. As Zacian and Blissey trying to get out of there. Black Roach, though, trying to escape any pain. This little Eldegoss gonna take a lot of damage as the drill peck does come out. This Dodrio causing a lot of damage. 3 heads are better than 1 as they're able to just poke these enemy team out. And just like that, Dodrio, Nacho's looking real good.
Ooh, nice quick attack into the drill pack, little combo there to pull that farm over to the right side. And take a look at this. The speedsters are now in the jungle as well. But look at this, Umbreon trying to go real deep to grab that piece of farm before heading into the jungle. It looks like they're going to be able to get away though as they head onto that pad and back to the center area of the map. All right, it looks like we also have a siege in the top T1 gold zone as well. Piplup really trying to push the pace here, trying to get some stacks for themselves or some score, but unfortunately the War Turtle is going to be going down as well.
Honestly, Piplup just doing as much as they can, get the scores in, get the stacks in, and Drizzle going to be in a little bit of trouble if they're trying to escape. Meanwhile, Eldegoss putting on that little sweatband because they're going to be putting in a lot of work for this team. They are up against a Zacian and a Blissey, yet somehow they're able to stay alive. And oh, this might be a big siege here. Dodrio going in with the drill pick, and here comes Zacian doing the damage that they do know best. Little scores coming in, get those stacks, get them all in, because right now, this is the time for both of these teams to make a little bit of a move as the blues come up. Big old solar beam to the face, and Piplup trying to just get that Drizzle up into an Inteleon.
So Zero trying to make their way back to the T1 gold zone. Should be able to make it there. Same thing with Nikos. Got to be really careful here for Piplup. A lot of characters are sitting on a pixel, and Ebo is going to find their way onto the cotton ball, but he's not going to be doing as much damage here. Liquidation is going to be the ability of choice of this Inteleon, and it looks like now both teams starting to navigate their way down to the bottom lane where there is a Reggie waiting for both of the teams.
Karma just gonna try to get as much HP as they can, but this Dodrio has been a problem. Triple Trample does come out, doesn't really catch anybody, unfortunately. They are now met with the mean look. Regice though gonna be taking a lot of damage. Here comes the liquidation, here comes the little puffball that could, trying to do a little bit of damage. Leafeon just kind of was waiting in the wings, trying to reduce Regice to a sliver of health because they know they can confirm it with a big old solar blade. Unable to get the confirmation though. Big old solar beam comes out instead. They do get a little bit of damage, but Star Strike able to get away, quite literally Star Strike, and leave the team stricken as Regieleki once again making its way downtown, walking fast, and they're trying to get to a tower right now, but Dodrio able to do what they can. Highest level Mon on the field at level 10, and Zacian at level 9. Regieleki does crash.
This is going to be a battle of the warriors of the sun here. You know, the solar beam from the Mew able to get that objective. Same thing with the Leafeon. Those are probably the best securing moves on both of the teams. In terms of the ability, obviously we do have the Unite move from the Zacian here. Kind of a 3v3 fight here in the bottom lane with the one defender, one supporter, and the attacker as well. So both teams really just mirroring each other in the bottom lane. Most likely not going to be able to get anything going here. Those are the best defenders in the game battling out in the bottom lane. Umbreon looking at that stanky eye on the Slowbro. Slowbro's going to forget about it. And once again, both teams just going to make their way back to their side of the map.
Dodrio was trying to invade onto the side of Piplup, but then luckily they were met with Blastoise and Leafeon. Now Blastoise is level 10, has their Unite move, and now they're able to do a lot more. 35 to 137, 102 point difference right now as Star Strike could be trying to look to try to close this out. Everybody's just looking for those yellow dots known as EXP. Nobody wants to overcommit to anything because they know it could be a lot of damage and a lot of pain could be having, but a little bit of engage already starting as a good old liquidation does hit. Umbreon going in deep. Nobody really there other than Umbreon to take care, but now here comes the wings, here comes the power, here comes the recruits as the basement Reggie is about to spawn, and Dodrio just gonna take the time to score on the top path.
Dodrio doing exactly what Dodrio loves to do here. Ooh, the Blastoise is now taking their turn to go deep here onto that T1 goal zone. Trying to score a 40 point, maybe just pulling some team members to that goal zone. Bliss Assistance makes its way onto the king. That is the Zacian with that crown. Are trying to siege this goal zone. We got a KO onto the Blissey. Blastoise able to get that. Here comes the triple trample though. Pops that full heal as well. A Hydro Typhoon on that goal zone. Lots of KOs coming in. Zacian is still on the KO timer. Same thing with the Inteleon and the Eldegoss. Blastoise getting another KO for themselves, another KO onto the Mew too, and here we go. Blastoise getting a two-piece chicken nuggies in the bottom lane.
That was an amazing move by Blastoise, being able to just kind of stay out of the danger. They were able to do so much for their team, get a good amount of KOs, but now Star Strike gonna fight on back. It is the Empire Strikes Back. This Zacian is going in. Eldegoss though trying to do as much as they can. Blastoise spinning Rooney, trying to go let it rip. Beyblade time. Regirock trying to get taken away. Zacian able to get the secure, and now the rest of the members of Star Strike are coming on in. Triple Trample was already used by Dodrio, but this could be a time to turn around. Big old Sacred Sword coming in. The Dodrio could have use the jump kick and the drill pick to take him out, but you know what? They answer right back. Piplup responding with a leaf beyond leaf plate, solar plate, wombo, combo. Both of these teams just trying to duke it out. Nobody able to get an inch of advantage on each other.
It is a seesaw down here in the bottom lane. Getting KOs for your team does not mean you're able to get this goal zone. Both of these teams showing both their offense and their defensive prowess here. Dodrio trying to get away here. Like we were saying before, dodge, duck, dip, dive, and Dodrio able to get back to their jungle. And also take a look at this, level 14 for that Dodrio as well. Highest on the field by 1. Blastoise, though, not something to play around with as well.
Especially at being at level 13. By the time Ray comes up, it could be looking very powerful. In the top path, though, they're trying to make a little bit of a siege. Both teams on both sides are trying to make a little bit of a siege. Dodrio trying to eye what they see. They get one knockout. Not going to go for the Inteleon. They take what they can get and run away. But this Dodrio looks like it's hungry. It looks like it might be looking for a little bit more. Two dogs are kind of going out down here in the bottom path. Zacian versus Umbreon. You know, it felt like when Umbreon came out, it was almost like the counter to Zacian because it was so tanky. And now everybody's just going for the rip. Regieleki gonna be very powerful. The question will be, can they walk this Regieleki in, and is it even worth it to take it downtown? We saw what teams are able to do, and looks like Dodrio might be taking advantage of this. Gonna go ahead and say, hey, let's dunk it in. It's Duckett's time. Let's keep our point advantage up. Dodrio coming up from behind like a snake, like a viper waiting in the wings.
Ooh, this is a really risky play here on the side of Piplup. They're going to go ahead and start sieging onto this tier 1 goal zone. They're able to get 100 onto that bottom goal zone, get the break as well. So it's going to bring the score a little closer to parity here. Uh-oh, the Dojo is going to be going down. Take a look at that KO timer 0. 20 seconds. They are level 15. Hydro Typhoon finds 2 characters, but it's just the supporter and the Slowbro. They're able to get a KO onto, 3 KOs going over to the Inteleon as well. Slowbro is going to be taken out as well. Blastoise trying to escape here. Unite move coming out of Blackroach, but 4 KOs coming out of this Inteleon, and now all of the intention is going from Piplup onto this Rayquaza.
Piplup able to turn things around, and Inteleon and this Blastoise was just in the forefront of everything. It felt like Dodrio went a little too deep. They were caught out by Inteleon. Zacian the same thing. Meanwhile, Blastoise and Eldegoss is trying to play a little bit of a distraction game, though, as Blastoise is going to be able to dunk its hundo in. Now they're in the lead. There's 45 seconds. It's going to be almost impractical for Starstrike to make a turnaround here. Tier 1 in the bottom path is still available, though, but just like that, Piplup able to score a little bit more. Emerald two-step coming in. They are taking everybody to the dance, and Piplup quite leaving Starstrike star-stricken as they are going to be walking away from what it looks like onto another victory, meaning Draco, even on a Saturday morning, it's time for everybody's favorite show and every channel, Game 3 situation time, baby.
We got a game 3 indeed here. You know, you take a look at, you know, after the game here, level 15 on the Dodrio. All right, you had your carry able to get really high level going into the Rayquaza pit, but unfortunately, they were kind of making a name for themselves. Their name is Nacho, but they're definitely going for some easy maneuvers there. All right, unfortunately, they did get taken out there. Inteleon going the distance. You know, they have keep running on their team, but the one that was really running the show was Ryotari with their Inteleon. 4 KOs. Four of those KOs, 80% of their KOs was in those 10 seconds.
When they were able to knock out 4, they played their part. They were bubble 07. They weren't about doing the high amounts of damage and knockouts. They just knew they had to shoot. And really, Starstrike had so many things going well for them. But Piplup bulbing again, we've seen this kind of fairy tale told time and time again. You have this one moment where things are going just great for you. You get a little greedy, and sometimes that does happen, especially with a Regieleki. At that point, you get the score, get out of there. You don't want to stay there much longer because the team will try to converge onto you, and they did. They were able to get some damage on, and just like that, they were able to take advantage of the knockouts, and they came out winners and forcing us into a game 3.
Oh, take a look at this. 107,000 damage on the side of this Blastoise player. All right, I say it almost in every cast though, but Blastoise is a really interesting character. All right, you have the option of going a more attack oriented build with the rapid spin and with the water spout, but you can also have the options of going a more defender oriented route with like a surf and a hydro pump. But you know, that really only works when you have another supreme defender on your team. That is really what Umbreon is allowed to do. It facilitates your other defenders and of course your other team, but take a look at this, 96k damage taken by that Umbreon player.
Almost 100k damage taken by Nikos, doing so well. But let's not leave the underdog here, Kabuki, who was doing 62% of the healing at 71k. And keep running, man. Keep running with a whopping 100k damage. Luckily, Nikos able to set up so many plays, but Nachos was caught out a little bit too early. And even when they were able to escape, they tried to make a big push and engagement in the bottom tier 1. And Italian shut that down immediately.
All right, we do see the Dojo here going for a couple of KOs. A poor Eldegoss, or I guess the Gossifleur, being caught out by the three-headed predatory bird here. All right, we can see here they're gonna try to start this this siege onto the tier 1 gold zone, and then they make their way into the jungle, where I do believe they were KO'd anyway. All right, taking a look here, you know, it's pretty early on in the game. None of these teams are making any huge pushes or anything like that. Early game pressure here on the side of Starstrike. You do obviously have that early game pressure with the Dojo getting that level 5 evolution. Probably one of the best level 5 evolutions is that character specifically. And then this bottom lane was just really a bloodbath the entire game. None of these teams really got a huge or significant lead in the bottom lane, and just lots of KOs going for each of these teams.
Both teams able to do a lot of work, and Drizzle, though, becoming Inteleon with those invincibility frames, was able to escape out of any real danger. And it felt like, you know, even when Trimble Trample was used up, it felt like Starstrike really had a plan in trying to keep teams kind of separated. You know, they had their Zacian in the top path doing what they needed to do, and Piplup Bubblebeam, they had a more team oriented, but some big knockouts are what really led to the success for Piplup Bubblebeam, because they were able to get that Blastoise, get those engages when they needed to, get the knockouts when they needed to. And we even saw how that Inteleon was able to get 1, 2, 3, 4. That is a 4-piece Happy Meal. It's called a Happy Meal for a reason, and there is a reason that this Blastoise left very happy. And this rapid spin, this was a moment huge for the Blastoise, as they kind of just stayed behind enemy lines and they waited to get a good amount of damage, and more importantly, get a good amount of knockouts, as everybody was just really low health, unable to get that. They are able to just try to score, get a good amount with the Hydro Typhoon, and just kind of play a little bit of cleanup here. Unfortunately, the rest of their team did fall.
I mean, take a look at this. You know, we're talking about like where the damage from the Blastoise came from, and I think a significant portion of the damage came from this particular push here that we've been taking a look at for the last 30 to 45 seconds. You know, this player's name again, Just Keep Running. Now they're saying just keep spinning.
Just keep spinning, spinning, spinning. What do? You spin, spin. And they showed us why. You know, they don't need to just be a runner when it comes to Leafeon or Zacian. We've seen them play both of those characters, and they've done swimmingly. But this rapid spin, you know, you spin me right round, baby. Like a record, baby. Right round, right round.
All right, we can see here, you know, like we were saying before, there's just a huge extended team fight in this bottom lane. Neither of these teams, you know, they're trying to go for the offense on the opposing team's tier 1 gold zone, just not able to get anything. They'll lose a character, then now having to go back the other way here. And defense was just on par for both of these teams. Was on point for both of these teams. I apologize. You know, this might be like the first time like one of these teams in the bottom lane has gotten a significant amount of points, bringing it down to 19. But really, both of these teams able to hold on to both of these T1 gold zones all the way to the end of the game.
Amazing job. And here's where things really start getting diced up. The plan was to get Dodrio in and get out, which they're able to do successfully. But the problem is the rest of the team of Starstrike was still kind of in the middle, and they were able to engage. Dodrio really needed to make a lot happen, but the rest of Piplup was able to just converge down here in the bottom path. And now when you're out of Zacian and Dodrio's just trying to pick one enemy team off, meanwhile the rest of their team is just suffering and pain, and now Piplup can turn around and say, hey, you're in our turf. And again, we've seen why keep running should now be keep spinning. They spun, and then to land a Hydro Typhoon, quite literally set up all these knockouts. Look how much damage this Blastoise is doing to set up these KOs. They're living with a sliver, and out of nowhere, Inteleon, cool as a cucumber, gets a critical hit knockout.
Yeah, I think more importantly, though, you got 4 KOs on that Inteleon, but most importantly was the KO on the Dodrio. The Dodrio is just coming back on the field right now. They were level 15 going into the final stretch, and that KO timer was at least 30 seconds. That is a quarter of the game that you're going to be out, and, making... I don't know if you saw it, Zero, but they went for like a 4-point score onto that bottom T1 goal zone. So definitely not the risk reward scenario that you want to place your highest damaging character on the field. And we can see what happened here, right? The Dodrio went down, Inteleon gets 4 KOs, Rayquaza goes to Piplup.
It's a risky play to make, and you got to be a little bit more defensive in those moments. But you know what? Regardless, that means we're going to a game 3 situation. Let's take a little time out, and we'll be right back to see which of these teams gets to go to grand finals.
Alrighty, everybody. Thank you guys for being patient. Welcome back to the upper finals. Unite Battle Hub EMEA Double Trouble. If you're just joining us, the voice you're hearing right now in your head, in your monitor, this is Drakusan. Hey Zero, how you doing?
I'm doing pretty well. I thought you were Kelosaurus, and I was Relic. No, that was our casters from earlier. Surprise! Yes, it is I, Zero in on Alex and Drakusan. They are the voices you are hearing right now, whether you be having headphones or on your speakers or what have you. We're going into a Game 3 situation to catch up everybody up to speed. Starstrike and Piplup Bubble Beam are going into a Game 3 situation. Starstrike was able to win Game 1. Piplup Bubble Beam able to win Game 2. And now we are heading on to this winners finals match. Winner of this setup will be able to move on to grand finals, and Starstrike going to pick up their Urshifu in Talion and their defender of choice in Trevin. And meanwhile, Piplup Bubble Beam going to be taking Slowbro, Zacian, Blissey, Venu for their first picks.
Yeah, definitely characters that we have seen before here. Nachos this time, not picking up the Dodrio, unfortunately. All right, they're taking a look at the Urshifu. That might be another player. They might be cooking up some cheese with another one of these physical attackers. But let's remind ourselves where we got here, right? Starstrike up 1-0. They did strike first at the heart of Piplup, but Piplup got their own Empire Strikes back. Game number 2, that's how we got here to game number 3. And looking like these teams looking really strong here. We do have another attacker joining the fray. That is that Espeon. All right, Espeon has had its own time to shine, like Zero likes to say. You know, it was like Mew, and then it went to Espeon, and then it went to like Alola Ninetales for a little bit, and now it's like Inteleon, right? So the attackers really have been kind of juggling in terms of like that best attacker role. Now we're looking at like Inteleon being the number one, but still Espeon, really strong form of secure with that Psyshock still. All right, it did get a couple of nerfs in a couple of patches ago, but still a really good option in the early game.
Yeah, without question. I mean, there was a time where Espeon's Psyshock was just doing over 50%, even on a teammate that was like on pad. It really didn't matter. But the way the teams are set up here, it's really interesting. Zacian has been a keymaker. It's been primarily been going up to the top path, and it has been able to be disruptive, do a lot of damage. But you know, I think that's what I like about Star Strike. They bring things that are kind of like not necessarily the normal thing. You know, we're seeing the Espeon, we're seeing the Trevenant again, and again, Eldegoss running an X speed this time. A little bit of a different setup as Sazero is going to be on the Buddy Barrier, Wise Glasses, EXP share. So they're going to have a little bit of damage, but more importantly, their heals are going to be that much more valuable to the team. And Venusaur, I love a good Venusaur every once in a blue moon.
Yeah. One thing to definitely pay attention to here is Piplup Bubble Beam. They have a lot of really late game mons, right? They have a Venusaur and they have a Blastoise. So 2 stars hitting their penultimate spikes at level 9 to become their final evolution. Whereas Star Strike, you know, you get your biggest power spikes at level 7 for the Inteleon, but you're still really strong in the early game. And then same thing with Urshifu, getting your power spike at level 5. So it really is going to be about who's going to be the most dominant here in the early game. It's obviously going to be Star Strike, but how is Piplup going to manage that experience when you have these really early game characters on the other team?
Interesting to remark that that when it comes to this, you don't have to worry too much about the early game EXP, because you know these guys are going to be able to get it off. Leafeon finally a band out this time around. Forgot to mention the bans along with Lapras staying in jail. But again, we've seen it time and time again. This Blastoise, even though it hasn't been necessarily the typical problematic Pokemon that you hear about in this Chansey needs to apply for 1 HP in a dream, because they're just barely surviving. But again, once you get these late mons rolling, they can really start making a difference for a team, as keep running might be in a little bit of danger. They need to keep running, but they're running themselves right back to the Pokemon Center, as Karma, the Zacian, was the Pokemon that ended up going to the central area.
All right, here we go. A 3v2 situation in the top lane. Water Urshifu is going to be the Urshifu flavor of choice for Nachos here. All right, Karma forced back to their tier 1 goal zone. Got to be a little careful, though, because they do now have their defender on the field as well. Urshifu going to be using that surging strikes to get some of the farm into the middle area here. Ooh, Karma got to be really careful. They don't have access to agility just yet. They do have a dashing ability, but still got to be careful going up against an Urshifu.
Quick attack is still useful, but when you really don't have any AOs to go along with it, and I think, you know, part of the members of Star Strike were trying to look at that and say, you know what, yeah, this could be problematic if we're not careful. Niles, though, going to be over here just taking a quick little siesta, as this in middle, and Didi is going to go to Dana, who's going to be able to become a beautiful Trevenant. Dana Roki going to be there, and Urshifu able to get 2 knockouts over there as they are invading, and a big knockout here for Espeon onto the War Turtle. Zacian going to be able to use quick attack to quickly get out of here, and Star Strike taking advantage of their early game power levels, and they need to make sure they can keep Piplup in check and quell their level spikes, because if they get their levels, it's going to be Pain Train, and I think Star Strike is fully aware of it.
Oh my gosh, Nacho's really putting on a clinic here for jungle invasions here. Welcome to the jungle, says Star Strike. They might be a fan of Guns N' Roses, but feel this karate chop to the throat really quickly here. Level 8 on Urshifu already here. Blissey trying to do their best here, is not going to be able to defend their tier 1 goal zones for long. 3 AOs separates this goal zone and the destruction of that tier 1 goal zone.
Speaking of destruction, keep on running, keep on snoozing, buddy, as they just get absolutely knocked out. And Nacho's already, with this little bit, already has their Unite move, level 6 across the board for Piplup, but the levels are starting to get out of hand for Star Strike, and I think they're trying to pay for it. But here goes Zacian can't. A 4v1 against Trevenant can't knock it out. Basement Reggie about to appear on the field. Regirock is here. Urshifu coming out of here on the back end using its Unite move to just completely cruise through a surf, using its surging strikes and liquidation, able to take down the Ivysaur. Zacian quilled immediately, and Niles the Slowbro just being pushed back to base. But my goodness, Urshifu does not care. It is surging strikes time, and Starstrike quite literally just running away with the game, with their early game.
Yeah, they have to forfeit this Regirock, unfortunately. All right, it looks like the War Turtle able to get the Regieleki in the top lane. Should be able to get some scores or some stacks for themselves at least here. But at least in this bottom lane, this picture has been all in the way of Starstrike. Take a look at this. Level 11. It's already getting access to its first plus ability at level 11. It is out experience leading the other team by a whole 3 levels. 0. That is so significant. There's a 1v1 in the top lane. It looks like the War Turtle able to get a 30, but it looks like both these teams are now just going to trade their top T1 gold zones on either side.
Nachos, though, just running away with this in just so many different ways. They're going to try to get a little bit of score off, proccing their liquidation to have a little bit more. They're in the flux zone. They're just trying to stay alive. They do grab a citrus berry, and now Nachos able to knock him out. Eldegoss dunking in a little bit. One more. Urshifu, Santa Maria. They are going so deep into the flux zone for their team, allowing the rest of the members to score a nice over dunk. Piplup falling quickly behind, but now they do have their Venusaur and their Blastoise at level 10. That was some good EXP.
Starstrike has struck again, once again here in the top lane this time, able to get a break on that top 2-1 goal zone, 229 to 107. All right, now a lot of experience going over to the side of Piplup, now having access to your Indeedis. All right, but taking a look at the levels here, you know, the levels aren't too bad. The character, obviously, that's been the star of the team, quite literally, is this Urshifu. So able to get the KO onto the Urshifu early on that tier 2 goal zone, at least a good chunk of experience going over to the right side.
Something to be noted here is Piplup Bubble Beam, because they lost their tower so early, does mean that they get a lot more EXP in the Atarias and the Swablues, and they get their Indeedee. So slowly but surely, they're trying to catch up on the levels. At one point, there was such a big gap, but over time, that gap is starting to close in on it as Regirock spawns in the bottom path.
All right, Regirock has emerged in the southern portion of the map here. All right, it looks like Bubble Beam has a really good presence here in the bottom lane. Oh, here comes in a Night Vision as well. They're going to get a couple of KOs as well on it too. All right, Blissey does go down. Unfortunately, that is going to be their support character. Urshifu once again has the flowing fist, float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. Almost level 13 now. He's going to go ahead and take a look at the Zacian here. Zacian forced back to their tier 2 goals on Blissey. Is going to go ahead and hold on to them. But take a look at this. Nico able to escape here on 1 HP, another 1 HP, and a dream submission there for Crunches if you're paying attention in the chat. All right, looks like Starstrike able to get another objective on the map going over to the left side. Take a look at these levels. Level 13 now on this Urshifu.
Nachos is cooking up a play, and they are making it known who they are. They don't care who they run into. This Blastoise in a little bit of trouble, gets another big knockout. Nachos is quickly approaching level 14, and by golly, you know they are gunning for it as this Altaria goes down, and now a Regieleki is free pickings right now. Levels have dispersed a little bit. Again, they're starting to even out. Zacian, being level 12, though, does not want to engage a little bit too much, especially this close. You want to be careful. You don't want to get this Regieleki, but Nachos level 14 might be looking for more. They're already entering the center. They're looking for some buffs. They're looking for picking a fight, which could be good, or a downfall as this Regieleki is trying to make its way in, and I think Nachos is going to try to make that happen. Big old solar beam coming out from the Venusaur, though.
Oh my gosh, yeah, Regieleki being already brought down to 5%. It should be an easy defend here for Piplup's team. All right, it looks like they try to go for an offensive there. Can they get another KO here? It looks like Trevenant is going to be able to make it back home. I don't know if their focus ban or their passive ability was rocked in that last team fight, but 30 seconds left. I don't know if they're going to be able to have it back in time for the Rayquaza fight. So got to be a little bit more conservative going into the final stretch. But I mean, let's go ahead and take a look at the field state, right? 229 to 107. This is a 122-point lead in favor of Starstrike. Both of these teams now on the verge of moving on to the grand finals. Whoever loses this is going to be going down to losers, and that will be decided in the next 2 minutes.
2 minutes are left on the clock. Nacho's going to be able to secure those last couple NDDs. They want to be level 15. They want to be above the rest. Levels have dispersed a little bit here as Trevin and Donaroki looking for a prey to prey on. Slowbro throwing out a couple of surfs. Nobody wants to be able to make this move. Remember what's on the line. A $150 prize on top of the glory of having winners grand finals in there. Not only that, you have a game advantage. Piplup sticking together, a big old side shock does hit, and we might have seen the start of an engagement. Inteleon going in. Inteleon caught by a slow beam. Here comes a big Unite move coming out of Venusaur. Big old damage. There goes Espeon. There goes Eldegoss. And Piplup going to go for a little bit more of a scoring tactic. But here comes Nachos. Nachos has been the hero. They are able to quickly avoid the Hydro Typhoon. Now they're looking for more. Blissey, Zacian, Venu. This is Nachos' world, and they're trying to make sure they are known, but they might be cut down in size as Zacian is able to cut them down. But the thing is, Draku, 1 minute remains, and there's only about a 26-point difference.
Oh my god, 229 to 203. Look at this Urshifu. Oh no, the Inteleon now is going to be down for more than half of the game, Zero. And now Slowbro coming back on the field. They're going to go ahead and start taking a look at this Rayquaza. They have all the secure on their side. They obviously have the Espeon to worry about with that Psyshock, but this Solar Beam is a significant character to be dealt with here. A huge Solar Beam finds its way on 2. Rapid Spin is going to be taking down the Eldegoss for Rayquaza, already at 25%. Here comes the Solar Beam. It is going to land true. I believe that was actually the Sludge Bomb able to get the confirm there. But all the experience and the Rayquaza and all of the marbles going over to Piplup. They're moving on to the grand finals. Star Strike. Unfortunately, the strike does not strike true here. Heading down to the loser side, where they're going to be facing in a best of 1 set to see if they can get this run back.
Amazing turnaround here, and Black Roach I think was just trying to stay alive, but I think they underestimated what they had available to be able to secure it. They used their Psyshock and their Psybeam way too early. I think they thought that the rest of Piplup was going to just throw everything at it to secure it, but Venu, being one of the better secures, was able to finally secure it, whether it be with the Solar Beam or the Sludge Bomb residual damage. And Nachos did 112. And I mean, is that even really surprising the way they were playing? They were in the area, they were doing so much for them, and it was just a beautiful blue Shifu.
See, here's the thing though, right? Urshifu does extremely well as kind of an assassin role, and also just like pushing pads and, you know, speed fluxes with the item set and the move set that it has. But the thing is, it really struggles in huge team fights, right? They obviously had the information that Nico's the Slowbro. They used their Unite move on Xanthi, the Inteleon, which allowed Nachos to really start cooking that bottom lane. But I think that overconfidence got to their head and was not able to get any of the more significant KOs in that bottom lane where the Reggie spawns.
I mean,
right?
how often have we seen that, you know, where a team will get overconfident and they end up paying the price for it, especially once that Inteleon was caught out a little bit. Nachos wasn't there. If you actually look back on it, Nachos showed up a little bit late to that matchup.
All right, let's go ahead and take a look at how we got here. Again, Piplup moving on. All right, this is most likely just going to be a highlight reel for this Urshifu until we get to the last part of the game. All right, level 8 already, hasn't even gone in for their second clear. They have cleared the jungle of Piplup's side of the map, and they also get a huge 30 onto this T1 goal zone as well. And so really Urshifu's game, especially Water Urshifu, it's all about snowballing this early game. All right, and then how big is the differential between this Urshifu and the rest of the enemy team going into the final stretch? Obviously, Urshifu hit that level for 15 by the final stretch here, but it still was not enough.
Piplup was very smart, you know, and both teams actually. Starstrike knew that they had the advantage of the early game, and they took plenty of advantage, but when it came to finally converge and do what they needed to do, it just felt like they didn't have everything. They started falling off. You know, Nachos just was 1v1ing an entire Blastoise on their own. They really felt like they were the hero of the story, and this is where things started to kind of level out a little bit, because now Nachos was really feeling themselves. They knew that they could live in the flux zone, and they did not care who they had to face, allowing the rest of the members to survive. But the Unite move ends up on the slow bro. And this is where a lot of good catch-up EXP ends up happening. Now by 4.5 minutes, you're talking about teams that now have leveled out equally, and they're starting to take advantage of it. We talked about how Piplup does have a late game team composition with Blastoise and Venu, but they can have amazing turnarounds on these weaker Pokemon that kind of tend to fall off. Espeon being one of those Pokemon that could still be really, really good in the late game, but if you're not careful, could easily be caught out.
Definitely a risky push here. I think Nacho is actually able to get out of here, yeah, with the surging strikes. I don't think they also got any KO. Piplup didn't get any KOs here as well. So, really good for Starstrike to really suss out the enemy team. If they're able to get some KOs, great. Also get some scores if the Regieleki, but they also had the conservativeness. And here we go. All right, we do see the slow beam onto the Inteleon. Inteleon actually survives this. Once again, mind you, we were talking about this, I believe, in the first set that we casted, but the Inteleon getting slow beam and somehow still surviving is impressive to say the least here. All right, so we know that Urshifu has the information. All right, they have the information that slow beam has been used. I get free reign on whatever I do. All right, they're kind of using up their abilities here. They missed one of their surging strikes, which doesn't give them the cooldown reduction that they need, and then they're on cooldowns with their moves, and then the Zacian is now level 15 going the other way.
This is absolutely pain here, though, because if we go back, Zacian was already more closer to Ray, or no, that was Urshifu who was closest to Ray. They were not a part of that fight. They showed up once Espeon and Eldegoss were already knocked out. So once they showed up, they had the info that slow beam was gone, but they didn't have enough teammates to support them. They needed Eldegoss for the heals, and they needed Espeon for a little bit more of a long range damage.
And here we go. Blastoise is just doing what it does best. All right, it's already level 14. You're not going to be KOing this for the end part of the game here. And then if we take a look at this, all right, the Solar Beam able to get the confirm there. I think it might have been the first few ticks of Solar Beam, but nonetheless, the story as has been told, Urshifu tried to do their best, and it honestly did. It really cooked. His name might be Nachos, cheesing up the game, but it also had some jalapenos in there as well. Definitely some spice from that Urshifu player. We are going to be heading into the losers finals, where we are going to be seeing Starstrike once again. We might be seeing that Urshifu cook up a storm once again, but we got at least one more game and then another full set at Grands, where we will see Piplup waiting in the wings to see who they're going to be facing.
It's going to be exciting because Starstrike might be down, but they're not out. They're going to be facing a team known as ABCDEFGHIJK, or as I like to call it, or alphabet soup. It's really up to you what you decide, but that does mean that Piplup has punched their way to grand final, so they get to sit back for a little bit, relax, get some drinks, and that's what you should be doing. Grab an extra snacks, because we're going to take a quick little time out, but get ready, because the most exciting top 3 cut is coming up next year at the Unite Battle Hub Double Trouble. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. and welcome back to the Unite Battle Hub Double Trouble with me, zeroing on Alex, and my casting partner in crime, Draku-san. And we do have a little bit of an update that we have to report. Draku, let everybody know what kind of went on behind the scenes.
So it looks like Piplup and Starstrike, we did see them in the winners finals. Piplup moving on to the grands, as we're seeing now. Starstrike moving down to losers, but there's a little bit of a miscommunication, and Starstrike going up against A, B, C, D, E, F, G. I don't remember how many letters.
H-I-J-K.
Alphabet Soup. They actually played out their losers final set. Starstrike striking first blood into the hearts of the Alphabet Soup. They did win their losers finals game. It is a best of one. That means we're gonna get a run back. Zero, Piplup, Bubble Beam, Starstrike in your grand finals. Because Piplup is on the winner's side, they have not lost a single set throughout this entire tournament. They are going to be up 1-0 in a best of 5 set. So we might be saying game one, but really game one was kind of already played. Piplup now up 1-0 in a best of 5.
Because Piplup was able to be the guys on the winner's side, they have a 1-game advantage. That being said, Starstrike would need to go and win 3 games to win. Meanwhile, Piplup just needs to win 2, and it's done. There's no bracket reset. It's just a 1-game advantage, and we've seen how dominant Piplup can be. Piplup did lose game 1 against Starstrike, but then they ran it back in 2 and 3 and were able to sweep them and send them to losers. The question is, though, has Starstrike learned anything? Have they thought about it in the back of their minds? How can we take down Piplup? Or is Piplup just going to run away in another 2-0 clean sweep and just walk away $150 richer?
Yeah, so obviously, Piplup wasn't able to get the opportunity to see Starstrike play an additional game in that losers final set, because typically we do cast that losers finals game. I guess not really a set, but one of these teams is kind of on a break right now, right? So Piplup, they've had that 1-game break. It's had about a 10 to 15 or so minute break. Starstrike, losing their winners finals, but winning this next game. So they have a little bit of momentum going their way. Their hands are still fresh. The blood's still pumping in their hands and everything. And so they might play a little bit of a part here, but both of these teams obviously are very familiar with each other, having gone to a game 3 in that winners final set before.
Yeah, we unfortunately, like Draku said, we were unable to cast it. There was just a little bit of a miscommunication, as I can't even speak now. But Piplup Bubble Beam versus Starstrike will be airing here. Teams are loading up right now, and they're going to be ready to rumble very soon. I can almost already predict the future and say Lapras will probably not be in the fray. That being said, we've seen Leafeon was banned in that game 3 set. Can Leafeon be banned again? Is Urshifu not the problem? Is Urshifu a problem? We've seen what Nachos is able to do on the Urshi, so we might see it again. Will we see a Leafeon? A lot of things remain unsaid and untold so far.
All right, here we go, everybody. Grand final set. Again, it is a best of 5 between the two teams. Piplup on the winner's side, they are up 1-0. They have a 1-game advantage in this best of 5 set. Let's see how this plays out. All right, so obviously these teams have a lot of information against each other. Nachos, a fantastic Urshifu showcase in that last game, in that last set, wasn't able to get the win, but is still a character that Starstrike really needs to pay attention to.
Absolutely. Lapras not being available now, and once again Urshifu does mean that probably, as we've seen EMEA do, they tended to pick up Inteleon very early on, one of the best attackers in the game right now, being able to not only secure, do a lot of damage, and more importantly, those crits have just been so viable for both of these teams when they're able to finally pick it up and do a lot of damage. Meanwhile, Starstrike gonna say, hey, the dog is in our court, and so is Slowbro.
I mean, it's a really interesting start, right? So Urshifu was the first to get banned out on the side of Piplup Bubble Beam. All right, Nachos is on that team, so I guess they just didn't want to give Starstrike the potential for an Urshifu. But with Urshifu being banned out and Inteleon being their first pick on their side, this allows Starstrike to really pick up some really solid 2 picks in their first 2. All right, they have that Zacian, which is basically the best all-rounder in the game, if not next to Urshifu. And then you also have the best defender in the game when Lapras is banned out, right? You have that Slowbro. And so really, you're going to be looking at 2 characters that are incredibly dominant for both of these teams. And I mean, taking a look at these drafts, really strong for both of them.
I mean, Blastoise, again, has been a playmaker throughout these matches today at the Unite Battle Hub. It might have a late game start, but once it gets going, it is so hard to slow down and take down. And again, Piplup sticking with something that they 100% truly trust in the Trevenant. And now we see Buzzwole is also a Pokemon that gets to enter the fray today.
And Keep Running was teasing the casters a little bit there, hovering over that Blaziken. Unfortunately, it looks like Blaziken is not going to make a showing here, at least in this first game between the two. I wish we get to see some Blaziken. I think Blaziken, like I think the community kind of knows, is very high skill, kind of a medium to maybe low reward character. Not going to be able to see it here, but if there's one character that I'm really excited to see, it's going to be Nachos on this Buzzwole, right? So Rapid Spin Blastoise, they don't have a really like a whole lot of counterplay. The counterplay to Rapid Spin Blastoise is to make sure it doesn't get to Rapid Spin, or it doesn't get to Blastoise as quick as it wants to get, right? And the one maybe counter to Rapid Spin Blastoise is Superpower from a Buzzwole. It's a really interesting dynamic, right, between the two. It doesn't really work with anything else, right? Superpower obviously is a really great command to grab tool, but this relationship between Rapid Spin and Superpower from the Buzzwole, it's very unique.
It's very unique. It's different. It's not something you see all the time. I remember the days when Blastoise's rapid speed, or rapid spin for that matter, was unstoppable. But now Buzzwole Superpower can just pick it up right out of its spin animation and bring it right out of the fray. And I think that's what Piplup is trying to do. They're already trying to predict and see, like, yeah, they might bring this, so we need to bring something else. On top of all that, Buzzwole has just been an underrated pick, I feel like, just in the meta. It is such a good Pokemon that just kind of gets underlooked. It's not a bad Pokemon by any stretch of the imagination. What it's able to do with Superpower, pick off an enemy team. That being said, Star Strike does tend to have a very bulky set in Blastoise, in Blissey, in Slowbro, but picking up a Zacian and throwing it into a group could be the difference maker. But let's get into game one, essentially game two, and grand finals of the best of 5, Piplup versus Star Strike.
We made it 0. At least we didn't make it the entire tournament. Thanks to Kello and Relic for holding down the fort for the first few games. But here we are, grand finals. I hope you all are still with us here. We still have a couple more games to broadcast, and it's going to be electric.
It's going to be absolutely electric to the bitter end, as Buzzwole is already up in the top path along with Leafeon and Hoopa. This is going to spell a lot of damage for these three. And if Zacian is not careful, they could get picked up and done with a lot of damage. Leafeon going to retreat to the center area, get above him. Buzzwole doing so much. Again, we talked about it in an earlier set that Hoopa's damage in the early game is so darn good. And combine that with Buzzwole, Zacian then struggles a little bit more, and we might be seeing a little bit of an invasion, or at least Leafeon going to be siding a little bit more on the right hand side, predicting to kind of jump onto the Zacian, just kind of preparing themselves.
It's kind of interesting though, the War Turtle was actually the jungle option of choice for Star Strike. They really want to get this Blastoise fed early, but here we go. All right, we do have an early game sieger. Oh no, this Blissey is going to get slammed into the ground. Superpower, 2 level 5s though. I don't know if this Zacian is going to be able to hold on here. Yeah, Zacian is going to be sent to the dog pound, unfortunately. This is going to be a lot of really good stacks for Nachos. All right, they're going to be getting at least 3 to 4 stacks here. I don't know if they got any early game stacks, but it's definitely going to be a dominant force from here on out.
Being able to take out that Chansey and then the Zacian to then leave all those little balls of Aeos are going to be so useful. And meanwhile, Blackroach has also been getting some Aeos, and right now Piplup is looking very strong in the early game, getting their stacks, getting their setup, because they know that if Star Strike is able to get all those EXP, it's going to spell a lot of hurt for their team, and they're trying to minimize that damage as much as possible. And Buzzwole going in on the Chansey, being able to pick it up, and now Zacian's going to be in a little bit of trouble. Karma not going to be able to make it out. They're able to lift it up and take him out, and now Nachos is looking for more. That's 1, that's 2, that is 3. Hoopa able to secure the KO, but Nachos is on a roll right now.
That was an incredible play of skill there. All right, so it did unlock the Smackdown ability, but if you saw where the Zacian went, the Zacian was on the right side of this Buzzwole.
Buzzwole ejected to the inside of the Zacian to knock them to the left side of the map, away from their tier 1 goal zone to get the KO there. That was an incredible showing of skill expression.
That's why there's a difference between a good Buzzwole and a great Buzzwole. And honestly, the all-arounder class has just been a master class for Nachos, who's able to get a nice 29 overdunk on the top path. And now Hoopa is going to be sending everybody else to the bottom path. Right now, everybody is looking so strong, very crispy. Leafeon and Buzzwole both at level 9. Unite moves in tow. Buzzwole just going to be sneaking around. A big old smackdown, even though it's smacking away the Blissey. And just like that, Starstrike is able to tear it apart. Here comes a big old Unite move coming out of Buzzwole. And now it is not raining men. It is raining Aos here on Thea Sky Ruins.
Take a look at this. Nacho's already level 9, going deep here, going the distance, and they want some more here. Mirage is going to be forced out of the Mew. The E-Ball is going to find its way onto the Trevenant. Not really going to do much of anything here. All right, this Buzzwole is looking like All Might here. This is not just an Ultra Beast. He is going plus Ultra on this team right now. Take a look at this, smacking them down onto the tier 2 goal zone. This Slowbro has got it in for himself. It has to go back before it gets KO'd.
No, more importantly, we see that Blastoise is actually invading on the side of Starstrike. Meanwhile, Zacian just kind of took care. Karma was able to take care of that Regieleki, and now they're deciding to, hey, we have to gain some advantage here, but Nacho not allowing this Blastoise. Blastoise finally going to be able to get that 17 off, but like you said, just like All Might, he says, I am here, and picks up a Swablu. My goodness! Nacho says, I can't catch you. Well, I got this Swablu for you. Take it to the face. A wonderful exposition here on display as Nachos is throwing around this Buzzwole.
This Nachos is putting on a clinic right now. A little bit of a dance there. Nice job of the Blissey. Use that Egg Bomb, preventing the Buzzwole from getting out here. It's going to be forced to use their Unite move. Does get a Mew in the process, but nice showing of skill expression for this Blissey themselves.
Blissey using really good timing to prevent that Hoopa, because remember, you always have to be 2 feet on the ground. Even if you're a floaty type of Pokemon like Dragapult, you cannot be any higher. Otherwise, you will not get into the Hoopa portal to get the reset. Speaking of resets, Reggie, Basement Reggie already coming up, and Blastoise still working on trying to get those techs on the top path. Buzzwole and Leafeon are up there, but now the Liquidation trying to keep everybody out. Zoning is the name of the game, as Hoopa does have its Unite move if it wishes to summon everybody here to the field. Buzzwole do be chasing down that Blastoise. Regirock has already made its appearance, and Zacian is heading downtown.
Here we go. Hoopa is the character to watch. Ooh, Slow Beam finds its way onto the Trevenant. Trevenant does get hacked down by the Zacian with its Sacred Sword. All right, the Hoopa is going to go ahead and bring the Buzzwole down to the bottom lane as well. It is looks like a 4v4 situation here. Defenders are nowhere to be found, and it looks like Piplup Bubble Beam, who has their back against the wall, but they're just playing conservatively here. They're looking really healthy as well. Regirock is going to be brought down to its knees, and it looks like Leafeon able to get the confirmation. Good try from the Mew, though.
Oh my goodness, Starstrike is going all in here. They're using some Unite moves to KO him down. Trevenant, though, looking for another KO. Bliss Assistance did land on the Zacian, and now Trevenant might be in a little bit of trouble again. Here comes Hoopa doing a little bit of a Phantom Force, trying to push the team away. Zante in a little bit of trouble, and they are just cut down to size as Zacian just runs away with that KO. A lot of good interaction here, and once again, Blastoise, once again, on the invasion, taking away the buffs from Starstrike.
Blastoise looking pretty good here. They're about to tick into level 12. They're close to being one of the highest on the field, but as we've been saying, all right, looks like Nacho's highest on the field. Leafeon following in suit as well. Mew actually is going to be level 12 on the other side as well. So it looks like the levels right now are looking pretty close to parallel. All right, we have about 1 minute left before the final stretch. 251, 111. It's about 141 point difference between the two teams. Definitely not a significant lead, but it's looking pretty comfortable on the side of Starstrike.
Nacho's looking really good right now, making sure everything is going to be ready to rock and roll. They are the kind of member that needs to carry them out of here. And Buzzwole already starting to engage with the Slowbro. Slowbro does not have its Unite move available to them, and I think Nacho's is just researching this out. Luckily, though, they have Trevenant, Dana Roki to be able to kind of save them out of this situation. Leafeon in a little bit of trouble, as we are 45 seconds away from the first Rayquaza in Grand Finals. Meanwhile, Piplup Bubble Beam, they're just trying to get a couple of more scores in before the game starts.
Yeah, the scores and levels, more importantly, levels are looking like parity right now. Nico's going to try to make their way over to the right side. They are going to be taken out by the Hoopa. Not a good chunk, not a huge chunk of experience going over to the left side, but anything helps when you're going into this final stretch. Really close game. All right, 2 level 13s on the side of Starstrike, 2 level 13s just ticking away here on the side of Piplup as well. This is going to be a really close end to this game. Zero. I don't know who's going to be able to get the upper hand here.
I mean, it's all about the Unite moves here. Buswell's able to stop that stop that Zacian and that Blastoise from spinning around like crazy. This could be a huge advantage. Not to forget that Hoopa does have the rings unbound, becomes a little bit more of an attacker, does a little bit more damage, but more importantly, if you got some members down and they come back right back up, then you have a chance to have that refight a little bit sooner. Mew does have the Solar Beam if they want to poke around, and I think that's what they're going to do. Vision is kind of showing up. Buswell just hanging out in the back, making sure nobody tries to back cap.
All right, final stretch game. Here we go. Up 1-0. Piplup looking really strong here, really healthy as well. Slowbro's going to take a little bit of damage. He's going to forget about it, though. And also with the Blissey, is going to be able to help them out. They're actually taking a look at this tier 1 goal zone. Buzzwell's going to make the play that you can do with the Hoopa. All right, they have that Unite move available to them. They're going to send a couple of characters back home to get some health back. But it looks like the Blastoise, though, gonna go ahead and trade 100. Buzzwell 100 onto that top T1 goal zone, and now scores are just about the same as they were before. A little less than 100-point lead by Piplup Bubble Beam, but not a comfortable lead where they can basically ignore the Rayquaza from this point.
Nacho's gonna throw out a little bit of a smackdown. Now finally gonna go in onto the gauge. Here comes the big old Bliss assistance onto the Slowbro. Probably meant for Zacian, but the rings unbound also come out. Leafeon being chased down. Zacian living on a little bit of a sliver. Able to get out thanks to the agility. Nobody's been knocked out quite yet, though. They're trying to converge onto the Slowbro. Trevenant's out there on no man's land. Meanwhile, Starstrike, knowing they have a lead, they're trying to send somebody back. Bustle able to return back home. Zacian going in on the impulse. Rayquaza taking a lot of bit of damage. They're getting rapid spin. Leafeon's just kind of lurking around. Somebody's going to be able to take this away. Ray's living on a little bit of a sliver of health, and it's Leafeon, I think, that's able to get the confirmation onto the Rayquaza Starstrike. They know what time it is. It is time. It's Duncan time. Come on and slam. Welcome to the jam. Anybody's going to try to score using the Hoopa portal to get a little bit more further in, and I think Starstrike going to be able to walk away with game 1 victory.
And here we go, we're running it back here. So Piplup, even though they did win that winner's final set, it is all tied up, baby. 1-1 in this grand finals best of 5 set.
Wow, an amazing show, and this is why Nachos brought the Buzzwole. They're able to show off what they bring to the table. They were just kind of the dominant force every single time. Each time there was a problem, they were there as the solution. Even just so early, this is the level Galaxy Brain we are looking for, because Starstrike able to throw out not only its superpower to pick up enemies and do damage, but more importantly, they were using it with an eject button to use a nice little smackdown to get the Zacian off of the pad. They were able to pick up a Swab Blue and slam it down as the Zacian was trying to escape away. Amazingly done by Starstrike. And now, just like that, now we've evened up the score on a 1-1. Both teams need 2 games to finish this set off.
I mean, take a look at this. 98k damage. You're quite literally doubling, if not tripling, the damage from the Zacian. Take a look. Zacian really struggling this game. 26k. It's no surprise, really. It really struggled in the early game against this Buzzwole. But I got to say, Nachos, once again, putting on a clinic with not only Urshifu, but here again with another all-rounder.
An all-arounder, and they've been on it, you know. And you're right, Zacian struggled because Nachos was succeeding. They were in the kitchen cooking up mighty fierce, and this Zacian is starting to look a little bit like my Mewtwo's in the rank ladder. But honestly, it's hard to kind of compensate here because Nachos was just everywhere. In the early game, they got their stacks so early because they were able to knock down both Karma and Kabuki. They got their stacks in, and then that's all she wrote. Karma, unfortunately, was just kind of had their hands tied behind their back. What do? You don't have an answer. And when Keep Running showed up to the battle, they also struggled to get their stacks to do damage, and Nachos was able to take advantage of all those things.
Yeah, this is a really interesting adjustment here by Star Strike, right? They recognize that Blastoise was doing a really solid job at carrying the damage of their team. What is the counter of the Blastoise? Again, that really interesting relationship with Buzzwole and Blastoise. Let's go ahead and take a look at how we got here. Again, now we are tied up 1 apiece between the two teams. Here is where it really started to snowball, right? Already have access to superpower, getting the early KO on the Blissey, having the bees just stay on the floor. Take a look at this. All right, Buzzwole's going to take a quick trip to the Pokemon Center and look at all this real estate. Then get its 3rd or potentially 4th stack with all the bees that are sitting on the floor.
That is just so much advantage. And now look at the level difference. That SmackDown play, not only brilliant, but Nachos was already 3 levels above them. And then you have a central area Blastoise that had gone through the central area so it could, you know, become a Blastoise sooner. And Nachos, again, answering that call, being the Pokemon that just smacks him away, being the ward, essentially. Meanwhile, Xander and Black Roach are able to just decimate the Regirock and take advantage of it. They were in the driver's seat the entire time, and this is a completely different Star Strike than we saw when we saw them face off in winners finals.
I don't know if it's a completely different one. I think Nacho was definitely cooking with the Urshifu, and now they're just cooking with another all-arounder here. I think this is exactly what this player is very comfortable with. All right, they obviously are a very strong top laner with 2 different Pokemon now, and we're just seeing a clinic, a masterclass, if you may.
It is a masterclass of Buzzwole, and even in these engagements, they're showing off. Yeah, not to take away at all from Nachos. It's just that the team as a whole is working together, and they're finding the weak points and trying to, you know, subdue what Piplup brings to the table. Is this now the end of these all-arounders like Zacian? Even Zacian was trying to do, only ended up doing like 26k damage in total. And when it came down to this Ray fight, you know, it felt like Piplup was just kind of throwing out the Hail Mary, but when you have Leafeon still lurking around, especially with that Solar Blade, you just smack it down and you walk away. Thank you, Mary Sue. I will call you never. And Nachos, again, just so powerful and so ahead of the game in the game state that they knew they had all the advantage.
Yeah, so definitely, you know, between the 2 characters, you know, the Solar Beam and the Solar Blade, like we were talking about before, battle of the Warriors of the Sun, quite literally here. It's going to be really difficult for both of these teams to get the secure because the opposing team always has a really strong source of secure.
And it seems like we're already going into the ban pick phase. Nobody wanted to wait. They are ready for the next matchup. And Black Roach again. So now we have Star Strike running away with this again. Star Strike and Piplup. Piplup deciding to take the Inteleon, but this time it is not Lapras that was benched. It was Slowbro and Urshifu that were not allowed to the party.
All right. Yeah, they obviously know that Nachos is a really strong Urshifu player, and so they're going to go ahead and take away one of its characters here. Who's it going to pick up, though? Looks like Nachos is not going to be going with the all-rounder pick. They're going to be going this time with another physical attacker. That is that Leafeon that we've seen do very successful for both of these teams.
Very well that they've been able to, everything they touch kind of turns into Splathouse. Zante gonna go with the Delphox, no curse incense seen on them. But again, now we get to see what does Star Strike do given the opportunity that they now have Lapras in their corner. Meanwhile, Dana Roki staying on the Eldegoss and Black Roach having that Zacian. Can Piplup kind of bounce back from this, or is Star Strike gonna continue to run the house? Because right now it's their house and they're trying to make a statement known to Piplup. But Piplup, we've seen this before. When we saw it in winners finals, Star Strike won game 1 and then Piplup went to sweep them.
Yeah, again, this is a best of 5 set between the 2 teams. Now we're all tied up. The marbles are all on each other's favor here. A couple of the characters that I'm interested to take a look at here is Alola Ninetales. All right, Alola Ninetales it had a little bit of a spotlight. It still kind of is, I would say. You know, the Inteleon is definitely like probably the best attacker in the game at the moment. I think right behind it, though, is Alola Ninetales. Blizzard Avalanche does quite a significant amount of damage into something like a Zacian or something like a Leafeon if you're able to get those abilities to hit true.
Oh my goodness, that is very true, especially because like not only do you get that pushback, Blizzard is actually a decent secure tool, and even Icy Wind, especially in the early game, not so much with the Powder Snow, but Alola Ninetales can push a lot of things and really helps in spacing and zoning the enemy team. Also causes a little bit of a freeze, which for Zacian is going to spell a lot of trouble as they seem to be chasing down this little Squirtle. Her Squirtle just wants to get a couple of stacks going for themselves.
All right, Inteleon heading into the jungle. Here comes the Hoopa with that red buff once again. We already saw how successful this Hoopa was doing in the early game for Star Strike. Now let's see if Piplup Bubble Beam can do that the same way. Oh, we see the invasion once again here by Nachos this time with the Leafeon. All right, Leafeon has obviously the really good form of Secure. Karma also has a good form of Secure with the crit boosted water gun, but it looks like they're going to be prevented to get that level 5. They're going to be able to get the level 5 with this Baltoy in the top lane, so it shouldn't be that big of a problem.
I mean, it's not normal that you see a Inteleon in the central area, but I guess they want to get their Inteleon up as quick as possible. Nacho says, I'm sorry, I am your bigger elder here. I am a Leafeon, you're still an EV. You need to sit your booty cheeks down. As Karma, though, going to try to do as much as they can, unable to confirm a lot. Keep running is in a little bit of danger, though. Black Roach going to try to back off for now. Nobody wants to overcommit, and I think, you know, Star Strike is aware of where they're at right now. They know they have to be feeling themselves right now. They don't want to overcommit too much, though, because they know how much damage this Hoopa can do in the early game.
Yeah, pretty good, pretty conservative early game start here from both of the teams. Not, you know, overextending, not getting a whole lot of KOs for either of the teams as well. Black Roach got to be a little careful here. Looks like the Hoopa hyperspace will actually the Squirrel really needs to go back home there. The Squirrel is caught in danger, though. They're going to go ahead and get sliced down by the Blaze that is the Leafeon and the Zacian. And here we go. Now we got some stacks going the other way.
Stacks going on the other way, and that's a two-piece right there for Zacian. Zacian staying alive, having this Hoopa around. Nacho's able to get a couple of stacks too. A lot of things are going in the way of Star Strike. They're getting a lot. Lapras finally taken down thanks to a little bit of a help from Liquidation, and Zacian, Black Roach looking for a little bit, using the agility and the eject button to potentially try to get a KO. That was double agility eject button. That is a lot to cross. A lot of resources were used in terms of AOs, and right now Piplup just trying to set up because this first engagement could be a very big one. Black Roach, though, trying to see a little bit of a War Turtle. War Turtle going to be able to get back.
All right, 20 seconds left. Swabs and the Altaria are on the field as well. All right, the character to watch here is going to be that Leafeon, about to tick into level 8. Is going to be the first one on the field with that Unite move. All right, it has a decent amount of targets, right? You want the Alola Ninetales, or you want that Inteleon in the backline as well. And if you were to, any of those two characters, you got to be really careful about where this Leafeon is positioning itself.
Positioning is gonna be key right now. Delphoc's gonna just poke around a little bit. It is a Regi, so it doesn't offer too much, but EXP is EXP in any way you cut it. Lapras, there's a lot of members around there. Sazero gonna look around there, throw out a couple of Parasong to Defender on Defender, and a big ol' amazing movement by Leaf Blade, Solar Blade, Wombo combo, top it off with a nice old Emerald two-step, though it is not done just yet. Zante, though, able to secure the Regi, and now the push is on. The force is here. Meanwhile, Zacian at the top half being able to just take on Regieleki by themselves. That is the strat that Star Strike has been going time and time again. They let Zacian go up there, rip its own thing. Meanwhile, they just kind of have to stall. The rest of the members don't necessarily have to go on full engage mode, but now they can. They have a distraction. Zacian doing damage, and here comes Leafeon trying to help them out.
Our two objectives to nil in favor of Star Strike. Now they have a Regieleki now pushing onto this top T1 goal zone. Black Roach with their Zacian trying to go in deep here with that Sacred Sword, able to slash away the Hoopa from existence here. Same thing with the Leafeon getting 2 KOs for themselves, and first blood in terms of the goal zones going over to Star Strike. 105-23.
Amazingly work all around. Star Strike able to use that Regieleki, and they planned it out perfectly. They let Eldegoss do a little bit more of the scoring. That way Leafeon can get a nice big overcap 40. You got to believe that both of these stacks are fully stacked up now. Phantom Fireworks, though, looks like Zante's trying to start a little bit of a siege. Here comes a big old Solar Blade again with the Lapras Express, trying to use the CC to try to command everything. But here comes the Azure Spy coming in, trying to do anything that they can, and Inteleon throwing out a bunch of crits. a lot of damage. Everybody's just kind of ignoring the Buffalo 7. Meanwhile, though, Starstrike trying to push everything that they can. Nachos does not want to overcommit right now.
Yeah, definitely no overcommit from both of these teams here. All right, taking a look at the field state really quickly. Both teams are looking at about parallel. All right, 2 level 11s on the side of Starstrike, but it looks like Piplup's side is going to be ticking into that level 11 as well. We have objectives spawning onto either side of the map here. It looks like a little scattered is Piplup's team, maybe devoting a couple of characters to the top lane, maybe going for a split push in the bottom lane. But what character allows them to do this? It is going to be that Hoopa. All right, they have the T2 goal zone. It's not as optimal as having, you know, both of your T1 goal zones, but they do have that Unite move whenever they decide to use it.
Black Roach able to finally escape. They were caught in a little bit of a mean look, and the rest of the members of Starstrike, and here comes Piplup. Kabuki, you were saying rings unbound. Let's Avengers assemble this baby. Basement Reggie is up, and they are just trying to make sure it is zoned. It is a Reggie steal, so there's a lot of value to be had here. Piplup just trying to whittle this thing away, and Hoopa able to get it. Hydro Typhoon misses nobody, says hello, who's there? Nobody's at the door. Meanwhile, Zacian and the rest of the members of Starstrike are ready to strike. They're ready to pounce. They know Unite moves have been used. Zacian going ahead, throwing out Sacred Swords. Damage is coming out. Phantom Fireworks and a Snow Globe eject button. Santa Maria! So many Unite moves throwing out, but Piplup able to come on back, throwing a bunch of damage, and here comes Blastoise. But Zacian not gonna go down that easily. This Eldegoss is staying side by side with this Zacian, trying to score as many points as they can. And Nachos and Noki are gonna be able to get out of there safely with a little bit of extra health.
177 to 23, a good chunk of AO scored in that bottom T1 goal zone. Again, it's not a significant lead, you know, 100 and a couple more points gets Piplup back into this game. All right, taking a look at the field state though, level 13, highest on the field by 1, Inteleon at level 12. Uh-oh, here comes a huge 50 bomb. That's gonna extend the lead even further to 50 now to 23. This is starting to look like Piplup is gonna need a Rayquaza to get themselves back into this game.
That might be the only ticket to paradise. They need to decide what resources matter more than another. Kabuki over here just trying to find space as much as they possibly can. They don't want to overcommit too much here. They are setting up space holes, trying to get the team together. It does seem they want to prioritize a little bit. Luckily though, Starstrike actually left Lapras on the bottom tier in case they try to back cap. 30 seconds remain. One Regieleki. Honestly, for Piplup, do they gain a lot of value from this Regieleki? I can't imagine they gain much, but they still want to poke around and oh, this might be a little bit of trouble though. Luckily, Umbreon able to escape. Passive was broken. 20 seconds remain. Doesn't seem like anybody's going to be getting this Reggie, and this Reggie is not going to the dance.
Yeah, 127 points. Sorry, 227 points separates these two teams. Are both T1 goal zones, so they have really good positioning and really good sources of healing as well. But on the flip side, all right, Piplup has the opportunity to go for some back caps, and it's going to force Starstrike to really separate their team, as we're seeing here. All right, the physical attackers are on the top and the bottom lanes, and then the more bulkier and the attackers are in the central area, right? And so what Piplup really needs to do right now is they need to death ball really well and decide where they want to apply their resources. All right, they can't start splitting up their team to you know, fighting the Leafeon 1v1 or the Zacian 1v1. They have to commit all of their resources to one or the other.
They have to commit, and you're right, to one or the other. That being said, Umbreon trying to start a little bit of a engage here. Sazuro though trying to throw out a Parasong. Little fresh reset. Again, overcommitment and not timing your ults correctly could do a lot of damage. Here comes a Blizzard Avalanche Wombo combo onto Sazuro. Sazuro is trapped as a mean look. Phantom Fireworks though going to be able to flip the script on that one really quick. Big Hydro Typhoon comes out, and Inteleon and Alolan Ninetales are already down though. This might be for naught now. Meanwhile, Zacian is down for 35 seconds. If Starstrike wants to make a move, they need to make it now, and they seem to be going for the move and the play of like, let's score a lot. They have a big cooldown reset timer, and they 3 members. Meanwhile, Blastoise is going to try to escape as much as they can. 45 seconds remain. Ray is the only chance that Piplup has left, but with the members finally coming back, they need to make a play now, but they are just dwindling, and Starstrike might be shutting the door of any opportunity Piplup has left.
All right, they have to go for a rip here. This is their only win condition back into this game. All right, Delphox going down is a really good start. Blastoise trying to work on this Rayquaza. It's going to get taken down, though, right now. Our Inteleon is also down as well with that.
on a pixel. It's got to be going down, and it looks like Star Strike is winning this game here with confident, strong fashion. Up now 2-1 in this grand finals best of 5 set.
That is amazing. Star Strike had gone to losers bracket. They were living on a prayer, and out of nowhere, they have risen like a phoenix. Mind you, Piplup only has one game up on Star Strike right now. They have one win because they were coming from winners bracket. Piplup right now not looking like the team we've known before. Meanwhile, Star Strike just rising like a phoenix with the whole new power, new strategy, new everything. They went shopping. They went to Marshalls and they have a whole new look. And mind you, they are now one game away from winning it all.
Yeah, Star Strike looking incredibly dominant here in the final stretch. Are able to get a lot of KOs. I think it was like 2 almost full team wipes on Piplup's side, and just really couldn't get anything going. All right, like I was saying before, they already had a level differential. They also had a point differential as well. So sending the Blastoise up top to, back cap against a Leafeon that was already there to defend it. Like I was saying before, if you are down as they are, they need to invest everything in one place and not split themselves up like they did.
That is the name of the game. They split themselves up a little too thin, and it felt like once Karma and Ryotori went down, that Hydro Typhoon from Keep Running came out, and Keep Running they did, but it kind of was for naught. I did like the engage that they tried to do on a Lapras, but luckily the Phantom Fireworks out of Zante was able to kind of reverse Uno that. What they originally had was a Lapras trap living on a prayer, and by the end of it, they were just struggling to stay alive, and Leafeon just always being a playmaker whenever there's an opportunity.
Let's take a look at how we got here in game number 2 once again. All right. All the objectives going over to the side of Star Strike early on in the game. I mean, that's kind of to be expected. They have a Blastoise, struggles in the early game, obviously. All right, but giving up both that Regieleki and also the Reggie in the bottom lane just gave such a good early to mid game advantage going over to the Star Strike.
Amazing. Just Star Strike just had always the advantage, especially with this Regieleki. They knew the way they are able to split up Blackroach and send them up to the top path, and then they're just turn around and they say, you know what, we have a plan. Let's converge on this. Let's use this as advantage. We weren't able to push down on the bottom. Let's push on top. And notice how the Eldegoss comes back, scores a little bit, and then the Leafeon able to overcap. And I think that's what makes Star Strike so powerful. They're always very conscious of the scores. They are very conscious of how they do this. And that's why they could be walking $150 richer after another potential match.
Yeah, definitely some nuggies are definitely going to be had after this game if Star Strike, or I mean if Piplup pulls it together and wins the next 2 games once again, as this is double trouble. There is some pot on the line here. Our $100 going to be going over to the winning team today. $50, of course, to Piplup. Maybe a small piece of chicken tendies, chicken nuggies, maybe like a 3-piece if they ever win this one.
I mean, it's possible. I mean, $10 per person can get you a decent amount, but 150 divided by 5 is a whole lot sweeter. Let me tell you that much, Draku. But this Registeel was really a moment where I thought, Piplup might have a chance because, Registeel does give you that attack and special attack boost, and Star Strike just kind of pounced on them, said, hey, you can have it. It's fine. The rest of us are here, and we will gladly eliminate you, knowing that you guys used your Unite moves, and they took advantage of that. Even with the attack boost, Piplup was unable to defend this. Try as they might, they were just too taken down. They defended the tower, but they lost a lot more in EXP.
Yeah, they lost a couple of characters here. I think both teams lost a few characters here. There goes the Lapras going down, but nice job by this Eldegoss, more importantly. It's not really a defender, but able to hold off the Blastoise, who is actually a defender, so that their Zacian can actually go for a score on that T1.
Amazing setup, honestly. And yeah, here's where we start seeing that those dunks do eventually go in, where you have a 25 overcap again, time and time again. Nachos and the rest of the crew of Star Strike are always just so very conscious, and that's what Star Strike, it seems like they're a completely different breed of animal this time around. They were able to knock a game off of Piplup, so it's not necessarily surprising, but right here they had the Lapras living on a prayer, but the Unite moves coming out, giving them the shield with the buddy barrier, and they're able to collect collapse. Hydro Typhoon does come out a little too late. Alolan Ninetales and Teleon and Hoopa were already taken down. And from there, Starstrike realized, hey, we don't need this. We are ahead in points. Let's go score some of our extra own.
Yeah, unfortunately, Keep Running here had to do exactly what their name said here. Get their head down in the shell, spin until they can't spin no more. Make sure they make it back to the goal zone to go for this refight. And, you know, they had to go for a flip here. 283-37, quite a significant lead. Leafeon is still scoring onto that T2 goal zone. And the lead was just so significant here at this point, right? They need the Rayquaza. Team members were going down. As soon as the Blastoise went down, it was donezo for a Piplup Bubble Beam.
Honestly, Piplup, even with the remaining time, 10 seconds, and the lead that Starstrike had already gotten, Sele hadn't even scored, it just would have been a little too late to do much about it. And Starstrike, like I said, they are one game away, you know, and that's why losers bracket is always such a fascinating scene for me, because they were sent down there. Granted, they made it to winners final, so they're there for a reason. They sent to losers, beat Alphabet Soup as we're calling them, and then they come back like a phoenix. And so far, Piplup has not been able to find a crack in the armor the way they did in winners finals.
Yeah, maybe like we were talking about before, you know, taking that little bit of a 10, 15 to 20 minute break for Piplup maybe went to their downfall, right? Starstrike and Piplup in that winners final set, you know, even though Piplup won that set 2-1, it wasn't like a convincing set, right? Piplup was able to get a 2-0. You know, Starstrike did win one game, the very first game, but Piplup went the other way and won 2-0. All right, this could definitely be that again. Our Starstrike making the first move, getting the first 2 games of the series, but it is a best of 5 set. So if Piplup has any chance of getting that prize money of $150, they got to reprise what they did in the winners final set, win 2-0 here, so they can get that prize money to take home.
They need to be able to find a weakness. Luckily, this has been a best of 5, but like you said, yeah, in winners finals, this is exactly what happened, but just kind of on the flip side of things, you know? Starstrike was able to win the first game, and then Piplup said, hey, you know what? We got to go back to the drawing board, find a solution. But Starstrike has also taken some knowledge, and like I said, they are a completely different beast this time around. What needs to be done this time, though? What can Piplup do? Because all I know is that within the next 2 games, somebody's going to be crowned a winner.
I think, you know, one thing that we say during every cast is the opportunities that Hoopa allows your team to do, right? For the most part, Starstrike was winning that game 4v5. Like their Zacian was offlaning the entire time, getting objectives in the top lane, soaking and eating up all the farm that it can, both at neutral farm, but also on the farm on the other side of the map. So not only are you taking the farm that's, you know, for everybody, but you're also taking that farm away from Piplup, and allowing something like a Zacian to get super fed is incredibly dangerous. And we've seen the all-rounders do that all the time for Starstrike's team, whether it be a Buzzwole or now this time a Zacian. You know, having someone offlane like that can only really be achieved when you have something like a Hoopa.
Right. I mean, not only that, but not only being able to flip the script on a team, but being to have that mobility, you know. But even then, you know, Piplup had it and they were unable to win. Hoopa's always going to be a winning factor here. And now we see a little bit. We didn't see much of it, but we did get to see Sazero on the Lapras and how that still played a little bit of a role. You know, Slowbro was banned, so you didn't have the Slow Beam to kind of interfere with anybody. But they did have Lapras. And like I said, Lapras was living on a prayer there. They had caught it out, a lot of damage. It's hard to take down Lapras. It's no easy feat. But on top of Donnaroki having that buddy barrier on its Unite move that allowed Sazero to stay alive, and then Zante was able to throw out its Phantom Fireworks, being able to just completely flip the script, because without Sazero, they lose a little bit more of their front line. Like you said, Eldegoss typically is not a front line, it is not a defender, but in the case of the way they set up this team, it most certainly is, as we now move on to what could be the last game in Grand Finals, as this is game 3, technically game 4 if you want to call it that, but it is game 3 on broadcast.
Take a look at this. Starstrike is actually going for a ban on the Blastoise, whereas Piplup Bubble Beam gonna go ahead and ban out the bubble using user themselves in that Lapras. So really interesting. You know, Lapras pretty, you know, conventional in terms of being banned, but Blastoise is a really interesting ban option here. So they're gonna have to most likely pick a defender as their first pick.
Oh,
Just
they
kidding.
say They said, lol, Draku, I'm sorry. Are you listening to us right now? We don't play by the rules. We are EMEA. We go off the record. EU is just a different breed. And Piplup says, hey, you don't want to take the slow bro that's out there for free 99? Huh? We'll scoop that up along with the best, I would say, not even arguably, the best laner and arguably the best attacker in Inteleon.
Really aggressive start here. On the side of Starstrike, I anticipate another defender pick on the side of Piplup Bubble Beam. They might even pick up Umbreon. I mean, like, you're looking at the number 1 and potentially number 2 or number 3 defender on one side while the other defenders are being banned out. All right, let's see what they go with here. They're actually going to go with the Mew. I guess I don't know how to draft, clearly.
Clearly, neither of us do, because somehow Umbreon is still on the table and nobody has taken it. They don't want to use it. And I feel like Umbreon and Venusaur just kind of go together like you and I do. Peanut butter and jelly, if you will. You set them up with a mean look and no Snorlax.
Wow.
They decide to go the Lax. You know what? At this point, Piplup, bring the Blaziken. At this point, why not? You gotta think that, no, Umbreon is going to be left on the no Blissey.
Come on, you're hovering over that Blaziken. Do it. Ah, looks like we're gonna see another Buzzwole, this time on the side of Piplup. All right, this is a really interesting draft that we got going on here, right? So defenders are being banned out. Snorlax, of all things, Snorlax was definitely a really solid, year 1 defender pick. It was probably one of the better ones, before people figured out that Slowbro was absolutely broken. But Snorlax is like the supreme defender, right? It's exactly what a defender category is supposed to be. It doesn't really have a whole lot of damage, like say something like a Blastoise or a Lapras can dish out, but it has, pretty decent CC block. It has some good CC and Yawn if they do decide to go with that. But I don't know. Let's see if the Snorlax can cook here. It's a really interesting defender pick, and it doesn't really see a whole lot of play.
I think the part that shocks me the most out of these draft picks, not even just the fact that we have Snorlax this late in grand finals, but the simple fact that Blissey is on the table, Umbreon is on the table. Like,
yeah,
I'm so shocked. I have no words, Draku. I guess clearly I don't know how to draft, but you know what? Starstrike, they know clearly what they're doing, as they are sitting one game away from winning it all. But I don't know. This Buzzwole was able to do a lot for the side of Starstrike. Can Piplup do the same in a reverse Uno fashion?
I don't know. If Karma is on the side of Karma, hopefully the Buzzwole power goes into their favor as well here. Grand finals, baby. This could potentially be the last time we see that go start on the screen there, as we do see Starstrike up 2-1 in this best of 5 set. Starstrike needs 1 to take home that 150. Piplup only needs 2.
Piplup needs 2. They have not won a set since being here, though. That being said, Karma already gonna set themselves up. They see their target. They know what Zacian's able to do. Zacian gonna go 1v1 as there's again this Leafeon able to come in early. And now Karma's gonna be in a little bit of trouble, as Nacho is already here. Having that split setup with Hoopa is so powerful. Being able to think of a plan, come up there, take a little bit of EXP, and then Leafeon comes in very early. And this way you kind of leave some extra EXP. You can be level 5 up here, stay with your squad, and then Bulbasaur over here are going to be able to take the rest of the central area to potentially become an Ivysaur.
I mean, that's just the power of having an evolution in the jungle. I mean, take a look at this. They took a single buff and a Xatu, and somehow they're level 5. Like, you just take those two, you grab Solar Blade, and then take farm from the enemy team, and then you're having a field day already.
Yeah, you're at level 5 already, and now Ivysaur's already in the bottom path, and then you have Zacian. Look at all this damage. Karma's gonna be in a little bit of trouble with the Solar Blade.
Whoa.
Comes out, knocks it down, bonks it on the head. Sazero able to get a little bit of a reset, and now Zacian is also level 5, meaning they have unlocked Sacred Sword, Intrepid Sword. Damage is coming, and here comes a big old stack on the side for Nacho, and it looks like they might be going for a little invasion, as they see Drizzle gonna be just kind of going through their emo playlist and saying, leave me alone, I walk a lonely road, the only one that I have ever known.
Yeah, more like wake me up when September ends, or more like when this Leafeon leaves my jungle here. Waiting with that Solar Blade. All right, the Slowbro trying to do their best. They're gonna force the escape from the Leafeon, but I think again the damage is already done. You know, having your Slowbro away from the bottom lane allows another player to get fed in the bottom lane as well. It looks like a lot of that experience going over to the left side. The Inteleon or the Drizzile able to get the last hit on the Altaria, about to tick into level 7.
Level 7 is going to be really good for this Leafeon. They are just that much closer to having their Emerald 2-step. Karma going to be in a little bit of trouble on the same level as Sazero. They don't even realize how close they are to each other. Here comes a big ol' engage though. Zacian going to go ahead, scare off Karma, and not do a little bit too much. Blues are going to come up right now into the middle parts. Meanwhile, keep running. Already has an Inteleon, a big old Solar Blade to get the knockout onto Slowbro. The last little bit is needed, and now Leafeon has their Unite move. That Emerald 2-step is going to be looking for a Pokemon named Mew or a Pokemon named Inteleon. And honestly, other than the Slowbro, Leafeon is going to be so well used here. There goes the Emerald 2-step, but like I said, found the Mew, and now they're turning it around, and they want to go and get and secure this basement Reggie.
Take a look at this Reggie Ice. As soon as it formed in the bottom lane, completely melted away by the power of this Solar Blade, has chipped away at the ice and has secured the objective for their team. 4 characters looking nice and healthy. They do not decide to go for this tier 1 push. And look at this, like we've been doing before, all-rounders in the top lane trying to get their stacks. Is this an ode to 113? Because this is definitely what we see nowadays.
I mean, I miss the days of 113 on remote stadium, but that's kind of Star Strike's MO. It's kind of what their mission has been the entire time that they've been playing the game. They're able to leave Zacian alone, kind of go on its own solo mission, and now Karma's going to be going solo, trying to stay alive as much as they can. Karma's going to be in a little bit of trouble. Karma finally taking out. Nice reset from Sazero. Everybody's full health up. Here comes the Regieleki. They're going to let that baby crash, and here comes some dogs. Quick maths can be difficult, but with a nice 20 and a nice 40, gets a good old big overdunk of 60 points right there. And out of nowhere, Nacho must be stopped at all costs. Mew quickly using its Unite move, knowing what it was coming.
Leafeon trying to take that Mew to the dance class. Unfortunately, Mew had a Mirage to take that class instead. They're going to go ahead and trade Unite moves there. I think, you know, the Unite move going over in the favor of the Mew was, you know, pretty good. You know, Leafeon's Unite move, one of the best in the game, and also has a really low cooldown timer. It's a good trade in favor of the Mew, in my opinion.
Honestly, being able to get that Mew ult out of there just honestly works really well. Before you know it, you'll blink and Leafeon will be tap dancing into having that Emerald 2-step right up again. Eldegoss is down right now. Nobody really trying to engage too much. Down to Roki, though, just kind of scouting out. Has a nice little Hawaiian shirt. They're trying to set up. They are trying to end this match here. Again, as a reminder, Star Strike is 1 game away. They are leading the match right now, 141-20. That is about a 121 point difference. Basement Reggie being a Registeel going to be pivotal. Nobody seems to be contesting this. Mew is going to be lurking around, though. Potential snipe from the Solar Beam.
All right, 2 Solar Beams are staring in the face of each other. Oh, Mew's going to take a quick nap really quickly, though. Here comes the Light Screen and the Solar Beam as well. Unless he gets Yawn here a little bit too early, and it looks like the Solar Beam on the side of the true user, that is the Venusaur, able to get the confirm there. But over on the other side, trying to get this goal zone broken down here. I don't think that was a huge overcap, but it is going to bring the scores a little closer to parity.
I do not believe what I just witnessed. Sazero used their Unite move, Rings Unbound, and Buzzwole had unleashed his Unite move onto Leafeon, but Leafeon took the portal to get out of there, survive, and they just avoided an entire Unite move, which went for naught. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
That's exactly what you use a Hoopa, right? Not only to, you know, reposition your whole team, but potentially as an escape route for something that's getting clapped like a Leafeon.
I mean, especially right now where we're at the time, that's probably one of the last few times Sazero could use it anyways. This way they'll have more than enough time to get it back. Intrepid Sword being charged up as a big old Sacred Sword does come out before members of Piplup are here, but the rest of the members are here. Big Heavy Slam as Inteleon was trying to get away. Gonna say no way. Jose Nacho, though, might be going for a little bit more of a score. That's 2 KOs for Venu. That is the 3 KOs KO, TKO, knock him out, baby. Oh, baby, the Venu is running the show.
I mean, take a look at the levels now. 3 KOs going over to the side of the Venusaur player. That is matching the opponent's team and basically out-leveling them completely here. All right, Venusaur getting to level 13 in this latter half of the game is going to be so significant. You get that Solar Beam Plus. Anytime your Solar Beam tick damage hits anything, that gives you cooldown reduction for your next Solar Beam. So not only are you doing more damage, but you're also able to get the Solar Beam back so much more often. And we see that here, level 13 on the Venusaur.
Venusaur is going to be able to go pew pew. Venusaur just becoming so much more powerful in the meta over the past year, getting from year 2 onto year 3. Those buffs have always been so good. I remember the days when Solar Beam wasn't that great. Registeel, though, going to be on the basement path. That is going to be very pivotal for any team that's able to get this. It doesn't seem like Piplup is going to even join the party. This should put Nacho at a good position to be level 14. They are ready to rock and roll. Snorlax ready, and this might be an early engagement. Big ol' hit right there. No, gets smacked down away. Blackroach is going to be looking for Karma. Karma might be biting back, though. Good Aeos. You want to be good with your Aeos energy. This could be the last raid, Draku.
Here we go, everybody. Let's get your energy out for both of these teams. 260 to 111. One of these teams could potentially be looking at elimination, whereas the other team looking for glory here. That is Star Strike. They have all the momentum going their way. They are up 150 or so points, 149 points to be exact here. Piplup, Bubble Beam has to make a move.
Piplup trying to back away. No Unite moves used, but right now Star Strike is doing such a good job. Mew does take out the Leafeon, though. That's going to be a big KO. That's a 30-second cooldown timer. Here comes a big old Sacred Sword. They do find their target, though. Bustle going to go all in. This is not looking good. 2 members are already down for Star Strike. 3 members are all that's left, but Zacian is one of those members. Still has its Intrepid Sword. Still has its Unite move. Does tend to whip it, though. Misses it completely, and now Venusaur still alive, though, doing as much as they can. It's a Venu and a Zacian's dream, and Karma's trying to put their dreams to bed. Big old Solar Beam. Let's take a look at Ray. Ray's being dwindled a little bit. They are coming down. Venu and Zacian are still alive, though. This could be a snipe angle here. Mew does use its Unite move, trying to get the secure off, but here comes Zacian. Zacian unable to get it, and Piplup able to secure. We might be seeing a game 3 situation, Draku, or game 5 situation, as they do get the points in. Here comes another big old Hundo Burger, and I don't think the members of Star Strike have enough in the tank to be able to turn this around. The points are very close, but there needs to be a move, and it needs to be yesterday.
You know, this is still a really close game between the two teams. All right, they have to traject the entire map. There's only 15 seconds left. I mean, take a look at the score. It's literally a 20-point lead. Mew's going to score another 6. Still a pretty small lead. Let's take a look at the Leafeon. Leafeon's not going to be able to make it to that tier 2 before the score here. Wait, they got this. Oh, it looks like they almost got that 22, and they were actually very close to scoring that. Let's see. I actually don't know what the final score was. Let's see if that 22 was going to make a difference. All right, I don't think there was any more score on the side of on the side of Piplup after that, but let's see. What? Yeah, that would have made the difference there. 22 points would have won Star Strike the game, but it looks like Karma was able to get the stoppage in time here. And Zero, what is better than a game 3 situation?
A game 5 situation.
A game 5 situation, baby.
My goodness. And you know what's even crazier? When you think about the 22 points that were added, they would have won the match, I think, by about 1 point, because you take 4 and 18. So they would have been 318. So those 22 would have made a difference. A true nail biter to the finish. But finally, Piplup, Bubble Beam, able to find a weakness in the armor. And honestly, this is what we've been talking about here at the Unite Battle Hub, and what a way to end September than a game 5 situation.
Let's go ahead and take a look at how we got here once again. Game 3 between the two teams, technically game 4, all right, but now both teams for all of the marbles going into that game 5 situation here. This was a back and forth fight this entire time. Right. All right. Star Striker was able to get a lot of these early game wins here, early game team fights, but Piplup able to stay in it towards the very end, able to get the Rayquaza, a couple of really big KOs. But we'll see here as we see Star Strike really take hold of this game.
Starstrike was just kind of in the driver's seat throughout the entirety of it, but Piplup was finally able to find such an amazing opening. It's one of those things, again, where these little mistakes really, really hurt in the long run. But you know what? Only one thing remains, and that is a Game 5 situation, which we are going to see, but we're going to take a quick old time out. We'll let these replays finish out, and then we will be right back so we can cast Game 5 Grand Finals Unite Battle Hub EMEA Double Trouble, baby.
Welcome back, everybody. We have made it to the last game of the event today. Grand finals in a best of 5 set. Piplup, Bubble Beam trying to beam their way to that $100 prize. Star Strike, time to leave us starstruck in this series here. We have one more game, one more Rayquaza, and all of the marbles. Zero, we made it, brother.
We made it to grand finals, and like I said, it's the end of the month. It's grand finals time, best of 5, and we're getting that game 5 situation. I mean, yeah, you know, we say it's not scripted because it's not, but god damn it, it's basically a movie. Both of these teams, we saw them in winners finals, and we saw what Star Strike was able to do. They were able to take a game off of Piplup, but then Piplup was able to just 2-0 them, send them to losers. Star Strike gets back up from losers to grand finals. Piplup has the 1 game advantage, and guess what? Star Strike goes ahead and says 2-0 to you, sir, and then Piplup says, okay, something's not working here. They finally get a game, and now literally it's, can Star Strike adapt to what Piplup has adapted? It's an inception.
What time is it? 0. It is 1:16 p.m. here in California. You know, I wouldn't expect you to, chew up on your words maybe at like 5 a.m. like some of our other I'm Kellosaurus, by the way.
Oh,
That's
and I'm Relic. Yes, I'm an old chap and all that.
An old? Don't let me.
I think he's younger than me too. That's what makes it even worse. I think he's younger than me.
But anyway, everybody, I hope you guys have had a wonderful time here at Unite Battle Hub. We're gonna be heading on into this grand final set, but here's the caster. This is exactly the type of excitement you want to see, right? You always want to go to a last game, like we were saying before. Game 3, what's better than the game 3? Game 5, what's better than a game 5? Game 7, producers. I think we should go to game 7.
I agree. What's that, producer? No. This is my last cast anyway, so suck it, loser. Okay, well,
Ever? Wait, both of us?
I guess
both of us go. Wait,
well,
why?
they realized the mistake of putting us together is literally you might as well just set chaos, and you might as well open Pandora's box. But even Pandora's box is scared of us being put together. So that
I don't know, man. If they get rid of us, it's definitely gonna be cheesing us out.
I'm done.
You know. This is a smoked Gouda cheese, by the way.
You're everybody. A Gouda cheese.
We're gonna what? You can't call me that.
Hey! You are a Gouda caster, huh? Okay.
I'm truly getting smoked for this one. I don't know. I feel like after today's cast, they're definitely gonna be like, yeah, you know, we can't put these two together. Clearly.
Okay, now I'm Relic. Now I'm Relic, clearly.
Oh, just because? Wait.
What?
Not just you.
What?
But we're Relic.
Well, we are Relic.
Yes. We are Relic together. You are Relic. I am Relic.
Well, hello there, Relic. Nice to meet you.
Hello, Relic. How are you doing?
Wrong way.
Oh.
Yes.
Don't. Producers, please don't let Relic see this font. All right. Our chat, please do us a favor. Don't let Relic see.
Don't let Relic
Wait,
see this.
he's in the chat. Oh Lord.
No, he's got another event. I'm sure he's not here.
That's right.
We have our own event, but we are Relic. Fear us. Mwahaha.
Wait, we have something, and the producer side just told both of them to. Great. I'll see you later, Zero.
All right, I guess we're done. You know what? Here we go. Sprigatita, you're the caster now. Show them what you're made of, girl.
Wait, Sprigatita's the caster?
Yeah, why not?
I have someone who wants to make their first cast debut. His name is Casper.
Oh.
He is the #1 ghost type NA. Clearly. I just woke him up and he's not very happy. He's looking at me like the producers look at us like, please let me go.
Yeah, this is why they don't put us together, Draku.
Casper, why are you ignoring me? He's ignoring me. I'm holding him, you know? But here we go.
It's party time.
It is clearly party time.
It is party time, and I am ready for it, Relic. How about you, Relic?
I am absolutely ready to go, Relic.
We must get this underway as this is the final draft phase of today. And then let's see, of course, that Slowbro is finally put to rest. And it looks like Urshifu for the side of Piplup is also going to be put on pause.
All right, once again, Urshifu, the Cub is not going to be in the forest today here. They're going to be banned out, as well as the Slowbro. Nico is going to grab one of the best defenders in the game. Lapras is here to bring in the train.
Again, we've seen what Lapras can do to a team, makes them really strong, and Zacian just has about a 100% pick rate at this seems. That doesn't necessarily mean it has a 100% win rate, as Starstrike is quite literally going to just pass up on another defender. They want to take the top 2 attackers. They want to be able to take Inteleon, the best attacker in the game and the best laner right now, along with Zacian. And it looks like Piplup might be picking up an Umbreon. And now that does mean that Piplup does have some of, if not the best frontline available to them, along with taking away the Leafeon. So they're going to have a lot of bursty damage and they're going to have a lot behind them.
Yeah, both of these teams having really strong early game pressure. Obviously, we have the Sobble on one side, but on the other side, we got the 2 evolutions, level 4 evolutions. As we've said before, such a really difficult pairing of characters to deal with.
So difficult, but this Hoopa going on the side of Starstrike, they're just trying to pick up the best that's still available on the table. They are, you know, we've seen them though. Starstrike has been comfortable having the Trevenant on their side, set up a lot of good plays, especially when using that Horn Leech. And it looks like Nachos is gonna say, hey, you know what? You guys, you are bringing out the masters. I am Nachos. You feel my stinger. Now that might be very manly, but here's the thing: as Draco has taught us before in the past, only the female mosquitoes are the ones that suck out the blood and have the long stingers.
Yeah, it's actually called a proboscis. Excuse me.
Proboscis. You're proboscis.
Okay, you can't call me that. First
I can
of all,
call you whatever I feel like.
You know what? This is why they don't bring us together, because we basically just yell at each other, okay, the whole time.
That's literally our conversations in real life as well. All we do is yell, and that's why they put us behind them.
We're supposed to be talking about this draft here, but we're talking about who has a proboscis and whose doesn't.
You're a proboscis. So
you just call me Anyway, we are in grand finals, everybody, and we have a Buzzwole in the grand finals. We're about to see Nachos cheese up the competition, maybe even smoke out the enemy team as well.
Wow,
you know?
They're gonna throw some cheddar right down the plate right there, and we'll see who really comes out on top. Who's gonna be the cheese ball or the cheese curd or square rectangle, and who's gonna be walking away $150? Because that's that cheddar, the money, baby. Show me the money.
More like who gets to be the big cheese, right? Ooh. You know? Oh, I like being
You can be my big cheese anytime. But let's get into it. Game 5, grand finals. Piplup Bubble Beam versus Starstrike.
Here we go, baby. I hope you guys are still with us. Let's get the energy in the chat. Last game of the day for all of the marbles. Piplup, Bubble Beam, Starstrike. Let's see who can leave us starstruck at the end of the 10 minutes.
If Nacho's able to get those stacks early on like they were before, but this is a very strong top lane in Lapras and Chansey. Having both of those, it does keep a lot of survivability, but keep running. Might need to keep moving though. Luckily using the eject button to get out of their karma. Kind of quite literally throwing the karma right back at Starstrike. Starstrike has been known to be able to do this quite often. You know, get that early secure and then just kind of go around, drop a leaf blade onto the enemy team, but it looked like Nachos was ready for it.
All right, the junglers are heading up into the top lane, and it looks like the Leafeon actually going back into the jungle to get some of this clear, but where are they going to gank now? 10 seconds before the Swablu and the Altarian. They're definitely going to be late to either the top or the bottom lane. Zacian getting prepared, already ready for its gank. Blissey still a Chansey. All right, let's see if this Blissey even has a chance at surviving here. A huge Sacred Sword finds its way onto Keep Running. I think Keep Running forced to use their X speed, and now they're going to be able to make it back to the left side where the Hoopa has stolen one of the berries.
Luckily, Bulbasaur was able to take the central area a little bit. Has not become an Ivysaur quite yet, though. Drizzile, though, and they see Leafeon trying to lurk around. Nachos, though, really wants to be able to get these stacks, and then Leafeon maybe not going to allow that to happen. Blissey finally online, ready to go. But now Nacho's going to be in a little bit of trouble. They found a little bit of a Lapras. Are they going to be able to get to the portal in time? They miss it by a fraction of a second. They're going to need to be able to get out there, and they use the superpower not to get a KO, but to get a little bit extra movement out of the way of the Solar Blade. Nachos is in a league of their own at this point.
Yeah, Nachos is a little different than what we saw in the first, or I guess that would be the second game that we saw the Buzzwole, you know, kind of not necessarily struggling, but not having as strong of a start as they did before. It was hard, you know, to match that start that they had, but still looking pretty good here. Level 6, about to get to level 7, and here comes a little bit of a push here on the side of Star Striker. They're going to get 30, 40 points onto this bottom T1 goal zone. That is going to bring the lead to 71 to 15 going into the first objective.
That is major for Star Strike. If they're even able to break it, that even means a bigger objective being destroyed. They don't want to waste too much of it. Nachos, though, going to stay up here a little bit with Lapras. Lapras is going to be one of those Pokemon that can just kind of stay up there on its own, survive on its own. Meanwhile, the rest of the members of Star Strike going to try to plan a little bit of an assault. Nobody really level 9 yet. Nobody has unlocked their Unite moves just yet. Leafeon level 7 is a level away, but everybody's just kind of just a sliver or so away from becoming that level 9, especially Zante on the Inteleon trying to position themselves. Big old Solar Beam finds the Hoopa, takes him out. This might be Piplup's time to shine as they're going up against Regirock. The Buzzwole does try to take the Regieleki. They do get it. They still have a tree. They still have Groot around. They're unable to get it as Leafeon's able to secure the Regirock.
Man, that KO on the Hoopa was so important, right? So KO on the Hoopa, it doesn't allow them to do this, what they're doing right now, right? The Hoopa Hyperspace Highway onto the T1 goal zones. I expect what was supposed to happen was, you know, the Buzzwole Zacian takes the Regieleki perfectly fine, right? Then they take that Hyperspace hold to the bottom lane to help contest this bottom lane objective. That, unfortunately, did not happen because they got the KO on the Hoopa. Once again, Hoopa gives your team such a huge opportunity to make some big macro decision plays, rotating it to other places to contest objectives like they are, as we do see this Umbreon go down.
Star Strike unable to get that, but what they are able to get in return is a big up on the point slot, and now they might be trying to go for a siege on the bottom path, realizing that there is a little bit of a scatterbout. Nachos, though, has decided to opt on their own again. Nachos has been that player that kind of roams around a little bit, whether they be Zacian or any other Pokemon. They kind of roam around for a little bit, get their stacks up, and then when they're ready to make those plays, they're always there for those gigantic team fights. As Umbreon is just trying to make its way through, it looks like Piplup is trying to make a siege of their own. Big Moonlight Prance coming out, and the big old Unite move coming out of Venu. Venu trying to get away, though, because Zacian has showed up and says, hey, it's party time. I guess I'm bringing the cool drinks. It's time to go in, and the Emerald two-step finally finds Inteleon, but they also are met with a tree. Groot knocks him out, and now Blackroach is on the chase. Poor little Blissey all alone with no friends to hide. Looks like the team might try to set up a little bit of a reset. Trevenant does go down.
Yeah, lots of KOs going over to either team. I think Star Strike got the upper hand there. All right, it's literally a tale of two cities, or more like a tale of two goal zones here. They are continually to go back and forth in the bottom lane. Once again, keep running. It's got to do exactly what it needs to do. Singing the song of ice and water to try to get away from the two attackers. Is able to get away with about 20%, but now they have all the room to take this top objective.
Ice and water, where's the earth, wind, and fire? Because do you remember the 21st night of September? Because Star Strike is trying to remind them Lapras is all alone taking care of Regieleki. This gives Star Strike a time to strike. Regice is up, though. Zanzi trying to do as much damage as they can to the Regice. There we see Zacian just kind of lurking around, trying to keep the team off of them. Big old Sacred Sword coming out. Big old Buzzwole Slam also doing a lot of damage. Leafeon able to take down the Zacian, and it looks like Regice is just kind of lurking down there, hanging out with Inteleon. They're going to be able to get the skewer, and Star Strike going to be able to bring on the onslaught. They want to bring more damage as the superpower picks up the Venu.
Here we go. Starstrike looking absolutely celestial at this moment here, having a really solid lead, 178 to 67. They're trying to go for the siege under the tier 1 goal zone, but Starstrike is pushing right back. Here comes the Azure Spy Vision onto Nico. Nico's going to be going down to the Zacian, and the siege has begun. It is now becoming an astronomical lead for Starstrike.
Starstrike able to use that so well to be able to get a big ol' 40, I want to say 46 overdunk on the bottom tier. Bustle able to get away because they were in the scoring animation of dunking AO, so they did not take the full force of that Venu ult, meaning they are able to escape that Unite move. Blackroach, though, really trying to get to that level 13. Once they become level 13, they have about a 25% crit rate. Combine that with a Razor Claw and a Scope Lens, you are asking for pain, but keep running. Again, a Pokemon like Lapras, get that Pokemon high leveled up, the HP stat is through the roof, and poor Blissey just kind of all alone doing as much as they can. Blackroach becoming level 13.
Oh, Blissey just being caught out multiple times this game. I'm pretty sure we can have that Blissey on an episode of Dumb Ways to Die here. Getting killed multiple times. Regieleki is going to be taken down here nice and confidently. Starstrike once again looking really strong here. Here is a final push in the bottom lane. Piplup trying to get something going for themselves here. 244 to 86. This is once again becoming the lead for Starstrike that they exactly want to be. But here we go. 42 points. That is 84 points going into that top T1 goal zone. Nacho is not going to be able to get there in time. Oh, it was actually not the full 84. It was just the 42. Wasn't in the final stretch, but it's going to bring the score a little closer to parity.
A little bit closer, and this could be it. No, this is it. Both teams have made their way to grand finals, 2 wins apiece. Only this game remains. Only one will be walking away with a little more cheddar in their pockets. Let's get the hype going because it's time to engage as Trevenant throws out a big old wood hammer and is met with some mean look. They're trying to poke, they're trying to get Nachos out to fight a little bit. Rayquaza, here comes the Hooper, rings them down. It's engaging time. Venu throwing out a big old, takes a lot of damage on the Zacian. Zacian's down for 20 seconds. This is gonna spell a lot of danger. That is a big carry they're losing right there. Zante is level 14, big buzzsaw slam, taking down the Umbreon just like that, and they are just pulling in the pain. Bliss assistance landing on the Leafeon, and now Starstrike seems to be trying to decide on a little bit of a reset, though. You got to keep an eye on Ray, though. It's about 50% away. Only one of these teams is going to be able to walk away with this. A lot of engagement. Here comes the Nachos bringing in the beam, throwing. Here's a Venusaur coming out. It's lowering, and it goes to the side of Starstrike. Starstrike has done it. They have secured the Ray. Blissey is being, and Santa Maria, they are going all the way. It's dinner time. Hundo burgers are on the menu.
Nico is going to grab this T2 goal zone and also the Rayquaza for their team. And it looks like all of the cheese is in favor of Nacho's team. Starstrike once again looking astronomical, celestial, an absolute starstruck of a team here. The time is going to tick away, and $150 going over to the side of Starstrike as they are this month, September, Night Battle Hub EMEA Double Trouble winners.
Amazing show by Starstrike. What a story to tell. They, Piplup being the team that sent Starstrike into losers bracket, only for Starstrike to turn things around, win that losers finals, climb their way up. Piplup had a 1-game advantage, and Starstrike said, you know what, we've learned from what you have done to us, and it is time to bring the pain. Blackroach, Zante, and Nachos just being a team together, always holding the lead. There was moments of weakness, but Zante being able to position themselves so strategically to do damage, and more importantly, Hoopa, give the shout out to Sazuro, who's been able to get those Hoopa portals, keep their team alive. And Draco, you talked about this all the time, how Hoopa allows you to make those plays. They got the Regieleki, but then quickly turned it around, went to bottom path to defend it. And again, these resets were the value and the cornerstone of this last match.
Grand final set, everybody. And of course, it all goes down to a best of 5 set. Let's take a look at the final conclusion of our game, of our tournament today. Let's take a look at some of the highlights where we do see Starstrike striking one final time.
One last time we get to see it as the Midnight Prance kind of came out. It always felt like Piplup was trying to make big plays, but because of Hoopa being able to transport the entire team, Zante was able to position themselves in such a way to keep the teams off of them. They did so much damage, and they had the crowd always on their side. And Sazero, just again, being that Pokemon to poor Blissey, always being just caught out by these amazing plays.
Yeah, I mean, I'm so happy to see once again Nacho's Buzzwole really putting on a clinic. You know, that first game we saw the Buzzwole, it was an absolute delight, and we saw that here once again. Not as dominant as the first showing, but seeing it come out here again amongst all of the very powerful characters that are in the game at the moment here. It's such a pleasure to see.
It's so fascinating and such a pleasure to see this all unfold. But you gotta hand it off and give the tip off to Nachos, because the moves on this Buzzwole, we talked about how underrated it was, at least what we were able to see, but bringing it out in grand finals, it seems shocking. And again, we talked about like, wow, we must not know how to draft correctly because some of these teams don't make sense, but that's what makes each region so individual and so unique. What we think we know versus what other regions for us, they think, what are you doing? But we're thinking to them, what are you doing? But that's what makes each region unique and special, and how they create these team compositions.
I mean, take a look at this, right? Pip, like you were saying before, Piplup really tried to do their best to make some of these huge plays, and then all of a sudden, Starstrike really locked it down, brought the team together in a full team of 5 with that Hoopa, again, keeping them healthy, but keeping them together as well. Take a look at this. Buzzwole and the Trevenant were already down to like 50%, 25%. Hoopa sending them back home, keeping them healthy to continue with the long fight.
Amazing, and here comes the Hoopa Rings Unbound that really just started to set him, and you started to think, with Zacian down at a 20-second cooldown timer, that was a big KO. Things were really looking up for Piplup, but then a big old Buzzwole slam to be able to knock out this Umbreon, now left kind of without, like, and Lapras was trying to do the best that they could, but the Unite moves were kind of wasted, and Inteleon still had theirs, and so did Zacian. Again, Inteleon just doing so much damage with the liquidation, and the teams were still up. This could have honestly ended up as a little bit of a coin flip when you really break it down, because everybody was kind of here at the party, and it looked like Venu was trying to secure it, but in the end, it went on the side of Buzzwole, slamming it down, baby.
Yeah, unfortunately, that Solar Beam was just a little bit too early. You know, typically you want to do it that Solar Beam a lot earlier when there's a lot of characters that have the smite to do so. But just a little bit mistimed there on the Venusaur, handed that on over to Starstrike. Not only the Rayquaza, but also the $100 that the team is going to be getting.
Congratulations again to Starstrike for winning it all here at the end. And you know what that means, Draco? That means we're done for today here at the Unite Battle Hub. I want to take a quick moment to say a couple of things. First, next month.
Done today? Done forever? Done forever? Wait, I don't have to cast. Oh. I guess our contract was over at the end of September.
What, no?
Wake me up when September ends. I guess all of this Unite Battle Hub was just a dream, because it is an absolute dream to be casting not only with ZU0, but also to be providing all of you guys, the viewers out there, some amazing Pokemon Unite content. I think Zero was already talking, it was kind of leading to this, but we have events all throughout the next few months, especially in November. But we also have our traditional tournaments in October, the Double Trouble series for like this EMEA, and also for the NA North American region. We also have the Open series, and we also have Copa Galactica as well. And of course, these are all provided because you guys continue to support us time and time and time again. So from the bottom of my heart, and I'm sure all the staff here at Unite Battle Hub, thank you guys for tuning in. Zero, got any closing remarks?
Thanks. Shout out to all our casters today. Relic and where'd my glasses go? Relic and Relics. Relic and Relic Company would like to let you know that we are very thankful, along with Kelosaurus, Draku-san, and also Zero In on Alex. But see, that's the thing. We are not them. We are not Zero In on Alex. We're not Zero. We're not Draku. We are merely Relic 2.0, maybe? You know, just...
Let's see, we got Relic. We got Relic. No, we got Relic. We got Relic that went to sleep. And then we have Relip. Because of my glasses are turned upside down. Like a Q, you know how you turn a Q upside down, it becomes...
Oh, I think I get it. But shout out again to Relic, Kello, you, Draku, and of course the staff behind the scenes, all the mods, Digital Bacon, and our producers today, Jar of Jam, and also Pythian. Shout out to everybody who was a part of this. But again, we will see you soon again in what we like to call Spooktober.
Ooh, as we do get a Mimikyu joining the fray next month as well. But it has been an absolute pleasure. Do make sure you follow us on all of the socials, on Twitter, or I guess on X. Here also on Twitch to make sure you know exactly when the next Unite Battle Hub event is hosting. And hey, we would love to see you in some of them in the future as well. If you are maybe interested in doing maybe a small grassroots tournament intended for kind of a friendly competition, open series. It's offered to anybody. All right, get your friends, get a couple of your teammates, come play with us.